2 years since the 100-Year War came to an end. 2 years since she was at the top of the world. 2 years since she was set to be the next Fire Lord. 2 years since she was betrayed by both those she would call her friends and her mind. 2 years since it was all stolen from her by her brother, the man she hated most in life and his group, the Avatar and his friends. Azula, former princess of the Fire Nation, is now on the run as her last attempt to destabilize her brother's rule had failed, and now she is being pursued by the Avatar through the Western Earth Kingdom. She sat at the edge of a campfire, her legs tucked into her chest, in the middle of the Great Divide under a tapestry of stars. Traveling alone while being pursued had not been kind to the teenage girl, as her once porcelain skin had been scuffed with dirt and faint scratches. Her long ebony hair that was once held up tight in a proud topknot now hung half freely past her shoulders and half done up in a disheveled topknot unbecoming of someone of her status. Her clothes were tattered and dirty peasant rags that she had to steal after abandoning the royal robes she had months earlier when she was still in the Fire Nation capital that was covered in a tattered cloak that now serves as a makeshift blanket. Her narrow eyes, that always had a spark of cunning and life in them, now stare blankly at the fire in defeat. Dark bags from lack of proper sleep hung below them. 4 months of running. For months of looking over her shoulder and wondering how much time she had left before her pursuers catch up with her. Frustration grew as she stared into the orange flame. Seeing that golden crown hairpiece adorning Zuko's head infuriated her to no end. It belonged to her. Her father, Fire Lord Ozai, no Phoenix King Ozai, gave his blessing that she rule the Fire Nation. A position that she has strived towards her entire life, that she trained to perfection, was snuffed from her by her traitor brother and his peasant friends. Even though she told her brother that it wasn't her destiny to become Fire Lord, a lie of course, she tried to steer Zuko to rule the nation how it should be, through unquestionable fear and strength. She had hoped that teaming up with the new Ozai Society, posing as the Kumarakage and abducting Fire Nation children, she'd get him to rule as he should. But no, the Avatar and his posse of fools thwarted her plans. The new Ozai Society fell apart almost as quickly as they formed, its most prominent members arrested and the rest scattered or submitting like the weak dogs they are. Azula would not end up like them, trapped in a cell again or cowing down to a weak ruler. No. She would flee her homeland for now, stay low, and gather her strength to strike once again. She just has to find a safe place to hide in for a while, however that is easier said than done. Just 2 days ago the Avatar and his 2 water tribe peasants had found her amongst a harbor town, almost as if they were waiting for her, and she barely managed to escape. Thankfully the blind earthbender wasn't with them, which made her uncanny ability to sense her through the earth something she didn't need to concern herself with, at least for now. Who knows when she will join the hunt for her? Her mind had barely healed since she was free of the mental asylum Zuko had trapped her in since her defeat on the day of the comet. At the corner of her vision she could see her, that woman. She sat just outside of Azula's reach, kneeling in a regal manner with her arms hidden in her silk sleeves. Staring at her with the same solemn expression she seemed to always carry in all of her memories. Ursa, former wife to Fire Lord Ozai, and her mother. The mother she despises even more than everyone who had a hand in her downfall. "You look tired, Azula," the specter says in an equally solemn voice. Azula ignores her. She knows that this is her mind playing tricks on her again, making her think that she ever cared for her when Azula knew that Zuko was her favorite, just like she was her father's favorite. Azula corrects her posture, sitting up straight, shoulders back, chin held up high with her legs crossed as she focuses on her breathing exercises and staring into the flame. Inhaling through the nose and exhaling through the mouth. The flames retract and puff out with each breath. She hopes that focusing her mind on this will make the apparition go away. "You can't keep going on like this. You're hungry and exhausted," the apparition said, causing her to falter a bit in her exercise. "If you do not get proper rest, you will collapse." Azula took deeper, more labored breaths as her brow furrows. Rage begins to form in her as the campfire begins to burn more intensely. "Please, Azula. You've been soldiering through this for 2 days. Ursa pleaded, but her concern only added more fuel to her daughter's fire as her calming breaths were now slowly becoming quick hyperventilating. Gasps as she fought for control over her composure. Through gritted teeth, Azula answered back in a hushed tone. Stop pretending to care. The fire flashes cyan each time it rises with every exhale. The apparition's expression does not change. Azula, I have always cared for - shut up. Azula shouts, cutting her off as the campfire explodes into a column of blue flame and disappearing. She now sits there, gasping labored breaths in the darkness of the canyon night, illuminated only by the light of the full moon. She struggles to regain her composure again after her outbursts and glances to her side, seeing that her mother disappeared with the fire, finally leaving her alone. She glanced at her fire, seeing nothing but embers left as her outburst caused her to burn through what little firewood she managed to find. She shot up, cursing to herself as she grabbed her hair in frustration. She knows she should be better than this, but ever since her first defeat on the day of the comet, she has become a shadow of her original self. Not wanting to waste any more energy, she returned to the hard rocky ground and laid back, looking up into the countless stars that hang overhead. There were so many of them, millions of tiny white dots spread throughout the sky, as if every paper lantern that had ever been made ascended to the heavens. She never paid too much attention to the night sky before, as she was far too busy with more important matters on the earth. But now that she has nothing left, she finds that staring at them when the night is clear helps calm her nerves, at least just a little bit. She begins to wonder how high the sky truly goes. If it was possible to touch the stars that hang above her, she dismisses these thoughts as soon as they appear. She has no time to wonder about such nonsense. The Avatar and his group are still chasing her. She is in Earth Kingdom territory, where she is probably even more wanted than in the Fire Nation, and she has no plan of action. She is certain that if she is caught, the Avatar will take her bending away just as he did with her father, and she couldn't let that happen. Her bending, her blue flames, were all she had left. They were who she was, and without them she was nothing. As she continued staring into the night sky, she saw a bright shooting star soaring through the sky. She wonders aloud, what was it that Tylee always said? Make a wish when you see a shooting star, and it will come true? She scoffs at such a notion, but decides to follow through on it. After all, she can only gain from it if it was true, and she had nothing else to lose if it didn't. Take me away from this place, she says in a dry, humorless laugh. She didn't know if this is something she truly wanted after months of living on the lam, or if this is just a passing thought. She continued to keep her eyes on the star as it continued its run across the sky, but then began to notice that it was getting bigger. She quickly sat up, looking at the star as it began to get closer and closer, until she realized it was not a shooting star at all, but some kind of metal structure trailed by fire. It was so large that it could possibly rival the drill she had overseen during her first attempt to breach Ba Sing Se's walls. Within moments, the structure soared over her, covered in flames, accompanied by an unearthly roar that was so loud she instinctively covered her ears, hoping that it didn't cause her to go deaf. As it passed by, it continued its trek until whatever it was crashed a mile or two away. The impact shook the earth around her, causing what little wildlife around her to stir in a panic and flee the area. She could not believe what she had just witnessed. Could it have been some new experimental airship? No, it couldn't have. She and her father knew all of the Fire Nation's airship experiments and future models. Any that Zuko or that Water Tribe peasant could have thought of couldn't have been made yet, especially one of that size. She should flee the scene, as there were too many unknowns in whatever this was to investigate it. However, she couldn't just forget about this, and her curiosity was beginning to outweigh her better judgment. Azula decided she needed to see what this was and began making her way in the direction of the crash site, fire and smoke now beginning to choke the night sky. Hopefully this goal of hers will keep her focused enough to not worry about any more visions. It took some time for her to reach the structure on foot, carrying what little belongings she had in a simple satchel. But when she arrived, she came to a cliffside, and below her she saw a massive metal structure like that of one of the many Fire Nation naval ships she had sailed on, but on a much larger scale, with a Long rectangular body, arrow-headed nose, a wide rear with large funnels that seemed to spew fire, and what looked to be some kind of structure near the rear like a ship's helm of some sort. Its starboard rear was engulfed in flames as if it had taken damage in some kind of battle as holes, scratches and dents littered the hull of the boxy structure. She could feel the heat rising from the crash site. Even from her vantage point, Azula couldn't begin to imagine how long it took to create such a vessel. It took years for her nation to construct the drill alone, but this vessel was almost the same length as it and double the width. As she continued to admire this miracle of engineering, she heard an all-too-familiar roar overhead. Her head snapped in the direction of the nose, and she saw the Avatar's bison flying straight towards her direction. Azula immediately ducks down, trying to hide from the bison. She is not sure what to do now. Should she try to run away? Or stay put and hope that the Avatar or anyone in the bison's saddle spots her? Azula is torn between her feelings of self-preservation and overwhelming curiosity. Before she could do anything, the bison landed several feet away from her and blocked any exit from the cliffside. The Avatar dismounted from the beast's head, landing in front of her, his staff at the ready and his two companions leaping off and taking fighting stances. "Azula!" Avatar Aang said, pointing his staff at her. His lemur pet gliding down and wrapping itself around his shoulders. "What is this? Did you have something to do with this?" Azula doesn't answer right away. She glances at the vessel and back to him, studying the situation while remaining calm and collected before giving an answer back with as much confidence and arrogance she could muster. "You give me too much credit, Avatar. But unfortunately I am just as perplexed as you are when it comes to this thing." It was the non-bending water tribe peasant who decided to answer her question with as much sarcasm as he could muster. "Well, given the Fire Nation's knack for making gigantic death machines, I think it's a pretty safe bet to assume you had something to do with it." Azula gave no outward reaction to his accusation, remaining nonchalant. However, irritation grew within her, but didn't allow herself to be baited by his comment. "Well, I don't care whether you believe me or not. What matters is that I am telling you the truth." "Right, and even if you're telling the truth, you'd probably use this weird ship as some kind of weapon against us. Wouldn't you?" It was the waterbender's turn to speak, with a glare as equally as dangerous as hers. Azula's voice hardened slightly, her demeanor losing some of its calmness. "Are you seriously going to focus more on me than whatever this ship from the sky is?" "Enough. She's telling the truth, guys. Fighting about it isn't going to solve whatever this whole thing is. Nobody is around for miles, so we're probably the only ones who know about this, so we need to stop fighting." Aang interrupted. Hoping to keep things from escalating further, Azula rolls her eyes upon hearing Aang's call for a truce, but agrees to comply, at least for now. "Finally seeing sense now, are we?" She couldn't help but let some sense of superiority leak into her tone. Before any more words could be exchanged, the massive vessel let out a deafening sound like that of a foghorn before beginning to stir. Appa panicked at the noise and almost flew away as the ground rumbled all around them. The cliffside Azula stood on shook violently as the vessel began to ascend until the stone beneath her crumbled away, sending her plummeting onto the structure, where she managed to slow her descent. With her fire bending, the ship continued to rise higher into the sky, despite its rear section still being encompassed by flames. She struggled to regain her balance as she looked around, frantically trying to ascertain how the ship was moving. All she knew was that now she was on top of it, and her first assumption was that it was going to return to the sky. Not wanting to join it, she decided that her curiosity was filled and she needed to get off of it as soon as possible. She ran to the edge of the vessel and saw that it had already risen high enough where she wouldn't be able to jump onto any rock outcroppings. As she looked around for anything that could help her in this situation, she heard the bison's roar just barely over the sound of the exhaust being produced by the ship's massive engines. The bison rose up into the air near her, and she knew that her best likelihood of getting out of here was through her worst enemies. It sickened her, but she would rather suffer a bruised ego over whatever fate lay in store for her if she remained on the ship. Without missing a beat, she began running towards the direction of the bison, and in doing so she saw the avatar leap off it and unfurl his glider and descended down to her in order to grab her. Easier. As soon as Aang had jumped from Appa, a bright blue shimmering light appeared from the rear of the Titanic ship, began to cover the surface of its structure, and before Aang could land in front of her, it passed between them, with the avatar landing on top of it as if he was standing on solid ground. Aang stomped and struck the barrier of light, trying to pierce it to get to her, but every attempt from airbending, firebending, and even striking it with his staff failed. What was going on? How is this happening? Her salvation was just right in front of her, and now it seems to have been snuffed out. Tired of not being in control, she shot an azure flame up at the barrier just beneath the avatar, not really caring if she burned him or not, but just like him, her flames were stopped by this barrier. She shot more flames around them, but each time the invisible barrier would appear to block her flames from escaping. She decided she had enough of this trick and took on a signature stance, one her enemies knew all too well, as she began to focus her chi to generate lightning. The avatar took note of this and leapt away, not wanting to be caught up in the blast. As she began to generate the energy necessary to create the blast, the ship shifted, turning upward, and let out a sharp gasp as she was thrown off balance before she could even generate a spark, and she found herself sliding along the smooth metal plating as it ascended further into the starry night. She continued sliding, unable to find anything to grab a hold of, until she noticed a large hole to her right coming up. Quickly she shifted her position to where she slid straight into the hull of the ship and fell into a long metal corridor hard on her side. As she stood back up and began to rub her shoulder, she looked around, seeing that the hallway was long and tube-like, but didn't get to observe further as she started to see a large circular door beginning to close. Without properly thinking, she ran towards it and dived through the opening before it could shut completely and closed off entry to this area, and now with a moment to finally properly think and strategize. Azula stood there trying to get her bearings, as now she is inside the very ship she was trying to escape from, with the tube-shaped hulls bathed in an ominous red light, as a strange ear-piercing siren sounded off rhythmically to the turbulent swaying of the ship. Outside the vessel, Aang and his friends rode on Appa, with Aang trying desperately to make the sky bison fly faster and higher, but this metal monstrosity moved too fast for them to keep up with. Azula may be one of his worst enemies, but he couldn't leave her behind on this colossal ship that came out of nowhere. He promised Zuko that he would bring his sister home, and he made a promise to their mother Ursa. The ship climbed higher and higher, piercing the sky with little effort, and Appa could not fly fast enough to catch it, and he was reaching the limit of how far up the bison was capable of flying. In a matter of minutes, Aang, Katara, and Sokka couldn't help but watch as the Titanic ship continued to fly faster and faster into the stars until it became a gleaming speck of light too far for them to reach. He knew then and there that he had just lost Azula, possibly forever. Azula, now holding on to her sore shoulder, now traversing slowly and steadily down the corridor, bracing herself with one arm against the wall as turbulence shifted her. Now she had a better chance to study her surroundings, and saw that the circular hallway was a dull gray with very high ceilings, almost as if it was meant for people much larger than herself to travel through. The walls here padded yet had exposed wiring and piping running along their lengths. The dim red light made things darker than they were. White lights flashed on and off as a loud shrill alarm screeched through the air, causing Azula to wince every time it came on. The floors and walls had strange symbols written in bold yellow, and what looked like arrows pointing towards other hallways, and circular doors that seemed to be locked. She continued to ask herself what this place was and who constructed it, while attempting to ascertain the function of some of the machinery displayed in the halls. Her train of thought was interrupted when she heard heavy footsteps approaching from one of the branching hallways before her and coming fast. Azula quickly backed away and hid behind another corridor as whoever they were ran past in a hurry. She only caught a quick glance at the two people who ran by, but from what she saw they could barely be called that. One was almost 3 heads taller than any human should be, with his bodily proportions being exaggerated to a point where it was almost comical, while the other was much shorter but had a second pair of arms beneath his first pair. They quickly disappeared down the corridor and away from Azula's sight. She grabbed her head and wondered if what she saw was correct and tried to make sense of it. She has had hallucinations of people before, but nothing like this. They were far too strange and vivid to be an illusion. She needed a place to hide because there are bound to be more of them running around, and with this alarm going off, they were clearly in a state of emergency. Azula didn't get very far as she heard voices ahead of her, then the sound of doors opening behind her. She was trapped. She looked around her for anything that could hide her and saw a large panel against one of the walls with a wide door. She quickly ran to it, grabbing a hold of the handle, and pulled it open, revealing some kind of chute. Luckily, it was large enough to fit someone of her size, just barely. With so little time to speculate its use, she crawled in, allowing gravity to take her down this dark corridor where she plummeted, hitting various twists and turns, making her let out involuntary cries, with her wrapping her arms around her body to brace for more impacts until it finally emptied out in a large open area. She landed hard once more, but this time on something softer. The first thing she noticed was the putrid smell around her that was so vile she came close to gagging. She pushed her cloak out of her face and saw that she was surrounded by mounds of trash, not where she would have liked to be, but at least she was out of danger. Once she gathers her senses after covering her mouth and nose with her cloak, she calms herself down and noticed an elevated catwalk at the opposite end of the rather large room and began to wade her way through the mounds of garbage as if it were a thick marsh that threatened to swallow her up, while taking caution to not step on anything potentially dangerous, along with coating her legs in questionable substances and its rotting stench clinging to her. She had to use her cloak to filter out the stench when she breathed. She couldn't help but think of how rotten her luck has become as of late. Once she was feared and people would prostrate themselves at her presence. Now she's wading through knee-deep piles of trash on a strange ship from the sky. Truly, I was born lucky, she said bitterly before tripping face first into a torn bag of trash. She takes a moment to recover from the unexpected impact and brushes what looked like some sort of discarded fruit peel from her hair, trying to maintain her composure and dignity. She finally reached the catwalk, wanting nothing more than to escape this disgusting garbage heap, but it was far out of reach for her to jump to it. But this was not an issue for her, as she took on a fire-bending stance as best she could in this unstable terrain, and gathered enough strength to propel her high enough to land on it. She produced a torrent of blue flames from her hands, shooting her high enough to grab a hold of the catwalk's edge and pull herself up. She felt strange. She knew she had put enough energy in that blast to send her flying higher than she should have been and land on the catwalk on her feet. However, she had just barely managed to generate enough lift to grab hold of the railing. Not only that, she felt her inner fire slowly die down, almost like it did on the day of Black Sun when she was without her bending. She hated to admit it, but perhaps the illusion of her mother was right, and she was reaching the limit of how much exhaustion her body could tolerate, and the putrid smell of this room was not helping. She needed to find some way off of the ship fast. From what little she saw of the crew, they didn't seem human in the slightest. That alone made things dangerous for her. She followed the length of the catwalk to what looked like a metal door. As she reached to open it, the door split open on its own, revealing another corridor. The sudden movement made her jump back and take an offensive stance, but no one was there. The door slid closed. She approached the door again, this time slowly, and like before, it slid open. Azula thought that this was strange. Normally doors don't open and close by themselves, but given her location and being surrounded by possible monsters, doors opening and closing by themselves seemed to be the least strange thing around here. She quickly walked through it and jogged down the corridor that was still bathed in red light and sirens going off. Now turbulence rocked her side to side a little, and she could feel the direction shifting in the vessel. Azula begins to feel it may be too late to escape this ship now. As she continued down the corridor, she exited an intersection of hallways, but pulled herself back once she noticed several figures standing in the hall to her left. Wanting a clearer understanding of who or what is on the ship, she peeks over the corridor, and her eyes widened when she saw them. She counted 3 of them, one large one with his back turned to her, and 2 smaller creatures before it. The larger one stood maybe a foot taller than her on long digitigrade legs that ended in clawed digits. It had 4 long and equally skinny arms growing out of a narrow torso. She couldn't see its head as long white hair surrounded where the head should be and dressed in ragged clothing that seemed to indicate it was some kind of engineer. The other two were short creatures that if Azula didn't know better would have thought they were children, but their skin was unnaturally pale with striped patterns, and their heads were oddly shaped. Like hammers with eyes set way too far apart on stalks, the larger one towered over the smaller two, exuding a menacing aura as it shouted strange words and snarls at them in a language Azula could not make sense of, and from its erratic body language and how it moved its many arms quickly, along with how the smaller creatures winced and recoiled with almost every word, she could tell it was a superior scolding its subordinates. The larger creature shouted a command at one and shoved a rectangular device in its hands, causing it to run down the opposite end of the hall, while the larger one hissed another command at the second one, pointing down another hall where it began running towards its supposed station. The larger creature grumbled to itself before turning towards Azula's direction, revealing a narrow serpent-like head covered in white scales and 4 small narrow eyes. The thick white hair she thought was some kind of scarf was actually hair growing out of its neck and shoulders. It began marching towards her, unaware Azula was there and focused on whatever task it set its mind to. Azula debated whether or not she could take this creature on in a fight, as she had faced more threatening enemies before, but a run-in with this creature now would spell disaster for Azula, especially seeing it display an aggressive, commanding nature towards that pair of other creatures. She had too little information on what she would be facing, and instead opted to retreat back the way she came. In her observation, she failed to notice a door slide open behind her. She only took a few steps back before bumping into something that wasn't there earlier, hard enough that she almost fell backwards. When she looked at it, she saw the backside of a towering figure standing before her that resembled a giant insect standing hunched over on 2 legs, long arms dangling from its torso. It turned around and cocked its round head down at her, seeming to only notice her when she walked into it. She was locked in place, staring at this inhuman creature, transfixed on its large compound eyes that gave no indication of its motive. Antenna flicking back and forth as mandibles around what she could only assume is its mouth twitched, creating a steady clicking noise. It stood as still as she did, only staring at her, occasionally twitching its head in a different position in a moment that felt like hours. For a moment she thought about speaking to it as if it were a person, however words seemed to escape Azula at the moment. Instead she slowly began taking a few steps backwards away from it, making sure to not create any sudden moves that would startle it, but completely forgot of the 4-armed creature that walked past behind her, with it turning to her in surprise and shouting out a series of words she could not understand. The multi-armed creature's sudden outburst caught Azula by surprise, and in an instant the larger bugman lunged at her. Pincer-like hands outstretched, Azula darted back quickly and fired a bolt of fire on instinct at the bugman's torso, hoping to incinerate the creature. However, the blast of fire was nowhere near big enough to do the damage she was hoping, and instead collided with the creature's carapace, scorching it lightly, but managed to ward it back. The multi-armed one came at her from behind, grappling her and attempting to subdue her. She tried to wrestle herself free from its grasp, but its 4 arms clung tightly to her, and it had superior strength. The bugman quickly brushed off the damage she had done and stood back up to its full height and made an attempt to grab her legs. With both feet, Azula kicked forward, sending yet another weakened blast at the creature, her fire having lost its signature blue coloration now. The bugman hissed and backed away in pain. The blast had knocked back the multi-armed one, throwing him off balance, and just as it steadied itself, Azula let out another blast with her feet, catching it off balance again and sending them both falling backwards. With the fall making it loosen its grip, she rolled out of its grasp. However, 2 of its 4 arms still clung onto her cloak and attempted to yank her back down as it tried to stand. Azula peeled the cloak off and threw it over its head, disorienting it further, and delivered a kick to the side of its head for good measure. The bugman attempted to rush her once more, but as soon as she took another fighting stance, it froze, knowing another blast of fire would come if it continued further. The multi-armed one began to stir, pulling the tattered cloak off its head. One of the creature's arms reached for its side and pulled out a device that almost looked like a handheld cannon and pointed it at her. Its muzzle flashed with a bright red blast that zipped past her head and fired 2 more blasts. One she was able to dodge out of the way, while the other grazed her shoulder, burning through her skin, sending a burning sensation shooting up her arm. Now registering this device as a weapon, Azula took on a defensive stance and threw a quick jab, sending a bolt of fire from her fingertips that collided with the multi-armed creature's hand, causing it to screech out in pain and drop the weapon. She then sprinted off away from the 2 creatures as fast as she could. There went her plan to go unnoticed and not engage whatever they were. She just had to run now and hope for the best. What still bothered her was that her firebending seemed to just keep getting weaker. Every blast she produced was meant to be an inferno, but they kept coming out as just small sparks that only a child novice would be able to produce. And the worst part was she could feel her inner fire growing colder and colder with each passing moment. The sound of the 2 creatures giving chase could be heard behind her. She didn't look back, she could only focus on getting out of there and away from them, but with each corridor she ran down or turned, the creatures kept pace. Behind her, the multi-limbed creature had recovered its weapon as blasts of crimson fire flew past her, with several coming close to striking her. In her escape, she came across a large door at the end of the aisle that slid open as soon as she was close enough. She didn't think of where it could lead and just went through it. Once through, she found herself dodging out of the way of large components of machinery and almost running into several more of those smaller creatures that jumped out of the way as she rushed past. She saw an open corridor and ran to it out of the confined space, but as she entered it, a vehicle of some sort almost collided with her. The shock of the sudden appearance of it made her stumble and fall to her side as it stopped inches away from her. The occupant of the vehicle, a large green reptilian man, poked his head out of the window and started shouting a string of more words she could not understand while shaking a clawed fist in annoyance. Azula was even more confused now at the sight of this new creature and a small vehicle. Just how many creatures were in the ship? She would soon find the answer to her question when she looked around, finding that she was in a massive open space where dozens of strange vehicles were parked in various places along with various forms of machinery, and surrounding them all were more strange creatures of all shapes and sizes surrounded her, dressed in strange baggy uniforms. Each one was unique and equally stranger than the next. Some stood taller or shorter than any human could possibly achieve in height, some had multiple limbs, others multiple eyes. Some were human in shape, but on closer inspection had proportions or features that were far from human. Those that didn't have a human shape had strange abstract appearances or resembled strange surreal versions of animals Azula knew. The worst thing was now they were all staring at her, some in confusion, others didn't pay too much attention, while the rest saw her as she saw them. Completely alien, this was all starting to become too much for her now. She knew absolutely nothing of what anything in this place was, and nothing to plan around. Nothing she could control, and she began to panic. The multi-armed creature pushed past a few of the other creatures, shouting and pointing at her. Several of the other creatures around her quickly moved to capture her. "Get away!" she shouted, throwing an arch of flames at the closest group, causing all of them to jump back in surprise. She leapt back up to her feet, taking on the fiercest stance she knew, and sent another blast of orange flames at the feet of a few, causing one to stumble back and fall, all the while shouting at them to keep their distance, frantically turning around, making sure none of them snuck up on her. As her eyes darted around, keeping track of all the creatures, she failed to notice a silver dart strike her shoulder and send an electric charge running throughout her body, causing it to involuntarily shake and convulse, making her scream before falling on her back, her body becoming numb and twitching involuntarily. As she lay there paralyzed and forced to stare to her right, she saw a pair of armored boots walk up to her. Her eyes trailed up, seeing that the person was very humanoid in shape and proportion and covered head to toe in dark faceted armor plating with a helmet that was a metallic red. The figure crouched down as if they were sizing up prey caught in a trap. A weapon like that of the multi-armed creatures was in their hand, their head cocked to the side a bit, with the dark reflective visor of its expressionless helmet staring directly into her wide golden eyes. The figure stood back up, deciding it was satisfied with its observation, before raising a booted foot and quickly hammering it down on Azula. She was knocked unconscious instantly. When she awoke, Azula had a splitting headache and was lying on the floor of a dimly lit small room. She slowly sat up, wincing at the pain in her head and the soreness of the bruise on the side of her head. Her body was stiff, still feeling the effects of the shock that numbed her body. She remembered everything she saw, the colossal ship that came from the sky and the vast array of creatures she ran into. It must have been some hunger-induced dream. It had to be. Every thought she had of the matter pointed to it, but then she looked at her wrists, realizing her movement with them was limited, and saw they were bound by metal cuffs. She looked at the room around her and saw a bed sticking out of one of the walls and some kind of strange sink on the back wall. The entrance was covered in a series of jagged and oddly shaped bars that crisscrossed and bent at odd angles. She was all too familiar with prison cells to know that this was one. That she stood up and cautiously approached the entrance to the cell, and on closer inspection she saw blue light emanating between her and the bars that gave everything beyond it a blue tinge. She reached out with a foot and gently tapped at the entrance, finding there was indeed a barrier of some kind that flashed whenever she made contact with it. Just like the barrier that separated her and the Avatar, her captors must have deemed this necessary to keep her from firebending against the bars. It didn't stop her from trying though, not out of a need to escape, but to test the limits of it, and before it completely negated her weak flames, she shot her fists forward again, trying to summon a torrent of blue flames, but yet again they came out as a weak sputter of orange sparks. She didn't understand why her firebending was so weak. Ever since she set foot on this vessel, her bending was losing its intensity, and she felt a coldness within herself as her inner fire struggled to stay burning. Whatever this place was, it was sapping her of her strength and leaving her at the mercy of the monsters on board. She needed to come up with a plan. That's what she had been lacking before, and because of that she ended up here. She paced about in the cell, going over everything she knows so far. She's stuck on an unknown ship from an unknown location, crawling with inhuman creatures. They all had been in a state of emergency when she entered. Perhaps she could use that to her advantage. And this vessel was most likely returning to wherever it is it came from. They didn't kill her, at least, so perhaps they are merciful, or they may want to torture her for information. Then again, what information would be useful to them if she can't even understand what they are saying, and it would be wise to assume the same for them. She could try to plead with them, lie and make them think she is some poor unfortunate soul that just got lost, but then she runs into the same dilemma of the language barrier. She sighed in frustration, taking a seat on the cold hard bed. She had far little information to work with, so the best she could do now was to simply wait for them to come to her. She did not have to wait long, as the sound of a metal door sliding open echoed down the hall, followed by several sets of footsteps. Azula sat up straight, shoulders back and chin up, attempting to look as dignified as possible. She may be at their mercy, but she wouldn't allow herself to appear weak to them. The footsteps stopped at her cell door, where a woman who wore a scuffed-up uniform in what looked like a casual manner stood erect, eyeing her with a blank, discernible expression, and flanked by two others. What surprised Azula is that, unlike the various other occupants of this vessel, she looked remarkably human except for her tangerine skin, black eyes with luminous cyan irises, and short curled horns that grew out of the sides of her head, one of which had a broken tip. Above her pointed ears that poke out of her long ebony hair, beside her stood the armored person with the red helmet that had incapacitated her, with a clawed hand resting on their holstered weapon. And the other appeared to be a tall, lanky lizard man covered in yellow scales and dressed in a more casual attire. The lizard man eyed her with what Azula could only describe as a fascinated expression as his attention shifted from her to a strange rectangular device he held. Just like the other creatures, he spoke to the human-looking woman in a language Azula couldn't understand. The woman said something in the same language, with the armored one keeping silent, taking a more rigid stance as if expecting an attack. The lizard man reached for what Azula assumed to be the lock to the door on the wall out of view, and the luminous barrier disappeared. The lizard man tossed a small device through the bars before turning the barrier back on. Azula looked at the device at her feet with curiosity. It is small enough to be held with just her fingertips. The lizard man motioned for her to pick it up and pointed to the side of his head, revealing a similar device resting in what looked like an ear hole. And he motioned her to place it in her own ear. Reluctantly she obliges, not really understanding, but decided that the device didn't seem to pose any threat. Once the device was firmly in her ear, the lizard man spoke again. However, the strange words he spoke with before were replaced with words she could understand. "Can you understand me?" he asked slowly. Azula's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting to suddenly start understanding them so soon. She wiped the shock from her face, returning it to her usual stoic expression before answering in an authoritative tone. "Yes." "Good. Good." The lizard man responded in a jovial manner as he began typing away at the device in hand. "I was afraid the probes we sent a couple days ago didn't gather enough data from your culture to synthesize a translatable language for you to understand. But clearly that isn't the case." Azula furrowed her brow in confusion as she did not understand half of what he had said. What? "I don't understand. What is this place, and who, or rather what are you?" The lizard man leans over to the woman who, "Should we really be doing this, Captain? Might I remind you contact with primitive civilizations is extremely prohibited under Pandaren imperial law. Registered or unregistered." The woman turned to him but kept her luminous eyes on her prisoner as she spoke in a firm yet smooth tone. "You forget, Doctor, we're far from Pandaren jurisdiction, and it's just one local. The rest of her kind probably won't even believe any word she says about us." Being fed up with their private conversation about her, Azula decides to speak up. "I would appreciate it if you didn't speak of me as if I am not here." She caught their attention with the lizard man quickly taking an apologetic posture. "Sorry. My bad. We don't really have a protocol for this sort of thing. We're not exactly from your world, you see." Azula narrowed her eyes. "You are spirits, then?" The lizard man was quick to dispel this. "No. We're not spirits either." The red-helmeted warrior let out a distorted chuckle as they crossed their arms. "The primitive thinks we're gods." The armored one seemed to be amused with this idea, much to Azula's growing annoyance. Especially with how they keep using the word primitive to describe her. She ignored the armored one's comment in favor of focusing on more important information. "If you are not spirits, then just what are you?" The lizard man practically jumped to answer her before any other comments could be made. "Well, we're just people. Like you, or not really like you, but similar." Azula let out an exasperated laugh at that statement. "Similar? How so?" "You are a walking, talking lizard," she said to him, keeping a hard gaze. "That's rude." The lizard man mumbled. "You look downright demonic." Azula spat to the woman who only raised a brow at her. "And you?" She turned to the armored warrior and paused, their black visors staring at her. "Well, I don't know what you look like, but I'd imagine it's nothing too flattering." The warrior let out what sounded like an animal-like snarl. "There is nothing similar between us or any of the monsters you have on this ship. If you are truly just people, then where is it you come from if not the Earth?" She finished, lacing her voice in contempt. The woman stepped forward closer to the cell bars, using her height advantage to tower over her and commanding posture to let Azula know who was truly in charge. "What do you know of space travel?" Azula did not answer as she didn't know much, but stubbornly wouldn't admit to it. The captain took her silence as an answer. "Earth, is that the name of your world?" Again she didn't answer but was curious as to where this was leading towards. "What if I told you that your Earth is but a tiny grain of sand in the infinite desert of space? That there are billions of Earths out there, each one different to one another, many housing trillions of different types of people. This ship that we stand on has been to many of them and has hundreds of people from each one of those worlds on board." Azula listened intently towards this information. It sounded ridiculous. All her life she was told there were only two worlds. the physical world she presides in and the spirit world. However, these supposed people standing before her proved otherwise. Say I believe you. Why do my people not know of this? Space is a very big place. Not everyone gets to meet each other. Some are able to leave their worlds and meet others, while some spend their entire existence without knowing. Yours simply aren't at the level where they can join us. Azula kept a stoic mask, however cracks of confusion, amazement and other emotions formed. Not at the level to join us. She repeated in her head. Now she supposed she knows what they meant by primitive. She noticed she was slipping again and shook the shock off in an effort to maintain control. She cannot lose control again, especially in front of these people. Who exactly is us? She asked the captain, referring to them specifically. I suppose now may be a good time to introduce ourselves. My name is Myrelle. I am the captain of the Sakor. The captain gestured to ship around them, and leader of the Crimson Storm. Crimson Storm? Azula repeated, is that some sort of organization? Why yes actually, however the details of which are not important now. Just know that we mean you no harm. Azula was skeptical of that last part, despite how relatively unharmed she is. Now that I've answered your questions, perhaps you are willing to answer some of ours. First, do you have a name, or should we make one up for you? The princess kept her gaze on them for a moment, thinking up one of the various aliases she had to use in order to get around, but realized these people don't know who she is, so why should she hide? It would be nice to be able to go about using her own name without worrying about the attention it would bring. Azula. All right, Azula, now how did you get on my ship? Azula doesn't answer immediately, as she thought how best to answer this question, opting to tell the truth rather than lie, but only giving what was necessary. There's a lot of holes on your vessel. I just happened to fall into one. Is that so? The captain didn't seem too satisfied with this answer, but didn't probe further. Third question. She motioned for the lizard man to enter the conversation. Hi. I'm Dr. Lectro, and I would like to know. He turned his device's screen towards her, displaying an image of her firebending in the large open room filled with creatures from an elevated angle. How did you do this? Azula sits up from the bed looking at the unfamiliar device and the image of her swinging an arch of flames at her crew. She mentally scoffed at the stream of weak orange flames she produced. They should have been a large blast of brilliant blue. She made no indication of this to her captors. You mean my firebending? Firebending? Lectra repeated with a raised brow, hoping she would go into further elaboration. Yes, firebending. Azula took some pleasure in dragging out this explanation, hoping to provoke some kind of reaction. I generate fire using my chi. She then provided a demonstration, holding out one of her hands, and through some painstaking effort, was able to summon a small flame in the palm of her hand. The doctor's eyes widened and the corners of his mouth raised upward in delight. Fascinating. He lowered to look directly into the flame, as if it was the first time he saw one. Myrelle maintained an indifferent expression, however she too was fascinated by this display. The armored warriors barely reacted. This chi, is it some sort of term for an energy source the body produces, or is it a religious philosophy surrounding it? I wonder if perhaps there are some sort of glands in your hands that produce some sort of combustible substance. Lectro continued inquisitively. Almost too quickly for Azula to follow, deciding she's had enough of being bombarded with questions, she closed her hand, snuffing out the flame. Is bending the elements not common to the worlds you come from? Lectro gave her a strange look. Elements? As in more than one? Not just fire? That answers that question at least. Yes. 4 to be exact. Fire, air, water, and earth. The people of my world can manipulate all the elements to our whim, she said in a smug manner, while crossing her legs as she sat on the bed in a dignified manner. The armored warrior crossed their Arms skeptically, what a load of crap. Azula's smug demeanor lessened at this person's crass comment. Why are we wasting our time listening to some primitive little girl act tough? We should just throw her out the airlock and call it a day. Focus on who's attacking us. Little girl? Azula repeated with irritation. Angara. Myrelle said calmly, but was laced in a warning tone. A silent reprimand to the scarlet-headed soldier, the one known as Angara, scoffs as they lean up against the opposite wall. Myrelle sighed tiredly as she turned and made her way down the hallway. I need to return to the bridge. Learn as much as you can and report back. We'll return her down to the planet's surface as soon as you're done. Angara, remain here and make sure the good doctor doesn't try to get an up-close view of our guest's little light show. The sound of a door closing punctuated the finality of her orders. Azula got a little more comfortable knowing she would be here for a while. So, you all are aliens from different worlds and such. So what is it that you are doing on mine? Well, you see, the funny thing is we never really intended to come to your planet or star system in the first place. We were attacked out of the blue by someone and made an emergency jump through quantum space and arrived here entirely by accident about a week ago. To be honest, we had no idea there were even habitable planets in this system. Azula dismissed the various large words he used, but latched onto the detail of an attack, and her mind raced as to what could attack a ship of this size and cause it to crash. You were being attacked? By what? Pirates, most likely. Just came out of nowhere, but we managed to chase them off before we lost control of one of the engines and, well, you know the rest. Pirates in space. That was something Azula didn't think she'd ever hear, but now she knows that other factions seem to prowl the night sky, and this ship, for as large as it is, was capable of falling victim to pirates. She shudders to think what lowly pirates might have had. Now about those bending abilities? Lectra changed the subject with an expression Azula could only describe as a child being given a new toy. You'll also like. It was a lengthy walk from the detention center to the bridge, but when Myrelle arrived, the doors to the bridge slide open as the captain enters a wide-open room with large windows lining the walls, displaying the cold void of space beyond it and overlooking the rest of the ship from high above the rear end, along with being lined with various monitors, screens that are seated with various personnel occupying their stations. The center of the room housed a large table with a holographic display floating with its space and officers of various species went scrambling back and forth assessing various aspects of the ship. The second attack happened several days after they arrived in the system, just as Myrelle was going to give the order to send a scout team to the planet's surface below. After all, it wasn't every day she and her crew'd discover a new habitable planet. Might as well see if it had anything of worth, and something of worth it did have. Its people seem capable of bending the elements to their will, something never seen before by other life forms. Perhaps she could use people with abilities like that. The Crimson Storm is always looking for new recruits. Damage report. She ordered her second-in-command as she marched to the holodeble. Her second, Commander Shawl, an older bald man the same species as her with purple skin, typed on some keys to the table. Summoning a holographic display of the ship, we suffered moderate damage to our port side engine from torpedoes and were taken offline temporarily. Our shield generator took some damage and has been coming in and offline as well. The crash on the planet's surface didn't help us either, as we now have holes all over the hull with the main reactor taking minor damage. Myrelle took in all the information while maintaining a level head. The damage isn't anything she hasn't seen before, it wasn't even the worst she's experienced. She studied the display, noting the left engine flashing bright red along with other portions of the ship. Positive ID on our attackers? He hands her a tablet he had tucked under his arm that displayed a U-shaped fighter. The same ones that attacked them. What caught her attention was the red geometric symbol of a screaming skull with 4 eye sockets that popped out against the green armored plating of their vessels, one she recognized. Death's Head. She stated with displeasure as she continued to observe the details. Death's Head was one of the many mercenary groups the Crimson Storm had to deal with. Yes. Her second agreed, it would seem they have had enough of us stealing their clientele. These are just fighters. They wouldn't chase us all the way out here on their own. Myrelle tossed the tablet aside and changed the holographic display of the ship to a map of the solar system. Meaning there is a carrier not far behind. Shawl caught on. I don't suppose we have an idea of where it is? No, ma'am. How'd they track us here? Last I checked, this system is uncharted. Our theory so far is that they followed the signal left behind by our jump point. Any sign of Death's Head since the attack? No, ma'am. Our scanners have been searching for them since we broke atmosphere. Myrelle massaging the bridge of her nose as if a headache had finally cleared up, allowing her to relax a little. Good. The last thing we need is to be taken by surprise again. Indeed. Commander Shaw agreed. On another matter, some members of the crew have been asking questions about the stowaway incident in Hangar 3. Really now? What have they been asking? Mostly about if her shooting fire from her hands is accurate. Those that saw it are even wondering if you'll recruit her. I don't think so. Myrelle answered firmly as she made her way to the captain's chair on a lowered platform near the front of the deck. As fascinated with Azula's abilities as I may be, she's just a child. We'll get the basics of what this ability of hers is, send her home, and based on what Lectra reports about it, I may consider scouting for new recruits here. Azula? The stowaway's name, Shawl. Ah, I see. Regardless of what you decide, I will support you. However, some on the crew already seem to be wary of the stowaway's ability. Namely Cetro. He has been sending his objections of the matter from the infirmary. The commander pressed a button on the captain's console, playing a loud, agitated message from the head engineer that caused the captain to wince at its intensity and was almost incomprehensible. He's quite agitated about his hand being burned. Myrelle closed the message, resting her head in her hand as she sat back. Feeling drained already, when is Cetro not agitated? Shawl couldn't help but agree with that statement. Tell Cetro not to worry. If we want to recruit a walking, talking flamethrower, it'll be one I decide on for myself. She began massaging her temples. I swear I need a break from all of this when we get back to base. I'll be sure to schedule a vacation for you, Shawl said as he went back to his station. For the past 7 years since the Crimson Storm's inception, it has been close call after close call, with the constant attacks from pirates, rivalries with other mercenary groups, or potential clients being snuffed out by the overall constant power struggles of the galaxy. The Crimson Storm has always held on by the tips of their fingers, with every day being a struggle for survival. Perhaps she can rest her tired eyes for just a moment and regain a little bit of strength. The sound of sirens cuts through the air, stopping everything. Myrelle's eyes shooting open with it. Enemy ship detected. A bridge officer announces. Incoming torpedoes. Another officer shouts. The captain let out a tired sigh. Never a dull moment. She said under her breath, "Battle station." Hey, we have a Patreon chock full of NSFW content. Audios, GIFs, sauces, captions and more in our Patreon. Most of the audios are free, however, everything else will cost you. I want to grow story into an actual brand business. An actual animation, publishing, movie studio. So if even you follow our Patreon for free, it'll really help out. Azula rolled her eyes as she sat in her cell listening as Dr. Lectro repeated everything she explained to him in order to understand it. So, this G substance flows through the body and you are capable of using this energy to just summon fire without a fuel source? Chi is the fuel. She corrected in annoyance. Right. He taps this information away on his handheld device, and some people are born with this ability and others are not. Correct? Correct. And you are only capable of generating fire? Azula nodded, leaving lightning out of her explanation. She would need an ace up her sleeve should something go wrong. And you can only bend one of the 4 elements. No one can manipulate more than one? Correct. She said quickly, leaving no room for doubt on the matter. The last thing she needs is for them to know about the Avatar. It may spark their interest enough to want to seek him out. She still didn't know what the Crimson Storm was or who they held their allegiance for. Lectro finished tapping away at his tablet. Absolutely fascinating stuff. What I'd give to run some tests. Angara's head shot up from where she leaned up against the wall. Not happening. She stays in the cell, Captain's orders. Oh, come on, you can't expect me to collect all this data and just not run some tests. I gotta find out the science behind this. Then include it in your report. The captain will find you another one to take to the lab. One with a little less attitude. Azula cocked her head towards Angara, a look of annoyance plastered across her features. Excuse me? Angara replied with indifference, You're excused, princess. Her eyes widened a bit. How did they know she was royalty? Did she let something slip in their exchange, or is this just another cross comment from this rude individual? She remained silent, not acknowledging the comment. However, Angara noticed the subtle reaction. So you are a princess? Figured you were some kind of royalty, given how you carry yourself. Although, I would have expected a princess to dress the part. Angara said with a chuckle while gesturing to Azula's disheveled appearance. So why are you dressed like some street urchin? You run away from home because you didn't like who Daddy wanted you to marry? Azula shot up from her seat, anger flowing through her. They were right, she is a princess and she will not be disrespected by some thug too cowardly to show their face. I'd watch my tone if I were you. Her voice dripped with malice. Angara stopped leaning against the wall and approached the cell bars. Or what? Lectro, now sensing the tension between them, decided to step in between them. Angara, he said in a measured tone, trying to muster as much authority as the captain. Remember what we said about playing nice with others. Azula's mouth curled up after hearing this. Perhaps she can provoke a reaction out of them and have some fun while in the cell. They seemed too fascinated with her bending to allow Angara to do anything to her. Perhaps you should listen to him. After all, you'll probably get in trouble with your captain if you try to go any further with this. Or even worse, become embarrassed once I show you some manners on how to properly speak to royalty. Lectro turned to her, shaking his head, indicating for her to not escalate the situation further. A distorted metallic mocking laugh came from Angara. That's funny, princess. Talking like that to the person who put your ass in this cell to begin with. I will admit that, yes, you did take me down. But that was only because I was momentarily overwhelmed by the realization that aliens exist. Given a fair fight, I'd have no doubt that I'd make short work of you. Angara pushed Lectro out of the way as she approached the cell. Is that right? Then let's get you out of this cell and see if you can put your money where your mouth is. Ah, but what about her staying put? Lectro asked. Shut it, document, she ordered without ever taking their gaze away from the princess. Before their verbal battle could continue, the lights dimmed red and the ear-piercing alarm returned, catching everyone's attention. Well, your lucky day. Duty calls. Angara turned away and marched down the corridor. Doc, stay with the prisoner while I go see what's going on. But she's not a prisoner. Lectro shouted as the door slid close behind them. He turned to Azula and gave a sheepish smile. You're not a prisoner. If I'm not a prisoner, then let me out of here. Azula banged on the luminous barrier with her cuffs. This is probably the safest place on the ship for you. Don't worry, we'll be fine. The captain will take care of this and nothing bad will happen. They were both rocked side to side by an explosion. You'll also like hull breach. Deck 7, a bridge officer announced as an explosion rocked the ship from side to side. What happened to the shields? Myrelle. Azula rolled her eyes as she sat in her cell listening as Dr. Lectro repeated everything she explained to him in order to understand it. So, this G substance flows through the body and you are capable of using this energy to just summon fire without a fuel source? Chi is the fuel. She corrected in annoyance. Right. He taps this information away on his handheld device, and some people are born with this ability and others are not. Correct? Correct. And you are only capable of generating fire? Azula nodded, leaving lightning out of her explanation. She would need an ace up her sleeve should something go wrong. And you can only bend one of the 4 elements. No one can manipulate more than one? Correct. She said quickly, leaving no room for doubt on the matter. The last thing she needs is for them to know about the Avatar. It may spark their interest enough to want to seek him out. She still didn't know what the Crimson Storm was or who they held their allegiance for. Lectro finished tapping away at his tablet. Absolutely fascinating stuff. What I'd give to run some tests. Angara's head shot up from where she leaned up against the wall. Not happening. She stays in the cell, Captain's orders. Oh come on, you can't expect me to collect all this data and just not run some tests. I gotta find out the science behind this. Then include it in your report. The captain will find you another one to take to the lab. One with a little less attitude. Azula cocked her head towards Angara, a look of annoyance plastered across her features. Excuse me? Angara replied with indifference, You're excused, princess. Her eyes widened a bit. How did they know she was royalty? Did she let something slip in their exchange, or is this just another cross comment from this rude individual? She remained silent, not acknowledging the comment. However, Angara noticed the subtle reaction. So you are a princess? Figured you were some kind of royalty, given how you carry yourself. Although, I would have expected a princess to dress the part. Angara said with a chuckle while gesturing to Azula's disheveled appearance. So why are you dressed like some street urchin? You run away from home because you didn't like who Daddy wanted you to marry? Azula shot up from her seat, anger flowing through her. They were right, she is a princess and she will not be disrespected by some thug too cowardly to show their face. I'd watch my tone if I were you. Her voice dripped with malice. Angara stopped leaning against the wall and approached the cell bars, or what? Lectro, now sensing the tension between them, decided to step in between them. Angara, he said in a measured tone, trying to muster as much authority as the captain. Remember what we said about playing nice with others. Azula's mouth curled up after hearing this. Perhaps she can provoke a reaction out of them and have some fun while in the cell. They seemed too fascinated with her bending to allow Angara to do anything to her. Perhaps you should listen to him. After all, you'll probably get in trouble with your captain if you try to go any further with this. Or even worse, become embarrassed once I show you some manners on how to properly speak to royalty. Lectro turned to her, shaking his head, indicating for her to not escalate the situation further. A distorted metallic mocking laugh came from Angara. That's funny, princess. Talking like that to the person who put your ass in this cell to begin with. I will admit that, yes, you did take me down. But that was only because I was momentarily overwhelmed by the realization that aliens exist. Given a fair fight, I'd have no doubt that I'd make short work of you. Angara pushed Lectro out of the way as she approached the cell. Is that right? Then let's get you out of this cell and see if you can put your money where your mouth is. Ah, but what about her staying put? Lectro asked. Shut it, document, she ordered without ever taking their gaze away from the princess. Before their verbal battle could continue, the lights dimmed red and the ear-piercing alarm returned, catching everyone's attention. Well, your lucky day. Duty calls. Angara turned away and marched down the corridor. Doc, stay with the prisoner while I go see what's going on. But she's not a prisoner. Lectra shouted as the door slid close behind them. He turned to Azula and gave a sheepish smile. You're not a prisoner. If I'm not a prisoner, then let me out of here. Azula banged on the luminous barrier with her cuffs. This is probably the safest place on the ship for you. Don't worry, we'll be fine. The captain will take care of this and nothing bad will happen. They were both rocked side to side by an explosion. You'll also like hull breach. Deck 7, a bridge officer announced as an explosion rocked the ship from side to side. What happened to the shields? Myrelle demanded as another explosion rocked the vessel. Offline. Again. Commander Shaw answered, the shield generator still hasn't been properly repaired. Have we located that ship? Enemy vessel located. Putting it on screen now, a bridge officer sent an image to the main holographic screen of a large bulbous screen vessel covered in cannons drifting between the planet and the moon miles away from the Sakor. A screaming red skull painted proudly on its port side. Myrelle recognized this vessel anywhere. Skyburner, the Death's Head mercenary group's prized flagship. The Crimson Storm has fought the Death's Head before in petty squabbles over clients and territory, but it had never escalated into a full-scale battle between capital ships. The volley of explosions stopped as suddenly as they happened. They're hailing us, Captain, the helmsman announced. On screen. Let's see what these bastards want. Get that shield generator back online, start charging the las gun, and have all weapons ready to fire. Myrelle readjusted herself, making herself look as dignified as possible as the image of the Skyburner was replaced by a video feed of a hunched-over creature covered in slimy green skin. A long head with 4 red eyes, a chin covered in tendrils, dressed in a dark green uniform and seated in a captain's chair of its own. Captain Myrelle. The creature croaked out, his gravelly voice dripping with contempt for the person he addressed. Captain Duratix. Is there a reason why you're firing on my ship? I know we've never gotten along, but I hardly think this is any way to behave. The Death's Head is just giving payback for the lives lost on Pavilion 5. Myrelle narrowed her eyes. My condolences, Duratix, but we were on a job that day and your client at the time was causing trouble for ours. I can't help if your men were caught in the crossfire. You know how mercenary work is. The leader of the Death's Head sneered, his 4 nostrils flaring. I am aware. Commander Shaw approached the captain and discreetly informed her that weapons were back online. So is that what this is? Revenge? And here, I thought you were just a shrewd businessman who didn't let emotions get in the way. Duratix let out a croaking laugh. Oh, but I am a businessman. The whole reason I am even speaking to you now is to conduct a trade. Trade? Myrelle was slightly taken aback by this, but decided to hear him out, only to stall for time for the shield generator to come back on. What do you have in mind? Duratix leaned back, stroking his tendrils with a 3-clawed hand. You have something that our current client wants, the fabricator. Give it to me, and I will spare your ship. Myrelle was shocked that he knew she was in possession of such a rare piece of equipment. They had only just recently acquired it after raiding a pirate hideout and taking it for the storm. Now she was wondering how the Death's Head got word of it. I don't know what you are talking about. You think I'd be working as a mercenary if I had one of those? Don't play dumb with me, Myrelle. We know you have it. We were scouting that pirate hideout for weeks to take that fabricator for our client. That explains that then. Myrelle saw no reason to keep up the lie now. Well, Duradix, all I can say is that you should have gotten to it first. The Crimson Storm isn't going to surrender anything to you. Duradix laughed at her defiance. I was hoping you'd say that. After all, I never had any intention of sparing your ship and crew. After all, the client is paying double for your head. With the knowledge that Duradix so carelessly revealed in his hubris, Myrelle went through a mental list of the various individuals and organizations that want her and her crew dead, but decided that that was best left for a different time. Now she had to focus on the immediate threat. Reroute power to shields and fire all batteries, she commanded. Azula sat on the bed in a meditative posture, breathing in and out steadily, trying to regain the strength of her inner flame. However, it still felt just as weak now as it did before. But the constant rocking and sounds of explosions emanating from the walls made focusing difficult. Lectro paced about outside of her cell, typing away at his tablet. Azula didn't know if his device was capable of telling him what was going on, or if he was just taping away to keep his mind occupied. Either way, it was contributing to her annoyance. Can you stop pacing? It's distracting. Lectro halted in his tracks, taken by surprise by her sudden comment. What? Oh, sorry. I always do that when a battle happens. Not really a soldier, so I would much rather be in the lab now, but I'd rather not leave you alone here. How touching. The sarcasm in her voice was not lost on him. Azula knew he wasn't staying because of some moral obligation, only to be sure his latest science experiment didn't get loose and wander off. She could wonder about this later as another explosion rocked her cell. I take it the pirates that made your ship crash are back. Lectro grabbed hold of the wall to stabilize himself. Looks like it, and it seems they have more firepower this time around. This ship will be able to withstand their assault, right? Azula asked, wanting confirmation that she wasn't trapped on a sinking boat. Of course. She may be old, but the Sakor is the toughest warship around. She's walked away from worse. He reassured her with confidence that was soon dashed away after a loud crash was heard that threw them both to the floor. Direct hit on decks 4 and 5. A bridge officer called out. What happened to our shields? Myrelle demanded after recovering from the blow. Shields are offline again. Commander Shaw informed her. Myrelle cursed to herself. Get engineering on the line and tell them to do whatever that have to get that shield back on. She turned to the helmsman as another explosion rocked the compartment. Take us closer to the planet. As per her command, the Sakor shifted downward as torpedoes flew past, missing their mark or were shot down by point defense turrets, while cannon blasts darted past or collided with the ship's hull. Myrelle knew she risked the ship crashing again, but the planet's atmosphere and gravity would confuse the enemy torpedoes' targeting systems, at least until they are recalibrated for atmosphere combat. Any advantage to minimize damage dealt by the enemy is welcomed. After a few minutes of torpedo barges missing their marks, the Skyburner ceased its assault. Still in its drifting position, large doors on its side slid open, where a dozen of U-shaped fighters flew out, boosting towards the direction of the Sakor, along with several larger tube-shaped ships accompanying them. Enemy ships scattering fighters, another bridge officer announced. The screens flooded with red lights, displaying hostile spacecraft. Several of the fighters getting close enough to land bombing runs on several of the Sakor's cannons. Get every fighter available off the ground and ready to intercept. With the shields down and their weapons being targeted, there was little to stop Duradix's crew from boarding the Sakor. He wouldn't risk completely destroying the ship with their targets still on board. There was no doubt in her mind that the fighters were probably escorting boarding craft. Within moments, the Sakor's own fighters were deployed from the hangars along its length. Ships boosted towards each other, firing plasma beams and missiles at one another from vast distances, colliding into each other, turning the space between the ships into one of explosions and debris. Before dogfights began to ensue, with both sides taking casualties. The Death's Head fighters outnumbered the Crimson Storm, however their ships were cheaper and easier to destroy, while the Crimson Storm's fighters were more robust and heavily armed, but the cheaper fighters proved to be overwhelming as one by one they were destroyed. The sharp nose of the tube ships pierced the succor and burrowing themselves firmly into the hull, one of which bored straight through the wall of one of the many cells of the detention center, the sudden impact throwing both Dr. Lectro and Azula to the floor. Dr. Lectro fumbled back to his feet, regaining some semblance of what just happened. He saw that at the far end of the corridor a large cone-shaped structure poked out of one of the cells. Why, maybe the detention center isn't the safest place for you. Oh really? Azula deadpanned as she recovered from the fall. Lectro dropped his tablet and began typing away at the panel on the wall that dropped the luminous barrier and retracted the angular bars. Azula dashed out of the cell, past Lectro's attempt to help her out, pausing when she saw the structure. She didn't bother questioning what it was. All she knew was that it wasn't conducive to her survival. With a loud hiss, the structure began to open like a mechanical flower. Lectro grabbed her shoulder, upholstered a plasma pistol from his side, and began pulling her down towards the exit. She would normally not allow anyone to touch her, however this was a special situation, and she began running with him to the door as humanoid shapes exited the craft clad in dark green armor and began firing at them both. Azula instinctively ducked out of the way, sending an arc of flames towards them with a sweeping kick. Her weaker orange fire barely reached them, but caught them off guard enough for them to escape, where Lectro locked the door behind them. Who were they? Azula demanded. By the look of their uniforms, I'd say Death's Head. Lectro didn't go any further and instead motioned her to follow down the corridor away from the enemy craft, having nowhere left to go. Azula followed him as they jogged down the corridor past other alien crew members scrambling to react to being boarded. As they were traversing the ship, she could feel her inner flame returning to her, the strength of her fire growing with each passing moment. Her confidence grew with it. Where exactly are we going? My lab. We can hunker down in there for a while the rest of the crew deals with the intruders. Can you at least get these cuffs off? She held up her cuffed hands for emphasis. I would, but I don't have the keys to them. Oh well, that's just great, she growled out. The sarcasm was not lost on Lectro. She continued following him, weathering through the hard turbulence, falling multiple times into the padding on the walls, but managed to keep up with the lizard man. We're getting close. My lab is coming up on this next turn. As they got closer to a two-way intersection, two crew members came down only to be gunned down by bolts of red energy coming down the opposite end, causing both Lectro and Azula to pause. Several Death's Head soldiers appeared from the corridor and began firing at the two. They both retreated behind the corridor with Lectro firing back at them. Okay, the lab might not be an option anymore. What now? The scientist thought to himself for a moment as they were going down another hallway. I'll take you to one of the escape pods and try and shoot you back to the planet. An explosion stopped them, with wires being knocked loose from the walls and pipes spewing out steam blocking their path. On the opposite end of the hall, they heard more blaster fire coming their way. At the end of the hall, they witnessed two Death's Head soldiers retreating while firing at an unknown assailant. One was struck in the chest and went down, while the body of a third one flew into the last soldier, throwing them against the corner of the corridor. Azula prepared herself for whatever it was that could have taken them out, but found that she could only take a defensive stance with her hands still bound. Lectro pointing his weapon down the hall as well, shaking in anticipation, clearly not wanting to deal with this situation. What emerged from the corridor was a 9-foot-tall creature clad in gunmetal, gray and silver metal plating that was integrated into his body, making him look more like a machine than a man, or the closest thing to a man that exists on the ship. His face was somewhat human-like, except for the metal plates that seemed to be welded onto his grayish-purple skin and lack of a visible nose. The most striking feature being the curved red metal mohawk going down the center of his head. On his shoulder sat a short, squat, toad-like creature dressed in a jumpsuit with webbed hands and feet. A wide head with large bulging green eyes, faded blue moist skin, a series of spiked fins running down its head that was blue in coloration, and a wide grin filled with fawn-like teeth, one of which was made of gold. Azula kept her gaze hard as these new individuals turned to them, the larger one holding a much larger weapon than the others, with the smaller creature holding a smaller yet still large gun. The metal individual's gaze was equally as hard due to what looked like goggle frames welded around his eyes. She didn't know who he was aligned with and was ready to fight back if necessary. She was ready to make the first strike until Electro lowered his weapon and proudly exclaimed, "Sev. Gax. Thank whatever divine force that exists that we ran into you too." The metal giant's hard-edged brow softened as he greeted the lizard man in a jovial manner. "Electro. Glad to see you're still kicking. I'm not surprised you are. What with that armored plating of yours and whatever firepower Gax is packing." The smaller creature known as Gax snickered in a way Azula could only describe as unhinged, with an expression to match. Sev approached, his thunderous footsteps echoing down the hall, and with each passing step Azula witnessed just how large this being was compared to her, with his mohawk almost touching the ceiling of the corridors. "Who's this?" he asked in a rather crude manner, pointing a long metal claw towards the princess. "This is Azula, a princess from the planet below," Electro introduced quickly. "The girl that was shooting fire from her hands down in Hangar 3? "The very same," Azula answered, easing out of a defensive stance. A wide grin plastered his face with a chuckle. "Sweet. Azula, this is Severin and Gax, our weapons specialists. You can call me Sev." "Gumbo Waya Chutta," Gax said in a loud, shrill voice. "What?" Azula asked in confusion at the creature's choice of words. Electro leaned in, pointing to the device in both of their ears. "The translators don't really pick up whatever language he speaks very well." Sev marched past them. "So, you enjoying your first day on the job, Your Highness?" "Excuse me?" Azula followed him rather than Electro, mostly for Severin's more imposing size, confused as to what he meant by his question. Electro jogged to keep up with them. "Actually, she's not a member of the crew. The captain wanted her to be returned to the planet's surface." "Really?" He sounded shocked as a squad of enemies appeared from a corner, but were immediately mowed down by Sev's large rapid-fire weapon. "Thought she'd be interested in having someone who could shoot fireballs as a mercenary." Gax said something in his strange language that seemed like he agreed with him as he fired down another hall, hitting several intruders. "I'm not some commodity," Azula interrupted them. "See, she doesn't even want to join," Electro added. "What we should do is find an escape pod and jettison her back home." A door opened just as Sev walked past, with a death's head soldier almost as large as him leaping out, attempting to strike him in the head with the butt of his weapon. However, Sev caught the weapon with his free hand while Gax fired his weapon at the interloper's face. "We might want to deal with this problem first. Any escape pods we send out now are gonna get shot down." "Gesh." Gax agreed, not wanting to let these beings dictate her fate. Azula decided to speak up. "I for one would prefer an escape plan that doesn't involve me dying horribly. But first, can any of you get me out of these cuffs? I can be of greater help to all of us with my hands unbound," she emphasized by holding up her cuffed wrists. "Gotcha covered." Sev grabbed hold of her wrists, his large metal hands completely wrapping around her arms, and with a quick yank snapped the cord between the cuffs. It should come to no surprise to Azula that someone of his size and build was strong enough to do this, but she didn't dwell on it long as she savored being freed despite the cuffs still being around her wrists. "Let's see what those powers of yours can do, princess." He then handed her the plasma weapon the previous attacker held before, jogging down the corridor. "I don't know how to use this," She shouted, following him with Electro in tow. Whether or not he heard her or ignored her was unclear to Azula, as the sounds of blaster fire echoed down various corridors, drowning out their voices. The Sakor just got hit by dozens of boarding ships. Most of the crew got caught up in firefights and cut off from various parts of the ship. I heard from the cargo bay that they're all converging on the storage rooms in the ship's interior. Sev informed them as another enemy appeared from behind a blast door that caused him to instinctively punch with his free hand. His superior strength sending the enemy ragdolling back several feet. Azula was slightly taken aback by the violent display of strength. "And what exactly is it that you are carrying?" she asked as she fumbled around with the plasma weapon in her hands, trying to figure out how it works in a way that made Electro uneasy enough to run behind her as to not be on the receiving end of an accidental discharge. To put it simply, really valuable cargo. Electro answered. Sev fired his weapon on a group of Death's Head members already engaged in a firefight, taking them out without them realizing they were there. Angara's already there holding them off, but she's pinned down, so I was on my way to back her up. "We'll take the stairway there," and, as they reached the corridor that led to the stairway, they were met with a large group of the enemy already stationed there, using their plasma weapons to melt through the blast doors. All of their visored eyes trained on the four of them before firing on them. Thankfully, they came from an intersection and were capable of taking cover. Sev and Gax fired blindly from one side of the hall as plasma bolts kept them from peeking over, while Electro fired sparingly. Azula tried to follow his lead and was able to peek over from his side. After observing how these weapons were used, she attempted to fire the plasma weapon but was not prepared for the recoil to knock her back and miss her mark entirely. Growing frustrated with it, she tossed it aside and with 2 fingers shot a bolt of blue fire directly at one of their faces. Not enough to do any damage, but enough to disorient him, while Sev or Gax took the killing shot. The feeling of her inner fire returning, filling her with strength and an eagerness to fight. She did not understand why her firebending felt so weak to begin with, or why it was suddenly returning, but she couldn't complain. Their assailants soon caught on to this and began to focus their assault on her. In an attempt to defend herself, she bent a wall of fire to deflect the plasma blasts, but as she rotated her hands, swaying the existing flames into a fiery spiral, the bolts already in air swayed and curved at her movements, missing her and being redirected into the floor or wall. Electro, Sev and Gax looked at her in surprise at this display, with even the Death's Head soldiers halted in their onslaught. Flabbergasted, they snapped out of their shock and went back to firing at her, but now armed with the knowledge that she could manipulate their projectiles, she dived out of cover and swayed her arms to manipulate the bolts flying towards her. She could feel the bolts coming at her like fireballs from another bender, but moved too fast for her to stop fully, and instead was forced to redirect every bolt away from her. Sev jumped out of cover, following behind her, with Gax jumping off him and following with his own assault form the floor as she haphazardly redirected the bolts away, periodically firing and taking out several more until there were only 4 left. Azula bent the remaining beams, managing to catch them, but couldn't stop their momentum, and like a waterbender swayed her arms in a clockwise fluid motion, the beams arcing in air like water as she redirected them back and took out the remaining enemies. She didn't mean to follow a water-bending form, however, the movements flowed more naturally when bending them. "How the hell did you do that?" Sev asked, walking past her, stepping over the bodies to get to the door. I don't know," she said honestly, not fully understanding what she did. "That was incredible," Electro said with glee as he hopped over the fallen soldiers. "I've never seen plasma being manipulated like that without the use of some form of technology. I wonder what it could possibly be?" With a hiss, the thick blast doors slid open, allowing them access to the stairwell after Sev punched in the necessary code. "How about we talk about this later? You do have a plan of attack, I presume, right?" Azula questioned the large cybernetic man as he led the way, Gax climbing back onto his shoulder. "Yeah. Get in. Shoot all the bad guys. Maybe celebrate with a glass of squig later." That is a terrible plan. Worked for us in the past. But you're covered in hard armored plating while we're not. Lectro pointed out. Take a note out of Gax's book and stay behind me, then. Sev opened another set of blast doors on the floor of their destination. Besides, we've got someone who can direct the flow of plasma fire away from us. Azula looked at him incredulously. I just learned I could do this minutes ago. I don't know the limits of its capabilities yet, and you just want to throw me to the wolf bats. Wolf box? Gax questioned, looking at her in confusion. You'll never know unless you practice. Sev gave her a cocky grin, flashing his chrome-colored teeth. The princess only shook her head at the level of recklessness he displayed. This is going to get us all killed. After finding a small blast door with the almost deafening sound of blaster fire coming from behind it, Sev took a defensive position near the door with Azula and Lectro behind him. He opens the door, and just before he could rush in, the body of a smoking death's head soldier flew out, colliding with the opposite wall. Ignoring the sudden body being flung at them, Sev charged into a large open room filled with crates and other supplies. Littering the floor were dozens of bodies from both the crew of the Sakor and of the intruders. Scorch marks lining the walls and crates. In the center of the bloodshed there was Angara, displaying a dance of carnage and fury while surrounded by death's head soldiers. She moved like a feral animal clad in armor, dodging and weaving out of the way of blaster fire or deflecting them, with a luminous circular shield appearing from her left gauntlet while returning fire from a single pistol, closing the distance between her and her opponent, taking them down with a swift strike to their abdomen or head with her shield. As Angara grabbed a hold of another enemy, using them as a shield. Once she retracted her luminous one from another opponent's blaster fire. Sev charged in, using his size advantage to barrel straight into several other enemies, sending them flying before offering supporting fire at Angara's side. Gax firing at the opponents behind Sev. Took you long enough, she said, tossing her shield aside and ducking out of another blast. Got held up on the way here. He responded with a grin as a bolt bounced off his chest plate. Also, I brought some help. Just as Angara was about to ask what he meant by that, a blast of blue flames collided with an enemy, knocking them to the ground. Azula leapt in, throwing waves of fire and jabs towards her opponents, forcing them to remain behind cover. What's she doing here? Angara asked fiercely. Dashing to grab a plasma rifle from a fallen opponent and firing at several enemies on the upper level, Azula used her newfound ability of redirecting plasma fire to fling enemy blasts away, then firing back with her own, lending you my strength. You clearly need it. Angara only responded with another animalistic snarl. Azula shot a blast at an opponent behind Angara, nearly striking her red helmet. Angara growled at her as she summoned her shield again, soaking up plasma fire while closing the distance between her and her opponent. Backhanding the weapon out of his hand, then firing at him until her weapon overheated, Angara moved to find cover as one of the enemies fired at her from above, with a stray shot colliding with her helmet, sending her reeling back. Azula took cover behind some crates and found that she was pinned down, too many plasma blasts coming her way, giving her no window to try and manipulate them. Now would probably be a good time to try and bend lightning. She just needs enough time to generate it. Just as she began to make the necessary hand motions, one of the enemy soldiers appeared by her side, his weapon sights trained on her. There was no time for her to react, no time to stop her motion and fire bend. Before he could squeeze the trigger, a bright red helmet was thrown at his head, making him miss his shot. Angara tackled him to the ground before he could recover and impaled him with a blade protruding from her gauntlet. She turned to face Azula. Her face was very human-like, except for her yellowish-green skin, long blood-red hair tied back in a braid with various tribal beads woven into it, narrow cat-like eyes surrounded by black sharp-edged tribal tattoos, thin slits for nostrils, with short spiked horns growing around her head, poking through her scarlet hair like a crown of thorns. "What are you looking at?" she sneered, retracting the blade. Azula let her surprise at her appearance waver and instead gave her a smirk. "I was right. You aren't that flattering underneath that mask. Angara hissed at her, flashing her fangs. Just stay out of my way. Princess. Two more enemies appeared with their weapons ready. Angara shot up to her feet, and a cone-shaped weapon unfolded from her right shoulder, firing a series of long needles from pores along its surface that pierced their armor, killing them instantly. Small thrusters along the backside of Angara's suit propelled her past Azula, kneeing another intruder in the head, throwing him back as she took his weapon, taking out several others. Not wanting to be outdone by Angara's display of martial prowess, Azula rolled out of the way of several other blasts, spinning in a fiery blaze, throwing several opponents back, then used her firebending to propel herself onto the second level, landing next to her latest victim. She kicked his weapon out of his hands before roasting him with a constant funnel of fire, causing him to panic and fall over the railing, crashing into a pile of crates. The soldier behind him lunged at her with a combat knife, roaring out in fury. Azula managed to dodge a few swipes before grabbing hold of his arm and sending an open palm to his chin, then sending him over her shoulder and breaking his arm with a sickening crunch. A blast came her way from the third soldier stationed there that she was able to deflect with a simple hand motion. He fired several more times, only for each bolt to be redirected someplace else. The soldiers backed away, slowly trembling, his weapon shaking within his grasp as she approached, a smirk forming on her lips as she savored his fear, with his muffled hyperventilation ringing like music to her ears. What are you? The soldier trembled, her grin grew tremendously. Isn't it obvious? I'm the one who is going to dash. She was interrupted as a grappling hook from below pierced his leg and pulled him beneath the railing, where he collided with two others beneath. The grappling hook retracted back into Angara's gauntlet before she turned to another opponent. Azula gritted her teeth in discontent at her prey being stolen by the scarlet-headed warrior before leaping off and taking out another soldier with a downward sweeping fireblast. Just as Angara turned to face him, they both locked eyes with one another as their personal competition began to escalate, with them begrudgingly fighting alongside each other as they tried to outdo each other with each strike of fire and gadget until they became a furious storm of destruction. Sev stood not too far away as an armored tower of destruction, plasma bolts striking his armored body, doing little damage to him as Gax stood on his shoulders, covering Sev's blind spots until they managed to clear the room of all enemies. Once the room was cleared, Azula was able to drop her guard and catch her breath. From the corner of her eye she caught movement, spinning around and taking on a fighting stance again. She was ready to send a fireball straight into the surviving Death's Head soldier until a plasma bolt rushed past her, striking her opponent in the chest. Behind her, Angara stood with a blaster in hand, smoke still flowing from its barrel. I had that one, she said in annoyance. Then why'd I get him? Angara asked with a cocky smile as she holstered the weapon. Is it over? Lectro called out from his hiding spot behind a crate, peeking out slowly. For now. Angara turned her sights towards a large crate in the back of the room where a few of the surviving crewmates were. Some injured, but were still in fighting shape. How's the fabricator? Lectro was already by the side of a large metal crate that took up a good portion of the back wall. He observed the status of its contents through a built-in panel, sighing in relief. The fabricator is in good condition. Is that what this is all about? Azula asked, unimpressed by the large crate. What is so special about this fabricator device we've had to vigorously defend? Angara scoffed. Course a primitive wouldn't understand. What was that? Azula asked in a warning tone. The fabricator is a piece of hyper-advanced technology that is capable of converting raw resources into usable materials or converting it into different elements of matter. It's actually how we intend to fix the ship. Lectro explained, hoping it would prevent another argument from forming between the two. Technology like this isn't easy to come by, so of course we're probably going to get attacked by anyone who knows we've got it. And of course the Death's Head is the first to come knocking. Sev. responded as he lightly brought down a metal fist on a recovering enemy's head, knocking him back out. Satisfied with Lectro's analysis, Angara grabbed a hold of a plasma rifle from one of her fallen enemies. Some of them split off for engineering. We need to get there before. She was never able to finish her sentence as the ship shook violently with the lights shutting off before the emergency lights came back on. What was that? The Fire Nation princess asked. The reactor going offline. Sev answered grimly. And that is. She egged on, not understanding what that meant. Very bad. We're dead in the water. Myrelle braced herself in the captain's chair as all electronics within the bridge flickered on and off. Status report. Various bridge staff attempted to regain control of their monitors. Nothing is responding. The helmsman said, moving the ship's controls in vain. Commander Shaw pulled himself up from where he fell from the turbulence as he attempted to use the holotable. Somebody shut down the reactor. We're running on auxiliary power. Myrelle immediately grabbed her personal communicator, Cetro. What's going on down there? The sound of blaster fire came through along with other sounds of a struggle before a gruff, scratchy voice answered. Engineering got compromised. We were able to take them out, but some of them got through to the reactor controls. Can you get the reactor back online? Yeah, but it'll take a while. Myrelle gazed out the panoramic window, seeing Skyburner approaching the Sikor, inverting its axis as it loomed overhead. Get it done now. Azula sat on one of the many crates as she used her firebending to torch the cuffs off of her wrists. It was mainly something to keep her mind occupied while her companions discussed their situation. Angara paced about trying to get a hold of the captain with her communicator, while Sev and Gax took watch at one of the doors for any more intruders. Lectro stood with Angara, hoping to speak to the captain as well. One cuff fell off. Now she just needed the other off. Clearly there was no plan in place, and instead they were forced to react. They had no control of the situation, and that irritated her to no end. She'd offer her skills and tactics, but there were too many factors that were unknown to her on how these people fight. Angara got through with Lectro running to her side. They discussed something in private, far from her range of hearing, as she finally got the other cuff off. Now, with nothing else to keep her busy, she crept up to the two just as they seemed to be finished with their conversation. Well, what is the plan? She demanded, earning her a scowl from Angara. Angara relayed the information to Azula, letting her know the gravity of the situation, that if the Skyburner manages to dock, they will be overwhelmed. I've got an idea, though. She added. I got the captain's blessing too, but it's a risky one. Well, don't keep us waiting, she said sarcastically and crossed her arms. The plan is we go outside. Hunker down and defend the dorsal docking collar from entry. If they couldn't get it open now, they're gonna try and use the panel outside to activate it. While they dock, they're gonna have to turn off their shields, leaving their bridge defenseless, and that's when we'll hit it. That is an incredibly risky plan. Lectro added in. Well, Doc, if you've got a better one, I'd like to hear it. She snarled at him. What we need to do is get the reactor back online. I can help with that, so I'm going down to engineering to take care of that. Fine. While you do that, I'll gather up what forces I can for the defense. Great plan. So where do I need to be? Azula asks. Angara gave her a hard look. You're staying here, princess. You'll just get in the way. Now she was angry. How could this lowly thug say such a thing after witnessing just how formidable she was? Get in the way? If it wasn't for my assistance, you would have been overwhelmed and your precious cargo would have been lost. Angara snarled in frustration, stomping up to her face. I'll admit that you managed to help out there, but zero-G combat is completely different. You'd be fumbling around like a child learning to walk. I'll adapt like I did here. Azula stood her ground, refusing to be intimidated into submission. It was here that Lectra decided to chime in. She's right, Azula. Zero-gravity combat is unlike anything your people have experienced. Plus, your fire-bending ability will be useless out there. I'll manage. She responded, never breaking eye contact with her challenger. The two female warriors stared each other down, each refusing to yield to the other until another rumble across the ship interrupted them. The thunderous footsteps of Sev could be heard approaching from behind Azula. As fun as it is watching you two have your little pissing contest, we should probably get started on that plan of yours soon before the whole Death's Head army shows up. Angara finally broke eye contact. Fine, you want to die in space? Then grab a blaster, princess, because we're gonna be in for the fight of our lives. Gax gave a wide grin and laughed in approval of the plan. Very well then. I'll see you outside. Azula shot back. Angara says nothing and instead pushes past her, being sure to purposely bump into the princess's shoulder hard enough to stagger her. The message was loud and clear to Azula that Angara clearly did not like her or having her authority questioned. Before she could dwell on this further, Lectro approached with a look of apprehension across his long snout. Azula, don't go out there. The cold vacuum of space is an inhospitable environment for anyone on a good day. You don't have any experience in such a place, let alone the ability to fight in it. She is not concerned in the slightest, as she has braved greater odds before and disregards his warning. She would not be sidelined into leaving her fate in the hands of others. Don't you have somewhere to be, Doctor? She turns to follow the others out, leaving the scientist to deal with his anxious feelings towards this. Before long, Azula found herself in an armory with the other members of the crew, all gearing up with various forms of weaponry and armor. Angara shoved a pair of boots into her chest. You're gonna want to put these on, princess. They'll keep you from floating away. Azula begrudgingly took the strange dark-colored boots, mentally questioning what she meant by that, but pushed those thoughts aside in favor of her tactical mindset. You said you were going to take out their bridge. How do you plan to do so? The armored warrior pulled out a large cylindrical-shaped heavy weapon almost as tall as her from a weapons locker. One hit from this rocket launcher should be enough to do the job. Once the bridge is out and their leader dead, they'll be scrambling, and that'll give us enough time to react. You think you can keep up or stay out of our way long enough for us to get the job done? Angara seemed to push all the right buttons to set off Azula's contempt. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were concerned for me. Angara let out a rude chuckle before leaving with the weapon. Yeah, right. Sev came from behind her holding a metal vest to her that looked puny in his possession. Don't mind her, she's like that with everyone. Also, you're gonna want to wear this. What is it? She studied its strange texture and device attached to its back. Your spacesuit. She gave the giant metal man a look of confusion. Put it on and I'll show you how it works. She did so along with putting on the boots Angara gave her and found that it didn't cover much, only her upper torso, and the circular device on its back weighed her down. The boots were also a size too big for her. Isn't a suit supposed to cover the entire body? She asked while testing her movements. Press the button on your chest. Azula did as instructed, and when doing so her exposed arms, head and lower torso were engulfed in the same luminous barrier that was around the ship and her prison cell, only this time cloaking her body like a second layer of skin. What you're wearing is an emergency shield vest. Not the best spacesuit to have in a firefight, but better than nothing. It uses shield tech to generate a barrier around the wearer to protect them from the vacuum of space. Has enough power to last 3 hours, but try not to take too much plasma fire on your shielded bits, that'll cut that time shorter. Also, that circular pack on your back is your oxygen supply, so don't get hit there either, or you'll suffocate. Sev explained as he put a mask over his face that attached to the metal plates of his Yet again Azula couldn't help but be amazed by the technology she had witnessed, but couldn't focus on it as Sev gave her a plasma pistol to use. She turned the shield suit off. I told you. My bending should be enough. Sev's voice came with a metallic echo. Normally fire powers would be great, but we're going out into space. Fire needs oxygen to burn, and guess what space doesn't have a lot of? Reluctantly she took the weapon, and after getting a quick lesson from Sev on how to properly use it, she along with various other members of the Socor's crew ventured to the top deck, piling into a hangar. The various crew members around her dressed in form-fitting spacesuits to whatever species they belonged to or wore emergency shield vests like her. All armed to the teeth, and many holding thick rectangular blast shields meant for deflecting plasma fire. She stayed close to Sev as his larger frame would make for a great shield from danger, and Gax, clinging to his back, added extra support. Angara stood at the front of the group now, donning a new black helmet that displayed her face. Listen up. Skyburner is just right above us. They're probably already sending out more strike teams to secure the docking collar. We're going to hit them with everything we've got. Take out as many Death's Head as you can and make sure they can't secure that collar. Once the collar is secured, we'll focus on taking out the bridge. When their head is cut off, that'll give engineering enough time to get the Socor up and running again and blow that hunk of crap to pieces. The crew showed enthusiasm to her words, with many cheering in approval of her plan. Remember, we're the Crimson Storm. We don't go down easy, and anyone who crosses us faces a hurricane of fury. The crew shouted and screamed with passion, all hyped to go into battle and defend their ship. Azula only sat back and watched. She wasn't a part of this crew and wasn't even here by choice, so she felt no reason to take part in their cheers. She only wanted to get this over with. Suits on, Angara ordered, with everyone present pressurizing their suits or activating their shield vests. Depressurize and open the doors. The artificial atmosphere in the hangar disappeared with the heavy blast doors slowly sliding open, revealing the length of the Socor's massive frame floating in the inky blackness of space. Illuminated only by the rays of the sun, a new feeling came to Azula, pure weightlessness that almost carried her off, her half-done-up hair and loose-fitting clothes swaying as if she were underwater. The only thing keeping her from floating away were the magnetic boots given to her. All occupants in the hangar charged out into open space, taking defensive positions around the hangar. Azula followed them out, trying her best to stay grounded, but the lack of gravity almost carried her away with each step, causing her to fumble over a few times. She now understood what Lectro's warnings meant, but now was no time to think of this. She had to adapt, just like she always has. She is a prodigy after all. It will come to her eventually. Sev managed to scoop her up in his free arm. Just hang on to me. She begrudgingly grabbed hold of a metal component on his back, drifting off of him like a cape. She felt ridiculous, but couldn't do much about it, and instead focused on her surroundings. Two massive cannons were in position outside the hangar, where a vast majority of their forces began taking positions around, establishing plasma turrets on or under them. She could see explosions out in the distance as fighters continued their dogfights in the space around them. She looked past these sights and caught a glimpse of something she'd never thought she'd ever see. Her home, the Fire Nation, resting in the middle of the sea like all the maps displayed it, only this time it was no map. From far above her world, the series of islands looked so small and insignificant compared to the massive continent that is the Earth Kingdom. So much so that she was beginning to wonder if the Fire Nation's cartographers may have overbloated the country's size. She continued to marvel at such a sight until she caught a glimpse of something else. Skyburner looming overhead, with an oppressive force slowly drifting closer. Its dorsal side facing them, Sev reached a position beneath one of the cannons, allowing her to attach herself to the hull. As Skyburner drifted closer, she could see dozens of enemy soldiers descending from the ship, all armed, with many of them carrying blast shields to defend against an assault while being propelled by small thrusters on their suits. As soon as they were in sight, Angara gave the order to fire. the area around them was soon engulfed in blasts of plasma that ranged in hues of reds and yellow. The Crimson Storm members were in a better defensive position, taking potshots at their more exposed enemies whose only defense were large hand-held blast shields that soaked up incoming fire and a good offense. The Storm's defensive positions were soon compromised when several members of the enemy's strike force brandished their own rocket launchers and began firing. Explosions flushed out those taking cover, where they became easy prey for the invading force to pick off. Azula took cover behind Sev as several bolts rained down, one of which struck her in the head, with the shield of her suit absorbing it, but now flashing red. She recovered quickly, firing her weapon at the assailants just as she was shown, but the chaos of the battle mixed with the explosions threw off her aim. Sev and Gax fired from their position, managing to take out a few, but most shots bounced off their blast shields. One armed with a rocket launcher appeared from behind a shielded soldier and fired. Sev, seeing that rocket blast coming their way, grabbed hold of a nearby blast shield, covering himself. Gax and Azula from the resulting explosion. Azula tried to fight back, but this style of combat and this environment was beyond what she was capable of, and it had dawned on her just how much she overestimated herself. Every attempt to firebend was in vain, as no spark would form. Movement was difficult with no gravity to stabilize her. The blaster she was given was too foreign to her, and she could barely hit anything. She had no control of anything. Another explosion appeared near her, and the blast wave threw her back again. This time her magnetic boots didn't catch on to anything, and she began to float freely in the air, away from the safety of cover and unable to properly stabilize or stop herself, where she became an easy target. Just as she was getting too far away, she felt something grab hold of her arm, and when looking to face it, she saw Gax's webbed hands around her arm, his feet grappling Sev's extended arm as the metal giant pulled them both behind cover. She made sure to firmly plant her feet on the hull. Sev stood above her like a towering shield. Listen. This is clearly out of your league, so hang back and only shoot if you have to. He fired at the looming foes as Gax climbed back on him. Not wanting to be ordered around, she shot back defensively. I won't just sit by and do nothing. I can't fight and look after you at the same time. His sudden commanding tone was enough to silence her. He followed up with a softer voice. Just hang back and let us take care of everything. With that, her two companions refocused on the battle at hand while she sat up against the cannon. She had become what she had always feared, a useless burden. Many of the enemy landed several yards away from the cannons, with those using blast shields gathering together to form a wall. Behind the forces that landed a Death's Head member who pulled off a panel where they began plugging their own equipment. The shielded soldiers began to form a perimeter around him. Angara could see this from her elevated position on one of the cannons. All units. They're trying to hack into the docking collar. Focus fire on the shield wall. She ordered through her helmet's built-in communicator. As if on cue, all forces did as they were ordered. Many of the plasma bolts bounced off their shields, but the frequency of the impacts and burns left behind began to warp and wear down their durability. The forces that stayed floating began to fire a rocket barrage at them once more, taking out several large groups. From behind cover, Sev saw the wall of shields growing, and an idea formed in his head. Gax, I think it's time we test out one of our new toys. The smaller creature paused in his assault as he gave Sev a wide, mischievous grin as he cackled in approval. Sev holstered his weapon to his back as his right shoulder extended from its socket. He bent his arm back where his forearm hooked into his metal bicep as the gears that made up his elbow joint detached, moving out of the way as his upper arm opened, revealing a cylindrical device that began spinning rapidly as a barrel extended from where his elbow was. Azula watched in amazement as his arm continued to distort itself into what looked like a cannon. Sev planted his metal feet firmly on as the cylinder in his arm spun faster, generating a fierce red glow. Once fully charged, a beam of pure red light was fired, the beam cutting clean through the blast shields and anyone behind them as if they were butter, and managed to clear a path, revealing the enemy hacker. Various vents on his arm opened as heat shot out, While the cannon folded back up, returning to its use as an arm, Azula couldn't help but be stunned in awe of such a powerful weapon and was thankful Sev was her ally and not her enemy. The remaining invaders refocused their efforts on protecting the hacker and focused fire on Sev's position. Angara, seeing the opening Sev made, attached her rocket launch to her back and leapt into the air using her thrusters to propel her into one of the enemy who was too distracted to notice. She collided into the man, grabbing a hold of his mask and ripping the visor open, letting out his oxygen supply and kicking him away after taking his blast shield. After kicking off from the enemy, another floating close by began firing at her. However, Angara used her newly acquired shield to block the blasts as she closed the gap between them, slamming the shield into him, sending him spiraling and unloading a few shots in him before he could stabilize himself. She sped to another floating in a defensive position above the shield wall, who held a rocket launcher prepared to fire at her allies. With the corner of her shield, she bashed the side of their helmet, shattering the visor and making them miss their target. She fired at another floating soldier, then flung her shield at another, and now positioned above the hacker, she grabbed her rocket launcher and fired. As the hacker was finishing his work, the rocket came down faster than he could react, only noticing it when detonating just a few feet away, engulfing him and those around in a fiery explosion. The shockwave knocked the rest back. Angara floated there for a few moments, hoping that she managed to stop them in time. However, the large door that made up the section of the ship began to open as a towering pillar-like structure extended from the succor. She was too late. They had succeeded in their task. Skyburner extended its own docking collar as it drifted closer. Angara propelled herself away as the enemy began firing at her, returning to the shelter the cannons provided. She knew what she had to do now. She had to fulfill her object and take out the bridge before it docked. As she returned to her position to reload her rocket, she found that her supply had been destroyed along with various parts of the cannon. There were too many casualties and injured to continue this plan, with only a handful still capable of fighting. She cursed herself, knowing that she had to give the order to retreat. As she gave the order, she managed to find a spare rocket drifting by and reloaded. She may have given the order to retreat, but she will make sure that the job gets done. Sev continued to fire. Several blasts of plasma struck his armored plating, one bolt managing to penetrate his side. Dark purple blood begins to trickle out. He grabbed hold of Gax at the side, tossing him onto his back while retreating and grabbing the princess as well, pulling her under his arm as he ran. "What are you doing?" she shouted in fury. "Ain't it obvious? We're retreating. So much for this grand plan. Hey, if you've got any ideas, now would be a good time to share them." While struggling to break free of Sev's grasp, she looked back up to the invading ship. What seemed like the rear housed a tower-like structure overlooking the ship and positioned right above the Succor's bridge. She knew what she must do. "I have one." She pushed out of his grasp, kicking off of him towards the top of the cannon. "Where are you going?" "Hey!" Sev shouted into her translator's communicator. Gax watched as she drifted off, grabbing onto the bars of a built-in ladder. Gashkata-kan. "Yeah, you're right. She's dead." Sev agreed. As interested as he was of the Fire Princess, he risked enough for her and didn't know her long enough to run after her and prevent whatever suicidal plan she had. Real shame too. Those fire powers were pretty cool. Azula climbed up the ladder to one of the upper levels of the cannon. The rest of the Crimson Storm retreated into the hangar as Death's head forces overwhelmed them. Sev's display of such a destructive weapon reminded her that she had her own deadly weapon within her arsenal, but she wasn't sure if lightning would work in space like her firebending, but that didn't matter anymore. If she failed or it didn't work, death awaited her, and she would rather go out fighting. She took her pose and focused, drawing her fingertips in a familiar arcing motion, focusing on splitting her chi and generating a spark of lightning. Angara drifted, trying to find a better position to target the bridge. As she waited for the rocket to lock on, a flash of blue light caught her attention where she saw lightning being generated. Sev and Gax re-entered the hangar as blaster fire dashed past them. Gax caught his companion's attention and pointed to the lightning being generated. On the bridge of the Sakor, Myrelle barked orders to engineering, who still struggled to get the reactor back online. She continued to coordinate with her forces on a counterattack until one of the bridge officers called out to her, pointing outside the window. Myrelle and several other officers approached, gasping in astonishment at the sight of lighting being generated by a single person. Duratax sat in his captain's chair, watching in satisfaction as his forces overwhelmed his longtime rival. He mused at what he would do to Myrelle: gun her down like some common street trash, or stick her in an airlock and slowly pull the oxygen out and watch her suffocate. Maybe he'll gun down her entire crew and make her watch, then do one of those. He couldn't help but smile at the image. "Captain," one of his bridge officers called out. Annoyed at this interruption, he barked out, "What is it?" "I'm picking up a strange reading from one of the turrets." On screen, he commanded in a disinterested tone. The main screen displayed the image of Azula surrounded by currents of electricity. Duratax leaned forward in bewilderment and confusion, his four old eyes straining to grasp what he was seeing. "Is that a person?" Before anyone could react the image, Azula thrusted her fingers towards them, sending a blast of cold blue lightning crashing into the walls, sending an explosion of fire, metal and glass over everyone within the bridge before the sudden decompression sucked everyone out into the cold void of space, with one of the helmsmen colliding with the ship's controls kick, starting the engines and propelling Skyburner forward just before the docking collars could connect. The docking collar colliding and crumbling against the body of the Sakor, Azula looked on with triumph as Skyburner flew off out of control, the fire in her burning hotter than ever, finally showing that she was not worthless even out here, until it was replaced with a new feeling, a dreadful freezing coldness that penetrates her body. It was a terrible feeling, like being stuck in a blizzard without clothes. She tried to gasp from this sudden chill, but found that no air would enter her lungs. Panicked, she grasps her neck as she desperately tries to breathe and finds that the radiant barrier cloaking her body had fizzled out, with her shield vest completely fried from the lightning blast and leaving her exposed to the vacuum. Behind her, a Death's Head soldier drifts closer with his weapon trained on her, ready to fire, but before he could squeeze the trigger, a rocket collides with him, saving her from certain death. Angara tossed the rocket launcher aside as she sped towards a falling Azula, her magnetic boots shorted out from her lightning, and she drifted. Choking, her vision began to blur as she descended and gazed upon the site of the Fire Nation miles below her. Was this it? She thought. Was this how Azula, princess of the Fire Nation, met her end? Fighting in a battle between two factions she knew nothing about, just as she had learned that there is so much more beyond the sky of her world. As she fell, a figure appeared before her, halting her descent. Azula looked at the figure, seeing her mother holding on to her with the same solemn expression she had always had. She tried to say something to her, anything, but slipped into unconsciousness. Angara, now holding her, propelled them both towards the hangar, managing to fly between the doors just in time to close behind them. Myrelle couldn't believe what she had seen. How could someone just generate that kind of power within themselves? There was no doubt in her mind now, Azula could be a very useful asset to the Crimson Storm. The lights to the bridge cut back on, with all monitors and holograms returning to life. "The reactor is back online. We have full power," Commander Shaw informed her. She marched back to the captain's chair. "Status of the las gun?" "Fully charged, Captain," another officer informed her. "Target their reactor and fire on my mark." As Skyburner drifted further and further away, panels on the dorsal side of the Sakor's nose opened, with a cannon ascending from it. Two prongs at its front generating green energy as it positioned itself for a clear line of fire. "Reactor targeted. Fire!" A beam of green light erupted from between the prongs, colliding with the rear section of Skyburner, melting through its armored plating before the entire ship erupted in a massive explosion, the brightness of it forcing members of the bridge crew to shield their eyes. Target successfully neutralized. Myrelle let out a tired breath of relief. "Damage report?" Minimal compared to before, however, I recommend we go over a full systems check for the shield generator. Commander Shaw reported, it nearly cost us. Agreed, but first, recall all fighters. Get anyone left who is fit enough to fight to round up what's left of the Death's Head and get me a full head count on how many people we have left. Shaw, you have the bridge. She turned to leave the bridge. Where are you going, Captain? He asked. I'm going to go see our stowaway. Azula rolled her eyes as she sat in her cell listening as Dr. Lectro repeated everything she explained to him in order to understand it. So, this G substance flows through the body and you are capable of using this energy to just summon fire without a fuel source? Chi is the fuel. She corrected in annoyance. Right. He taps this information away on his handheld device, and some people are born with this ability and others are not. Correct? Correct. And you are only capable of generating fire? Azula nodded, leaving lightning out of her explanation. She would need an ace up her sleeve should something go wrong. And you can only bend one of the 4 elements. No one can manipulate more than one? Correct. She said quickly, leaving no room for doubt on the matter. The last thing she needs is for them to know about the Avatar. It may spark their interest enough to want to seek him out. She still didn't know what the Crimson Storm was or who they held their allegiance for. Lectro finished tapping away at his tablet. Absolutely fascinating stuff. What I'd give to run some tests. Angara's head shot up from where she leaned up against the wall. Not happening. She stays in the cell, Captain's orders. Oh come on, you can't expect me to collect all this data and just not run some tests. I gotta find out the science behind this. Then include it in your report. The captain will find you another one to take to the lab. One with a little less attitude. Azula cocked her head towards Angara, a look of annoyance plastered across her features. Excuse me? Angara replied with indifference, You're excused, princess. Her eyes widened a bit. How did they know she was royalty? Did she let something slip in their exchange, or is this just another cross comment from this rude individual? She remained silent, not acknowledging the comment. However, Angara noticed the subtle reaction. So you are a princess? Figured you were some kind of royalty, given how you carry yourself. Although, I would have expected a princess to dress the part. Angara said with a chuckle while gesturing to Azula's disheveled appearance. So why are you dressed like some street urchin? You run away from home because you didn't like who Daddy wanted you to marry? Azula shot up from her seat, anger flowing through her. They were right, she is a princess and she will not be disrespected by some thug too cowardly to show their face. I'd watch my tone if I were you. Her voice dripped with malice. Angara stopped leaning against the wall and approached the cell bars, or what? Lectro, now sensing the tension between them, decided to step in between them. Angara, he said in a measured tone, trying to muster as much authority as the captain. Remember what we said about playing nice with others. Azula's mouth curled up after hearing this. Perhaps she can provoke a reaction out of them and have some fun while in the cell. They seemed too fascinated with her bending to allow Angara to do anything to her. Perhaps you should listen to him. After all, you'll probably get in trouble with your captain if you try to go any further with this. Or even worse, become embarrassed once I show you some manners on how to properly speak to royalty. Lectro turned to her, shaking his head, indicating for her to not escalate the situation further. A distorted metallic mocking laugh came from Angara. That's funny, princess. Talking like that to the person who put your ass in this cell to begin with. I will admit that, yes, you did take me down. But that was only because I was momentarily overwhelmed by the realization that aliens exist. Given a fair fight, I'd have no doubt that I'd make short work of you. Angara pushed Lectro out of the way as she approached the cell. Is that right? Then let's get you out of this cell and see if you can put your money where your mouth is. But what about her staying put? Lectro asked. Shut it, document, she ordered without ever taking their gaze away from the princess. Before their verbal battle could continue, the lights dimmed red and the ear-piercing alarm returned, catching everyone's attention. Well, your lucky day. Duty calls. Angara turned away and marched down the corridor. Doc, stay with the prisoner while I go see what's going on. But she's not a prisoner. Lectro shouted as the door slid close behind them. He turned to Azula and gave a sheepish smile. You're not a prisoner. If I'm not a prisoner, then let me out of here. Azula banged on the luminous barrier with her cuffs. This is probably the safest place on the ship for you. Don't worry, we'll be fine. The captain will take care of this and nothing bad will happen. They were both rocked side to side by an explosion. Hey, we have a Patreon chock full of NSFW content. Audios, GIFs, sauces, captions and more in our Patreon. Most of the audios are free, however, everything else will cost you. I want to grow story into an actual brand business. An actual animation, publishing, movie studio. So if even you follow our Patreon for free, it'll really help out. Azula walks at her father's side as a child of 4 years as they make their way to address Fire Lord Azula while he holds a private meeting with Prince Iroh. Ursa was in the gardens with Zuko as per usual, and Ozai felt it was necessary to give Azula a jumpstart in the complexities of the Fire Nation royal court in hopes that she will grow from this experience and not be infected by the weakness of her mother and brother. When they entered the throne room, their meeting was a less formal affair as Azula spoke with Iroh. His throne vacant and the overpowering flames extinguished, with the room only being lit by torchlight. And you are certain the siege will be successful? Azula asked, stroking the end of his mustache. I am. Iroh stated, a wide smile on his face and jolly manner to him that conflicted with his father's more stiff demeanor. The Earth Kingdom overestimates the strength of their walls, and Ba Sing Se is no different. Ozai, seeing this, felt the need to be a part of any plan involving the taking of the Earth Kingdom capital and pulled Azula along with him. Daddy. I want to go play in the garden with Zuzu. Azula complained as she struggled to keep up with him. Silence, Azula. Ozai commanded, such foolishness is beneath you. If you want to grow up to be powerful, you must take every opportunity you can to achieve it. Azula pouted, puffing out her cheeks. Okay, Daddy. Prince Ozai abruptly enters into the conversation. Father, brother. I hope I am not interrupting anything important, he says in a silky smooth tone. Oh, brother. Iroh exclaimed, nothing too important. We were just about to have some tea as we discussed the war. Would you like to join? Ozai only gave his brother a scornful look, perhaps later. I heard something regarding Ba Sing Se. Surely you are not thinking of trying to bring the Earth Kingdom to its knees all on your own. Oh, you've heard. Iroh responds with a raised brow, then notices his niece standing next to him. Maybe this is a conversation best left in the absence of children? Ozai scoffs, nonsense. Azula is here because I feel it necessary to expose her to the workings of the court as early as possible so that she can gain an edge later on in life. Iroh only gave his brother a skeptical look before turning to their father for his opinion. I see no issue with this, Iroh. After all, I allowed you and Ozai the same experience when you were children. Azula said. Iroh only sighed but went through with his outlines for the siege of Ba Sing Se, and while the adults spoke, Azula found herself growing bored very quickly. She was filled with too much energy that she wanted to expend running around the royal palace and getting into trouble with Zuko. As the conversation continued, she began to wander aimlessly around the throne room, not even bothering to listen to what was being said, with her eyes resting on the throne. Father always spoke of it as the most important thing someone of her status could achieve, and that it should always be sought after. Even at her young age, it was ingrained deep into her how important the throne of the Fire Nation was. Only the Fire Lord could sit within it, looking down on their subjects and holding all the power in the Fire Nation, and maybe even the world. She wandered closer to it, climbing the steps until she was at the coveted seat of the Fire Lord, and promptly sat down on it, kicking her little feet back and forth as she enjoyed her elevated view of the throne, imagining herself bossing around all the servants as Fire Lord, demanding that they serve her all the sweets the royal palace kitchen could make, and declare that no child would abide by bedtimes. She giggles to herself at the thought of it. Azula! What do you think you are doing? Her father's voice cut through the air with a familiar fury, pulling her out of her daydream. Get down from there this instant, he demanded, and she promptly obeyed, running back up to him with her head hanging low, fighting back tears from his sudden reprimand. Her grandfather gives his youngest son a stern look. It would seem your youngest needs more discipline. Ozai. The younger prince only tightened his jaw in discontent. However, Iroh only let out a belly laugh. You are all too hard on the girl, she's only a child. I'm sure she would like nothing more than to play with her big brother rather than listen to us old men talk about boring adult things. His voice was filled with nothing but carefree passion and adoration at her exploration. That he approaches his niece, kneeling down to her height. Isn't that right? Wouldn't you rather do that, niece? He patted her head. At first she wanted to say the truth, that she did want to play with Zuko, but a stern look from her father made her say otherwise. And no. Playing is for fools that are beneath us. I don't want to play. I want to be Fire Lord, she stated, parroting Ozai's sentiments. Iroh's wide jovial smile faltered slightly at that. Seeing a girl so young saying such things always made him feel a little sad, like part of her childhood was stolen from her. She shows great ambition. Wouldn't you agree, father? Ozai said proudly. The Fire Lord only continued to stroke the end of his mustache. Perhaps. We'll speak of the siege later, I have other duties to attend to. With Ozai's need for being there no longer present, he dismisses himself and calls for Azula to follow. But before she could go, Iroh leaned closer to her and in a hushed tone and a soft smile said to her, Don't worry, niece. Once I become Fire Lord, I'll let you and your brother sit on the throne whenever I'm out doing more boring adult work. But my daddy wants to be Fire Lord, she said innocently. Iroh frowned once more and gave his younger brother a dejected look. I'm sure he does. He patted her head again and made his leave just as Ozai impatiently called to her again. She runs to her father's side, and before they leave she takes one last look at the throne, the seat meant for the Fire Lord. The most powerful person in the world. You'll also like. In one of the hangar bays, the captured Death's Head mercenaries sat on their knees with their hands cuffed, tactical gear seized and surrounded by armed crew members ready to fire if given the order. Myrelle marched with slow deliberation, each step echoing through the empty hangar as she maintained an eerie impassive gaze, causing many to avoid her line of sight. She cleared the silence with a commanding tone. Skyburner, your esteemed flagship is destroyed. Whatever fighters you had are either debris in space or abandoned you here. You are all that's left of your crew. She halted before one and pulled the screaming skull patch on his spacesuit off with little effort, holding it up for all to see. Duratax is dead, and with him gone the Death's Head is sure to follow. But that doesn't have to be your fate. Many of them raised their heads in confusion, with soft murmurs beginning to form as she tossed the patch aside. I personally do not hold ill will towards you. You are all mercenaries, paid to do a job. You can't help that you all were dragged into a bad situation. But I think we can help each other. You see, during your attack, many of my crew members were killed, people that are needed to run this ship properly. I could kill you all right now in retribution for all those lost. But the ship can't run when we barely have enough people to form a skeleton crew, so why shed more blood when we can help each other instead? Work for me and become part of my Crimson Storm. I can guarantee you employment, stable pay, and most importantly, a way back to galactic society. We are in uncharted space after all, and your only other option is being tossed back out into space where you will die a slow, agonizing death as you suffocate while going over every mistake you've made in your life that led you here. All the remaining Death's Head members looked to each other as they decided what to do. For many the choice was obvious, others were loyal to their cause, but their loyalty tested when their only other option was death. Some were too loyal and harbored nothing but hatred for the Crimson Storm and have made peace with themselves. If you choose to follow me, stand up and show me your resolve. A vast majority of them rose to their feet without question. Some with reluctance, and only a few remained seated, accepting their fate to face the void. Myrelle gave her armed troops a nod, signaling them to begin uncuffing them. She then turned to Commander Shaw and simply said, "Space the rest." Shaw nodded in agreement, where he and several others gathered those who wouldn't stand and prepared to send them on their way. Myrelle took no pleasure in sending them to their deaths, but if they would not help them, then there was no use in keeping them around and wasting resources on them as prisoners. She would be lying to herself if she said she was fully comfortable recruiting from those who worked for the Death's Head, but the Succor barely had a skeleton crew now and needed to replace her forces quickly. It wasn't unheard of for a starship crew to recruit members of another crew after a battle. After all, space was dangerous, and a starship without the proper amount of people to maintain it was a death sentence. "Captain Myrelle." An unfamiliar voice called to her. Its source being a tall, scrawny, blue-skinned alien with a round rodent head, large eyes, a skinny tail, and dressed in a Death's Head space uniform. "I just want to express my gratitude to you for granting us mercy to serve on your ship." His words of gratitude may have seemed sincere, but Myrelle could tell a brown nose suck up when she saw one. There was always at least one every time she absorbed another crew. "Just be sure you do whatever duties you are assigned to, and you'll be fine, Mr. Skeeve." "Ma'am," he said with a smile that was a little too wide. "Right." She was about to turn to leave, but Skeeve continued. "I was a part of the Death's Head's financial team. Perhaps I could provide some assistance in that department?" Myrelle raised an eyebrow at him. "I was informed that everyone in this room were members of assault teams that we fished out of space, or what remained of the boarding crew. What's a financial worker doing on an assault team?" Skeeve gave a sheepish grin as he scratched the thin hair on the back of his head. "Well, funny story about that. I worked pretty closely with Duradix. We were very close friends, you see, and we always spoke to each other in a very casual way, so I thought it would be fine to tell a little joke at the captain's expense, and he didn't take it so well. So he put a gun in my hand and threw me out with the assault team as punishment, but thankfully that worked out in the end." Myrelle's expression remained impassive, giving no indication that she really cared in the matter. "Right. We already have a master of finance. All you really need to do right now is help repair the ship. But maybe I could dash." Her personal communicator beeps, taking all of her attention and giving her the excuse to leave this conversation. "I have to take this. We'll speak of this another time." She left him dumbfounded as an officer came and gave Skeeve his assignment. "Captain speaking." She answered. "This is Dr. Bevel." The voice of the Crimson Storm's chief medical officer came through. "Doctor, how is our patient doing?" "Just fine, just anxious to leave her room. We've got a vaccine ready for her." "Good, I'm on my way." Azula, despite protests from Dr. Bevel, paced around the room in an attempt to keep her mind active. She hated being trapped in yet another room again. This one reminded her of her time in the asylum due to its sterile appearance. However, it had a much more comfortable bed. Her stay in the surgical room was anything but pleasant as she remained trapped in it for another 12 hours while Dr. Bevel worked to create a vaccine that will supposedly keep her from getting sick around the other crewmates. She would spend most of her time practicing her firebending forms and attempt to regain the strength of her blue flames, but her firebending was still weak and she still could not understand why. They at least had the decency to allow herself to wash the smell of garbage off her through the use of a disinfectant room. They had given her some new clothes at that time and now she wore a white shirt underneath a dark-colored jumpsuit covered in too many pockets for her liking and a pair of boots that actually fit her. She stood before the window using her faint reflection as a mirror while she tied her hair up in a traditional Fire Nation topknot, just the way she always wore it during the war. She even managed to place her crown hairpiece in. It was one of the few belongings from home that she kept. Even if she is now part of a crew of alien mercenaries, she would always remember who and what she is. The door slid open behind her and Dr. Bevel, the same elderly woman, came in with a case in hand. "I have your vaccine ready. Once you have this, you should be good to walk about the ship," she said, preparing a needle gun and a vial of liquid. "Let's get this over with. I grow tired of sitting in this cell," she said while making sure her crown was secure and signature bangs looked eloquent. "Surgical room, not a cell," Dr. Bevel corrected, motioning her to come closer. "It is a room that I cannot leave. There is very little difference to me." The doctor tightened her lips to keep herself from biting back with her own sarcastic remark. In the short amount of time Dr. Bevel has shared with Azula, she has found the younger girl to be rude, demanding, and downright unpleasant to be around. She appreciated what Azula had done to save the ship, but her appreciation can only go so far. "Roll up your sleeve," the doctor asks in an annoyed manner, with Azula complying. "You know I did save this ship from destruction," she said in a velvety tone full of self-assurance as she inspected her fingernails. "If I were you, I'd show a little more RESPOW." The doctor jams the needle into her arm and expels its contents before she could finish. Dr. Bevel feels some satisfaction from this. "And we're done. You are no longer confined to this cell." She bandaged up her arm and began putting away her materials. Azula rubbed at the injection site, gritting her teeth in annoyance. A warning would have been nice. The older woman rolled her black and purple eyes at that. Bevel was too old to be dealing with the attitudes of teenagers. The captain is on her way. Be sure to show her the proper respect that you have yet to show me. Just because you are royalty doesn't mean you'll get special treatment around here, Private. Azula almost shot back with a sneer but held her tongue after being addressed by her new rank. She remembered her plan. She needed to keep her head down for now. If it was going to work, and making enemies with the ship's head doctor probably wouldn't be a good place to start. There won't be any side effects, I assume? There shouldn't be, but if you are feeling any dizziness, shortness of breath, or nausea, come back immediately and I'll give you a look over. It didn't take long for the captain to arrive in the room, still dressed in her loose-fitting brown pants, dark shirt and red vest. Despite her casual appearance, she still commanded an air of authority. "Private," she addressed her, "I trust the clothes fit well?" "They will suffice," she said quickly, not wanting to waste any time with small talk. "Am I to assume that you will be giving me the grand tour of your ship?" "Indeed. Think of it as the only bit of special treatment you'll receive." The captain turned to leave, with Azula grabbing her small bag of belongings and following behind. The two passed through a long, sterile white room with beds lining the walls, almost all of which were filled by injured members of the crew. Quite the number of injuries, Azula commented as they exited the medical bay. Myrelle's demeanor became more solemn. "Believe it or not, they are the lucky ones. We lost a lot of good people in that battle and we're operating on low manpower, but thankfully we just got a whole slew of new recruits." "And where did you procure these new recruits?" "Where else? The surviving Death's Head members. using your enemy to serve you in your time of need. Smart, but will your crew be willing to work alongside those that caused all of this in the first place? They rounded a corner past a tall spider-like creature. They'll have to if we want to get out of here. It shouldn't be too difficult, after all that's how I got most of my non-Penderan crewmen. Azula raised an eyebrow at that. Penderan? I've heard that word thrown around several times. What is it? It's what I, Dr. Bevel, and many members of our crew are. Our species are actually very similar, you know. They paused at a door that retracted at their presence. It's actually how Dr. Bevel managed to create a vaccine for you so quickly. You seem to have similar biochemistry to us. Yes, it is quite uncanny. She agreed as two other Penderans walked past, one with blue skin and the other red. Who knows? Maybe we share a distant relative. I highly doubt that. She decided to shift the topic to something more relevant. What exactly is the Crimson Storm? I've gathered that you are some sort of mercenary group, but I have little else to go on. They entered an elevator that proceeded downward. The Crimson Storm is a paramilitary organization that does mercenary work such as private security, bounty hunting, assassinations, espionage, hacking, etc. We answer to no galactic nation and do business with all who can afford us. So the fabricator device has something to do with your work? Oh, that? No, we were hired to clear out a pirate den hiding in an asteroid belt, and they happened to have that in their possession, so we took it as a bonus. Little did we know the Death's Head were hired by some unknown party to take it. Will this unknown party attempt to make a move against us? It's possible, which is why we're going to have to keep our eyes and ears open so we aren't taken by surprise again. The elevator stopped, allowing them to exit. As Azula followed the captain, she processed this information. Someone else wants the fabricator as well. Perhaps she could use this to her advantage in the future. Let's start the tour where we first found you. At the runway, Myrelle said, opening a blast door to a long runway that seemed to span the entire length of the ship. The roof of this area was lined with fighters locked in clamping arms. Catwalks running between them that led to the elevated platform they stood on. The ends of each side are capped off by a large set of vertical doors with small vehicles towing equipment from one place to the other. Myrelle led the way down a small service elevator that took them to the main floor. The Sucor is a heavy carrier-class battleship, therefore it has a sizable runway at the base of the ship that allows for the speedy deployment of fighters and other vessels. The Sucor has 5 hangars overall, 4 of which are connected to the runway, and one on the top deck, just beneath the bridge. That one's mainly used for shuttlecraft and supply runs. She explained as they walked through the runway, being sure to stay out of the way of the working deck crew. They entered one of the connecting hangars. This is Hangar 3. We usually keep larger ships and some shuttles here, but we'll also use these spaces to make repairs to vehicles or store hazardous material. Azula recognized this place. It was where Angara had knocked her unconscious. She made a mental note to get back at her for that. The hangar was a lot emptier than it was during her first visit and only housed some large crates and fuel tanks, but what caught Azula's attention was a black ship parked closer to the far corner. The ship was a bit larger than the Avatar's bison and resembles a giant beetle due to its round bulbous shape. It looked out of place compared to the industrial design language of the Sucor, peculiar-looking ship. She commented. Myrelle took notice. Oh, the Shakar? That's one of our scouting ships. Azula approached the ship, inspecting a white decal of a strange serpentine creature painted on its port side beneath what she assumed to be its cockpit. I'd be careful being around that ship. Its owner can be temperamental. As if on cue, the sound of metal crashing and shouting came from the rear. Azula peered in the direction of the disturbance and found the last person she wanted to see, Angara. Now lacking her armor and dressed more casually in a dark tank top and loose-fitting trousers with her blood-red hair flowing freely down to her upper back. holding one of the smaller aliens she had seen before by the collar with one hand. "What the hell do you think you're doing, poking around my ship?" The smaller alien trembled in her grasp, trying to explain himself. "We're just scanning for damage." "I swear. The only one who scans the Shakar is me." She tossed the alien aside. With him and his companion running off, she felt some gratification knowing that she wasn't the only one to receive Angara's ire. Myrelle could only sigh and shake her head. In disappointment, "Angara, I thought we talked about letting out your temper on your coworkers." Angara turned to them. "Captain," she acknowledged respectfully and scowled at Azula. "I prefer nobody touches my ship unless I ask them to. You do realize that we were boarded recently and your ship could have been sabotaged in the process? That's why I'm going over it now. And I don't need help from anyone else." She shouted that last part to a group of engineers hanging back inspecting another ship. "So you're letting this one join?" She changed the subject, turning to Azula. Their amber eyes locking with unspoken animosity for one another. "Yes. We're down a lot of people, so we can't afford to be picky. Not only that, but you've seen firsthand what she can do." "Yeah. I remember." She addressed Azula next. "So Princess, how long were you going to keep that in your back pocket before you used it on us?" "Only until you try to kill me." She responded nonchalantly with a smirk that only annoyed the green-skinned woman further. Azula turned her attention back to the Shakar, inspecting the open rear that seemed to be a storage room. "So, what is it that you do here, exactly? You seem to have a commanding presence with the other crew members, yet you do not seem like an officer." Angara let out an amused snort at hearing her being referred to as an officer. "Well, you're right. I ain't no officer, I'm a bounty hunter. I only took command of the situation because somebody had to, and I'm familiar with Death's Head tactics." "Yes, you did seem to have a commanding presence." Azula agreed. "It's a shame the plan didn't go so well and we had to retreat." She could help but let some condescension leak out when saying this. She wanted to rub in that Angara's plan was a failure and that it was she who saved the Sakor. "You were fortunate to have me there when you did, instead of leaving me behind." She dug the knife. Further maintaining her fake politeness, Angara looked up from the panel she was inspecting directly at the princess with a scowl. "Weren't you fumbling about like an idiot once we got out there because you overestimated your ability to adapt to zero-G combat and you had to cling on to Savlite Gax?" Azula's smile faltered a bit. "I will admit that combat on the outside of the ship wasn't something I was fully prepared for, but that doesn't change what I contributed." She swallowed her pride and admitted. It almost made her feel sick to do so, especially towards someone like Angara. "I had a rocket ready to go. I would have done what you had in no time, just without the fancy light show." Angara dismissed and went back to her work. "Instead, I had to use that rocket to save your ass." "By the way, you're welcome." This was news to her as she assumed someone else had brought her in. It almost baffled her as to why Angara would do such a thing, as she's shown clear animosity towards her and continues to do so. "I didn't realize you cared so much," Azula said in a silky tone. However, the self-satisfaction was no longer present as the green woman's attitude drained all enjoyment from this conversation. Angara was as stubborn as an earthbender but had all the fiery pride of a firebender that yielded to no one, not even the might of a princess. "I don't. Probably should have left you out there. Only reason I didn't is because I knew the captain wouldn't want that." The harsh comment and blatant disrespect was enough to snap something in her. Never has anyone shown this level of disrespect to her in her entire life, not even Zuko, and she will no longer tolerate it. Azula was getting ready to respond, but Myrelle cut in before anything could be said. "All right, kids. Why don't we agree that both of you contributed to the salvation of this ship? Azula displayed skills that caught our enemy by surprise, and Angara led the charge and set the stage for our eventual victory. There was a finality in the captain's tone, like that of a parent breaking up an argument between children. It reminded Azula of the tone her mother would use when scolding her, that only furthered her irritation. Myrelle turned to the princess. Now Azula, Angara did save you out there, so I do believe a word of thanks is in order. Azula turned to the older woman with an incredulous look at the suggestion. She gave thanks to this rude person, but the look in the captain's black and cyan eyes suggested that this wasn't a request, but a subtle order to remind her who was really in charge here. Azula's contempt was replaced with a feeling of amusement. At first, Myrelle seemed like her uncle, a gentle older soul that seemed to command with foolish notions of friendship and camaraderie, but the look she gave was domineering, like her father's, that wouldn't accept any failure to comply. Perhaps taking the Crimson Storm won't be as easy as she had thought. This didn't hinder her determination. If anything, it only emboldened her. After all, nothing worth doing was ever easy. She will let go of her pride and kowtow to her demands, for now. She put on another fake smile of endearment to soften her expression. You're right. My apologies. Thank you for your assistance in saving my life. Angara. Despite the kind demeanor she displayed, she couldn't stop the bitterness that escaped her lips when saying her name. Angara only scoffed. Whatever. Don't expect me to do it again. Myrelle rolled her eyes like a tired parent. Just make sure you're done with your scan by the end of the cycle. We're sending the Fallen before we leave. Angara's irritable demeanor faded into a more tranquil yet somber one at the sound of that. Right. I'll be there. Azula didn't know what they meant by this and didn't get a chance to ask as Myrelle began to lead the way to continue their tour. As Azula went to follow, Angara said one last thing to her. Better keep that attitude of yours, princess. Lot of people here don't have the patience for royals. Azula didn't bother to respond, feeling that she had shown her enough kindness with her. Thank you. Myrelle gave Angara a side-eyed glare that silenced any further attempt at badgering the princess and made her immediately turn back to her work. A little word of advice. Azula. Myrelle caught her attention as they approached another blast door. Tread carefully when talking to Angara like that. She's a Kukuvan, and one thing they are known for is their tempers. Really? She wasn't really interested. What else are they known for? Ripping people's throats open with their fingertips, roasting people alive on starship thrusters, raiding settlements for anything not nailed down, and, oh yeah, there's slow and romantic music. Azula felt as though the captain made that last one up in some misguided attempt at humor. Also, Angara is one of the most feared bounty hunters in this region of the galaxy, so it would probably be best to stay on her good side. From what I've seen, she doesn't have a good side. Myrelle let out another exasperated sigh. Yup. After going over several more aspects of the runway and hangars, Myrelle brought her to several decks above into a long room with high ceilings and walls lined with torpedoes resting on conveyor belts. Here is one of the many torpedo and artillery rooms that dot the sector. Within this room is enough firepower to level a small nation. Now Azula was captivated. Much of the power she sought was within this room. A marvel of science and destruction that not even the Fire Nation was capable of achieving, at least not yet. Azula approached one of the belts along the wall, watching as it pulled the torpedoes upward into a vent on the ceiling. These conveyor belts pull them to where they are to be dispensed, correct? Exactly. The launchers themselves are a deck above us right outside these walls. The crew here is in charge of pulling them out of the storage area, inspecting them and loading them up. The bridge is the only way to fire them. Myrelle explained as she moved out of the way of 4 individuals using their combined strength to carry a single torpedo. It's quite busy here, even though we are no longer in battle, she commented. That's because each and every torpedo is being inspected. The easiest way to destroy a ship from the inside is by sabotaging the armaments. If just one of these torpedoes was sabotaged with an explosive dash, it'll set off a chain reaction. Azula finished catching on quickly. Exactly. Myra looked into the window of the opposite wall. Seeing most of the torpedoes being placed back in their storage rack, they should be almost done by now. They've been inspecting since the battle ended. How many do you have? Azula asked in genuine surprise, given how long it has been since the battle ended. Several hundred. While admiring the armaments, she spotted another familiar face, Sev. The 9-foot-tall semi-mechanical man had a torpedo in his grasp and seemed to be coming from the torpedo's storage area before placing it effortlessly into one of the slots on the wall. He seemed to enjoy showing off his superior strength as other members of the crew had to wheel torpedoes around in carts. The large metal man caught a glimpse of them and his face immediately lit up with a wide grin. Azula still couldn't figure out how such an imposing creature could have such a carefree and friendly demeanor. "Captain," he greeted, and the fire spitter. "See, I told y'all she'd be fine." He gave a friendly slap on the shoulder to a slender alien with a banana-shaped head that nearly knocked the wind out of him. "Gari Shora Kate." Gax shouted from above, climbing the piping of the ceiling like a hog monkey, seeming to be repairing some loose wiring. Sev turned to him. "Yes, I did say that. I was a firm believer she'd recover with no problems." "Kmi Takoro." "I did not say that." "Now you're just putting words in my mouth." Azula continued to watch the strange back and forth before deciding to intervene. "You actually understand what he says?" She was going to refer to Gax as a thing due to his more animalistic appearance, but managed to catch herself figuring they might take offense to the term. These two seemed to be her strongest candidates for allies, other than Lectro, and it would be wise not to offend them. "Oh yeah. His language is easier to translate into my native one, so I've got a better understanding of what he's saying than most." He turned up to where Gax hung, directing his next statement to him. "Although it'd be nice if he learned how to speak primary like the rest of us." Gax only made a noise that sounded like a scoff before dropping down and landing on his armored friend's shoulder. Gax leaned towards her and extended a large webbed hand. "T. Carry." He then greeted her with a wide crooked smile. "He says it's nice to meet you." Of all the creatures she had seen so far, Gax unsettled her the most. Whether it be his appearance as a walking talking frog, his smile that was a little too wide for Azula's liking, the manic unpredictability behind his large bulging eyes. How he seems to shout with every word that leaves his mouth, or the way the gills around his head flared out. Reluctantly she accepted the friendly gesture and grabbed his larger hand. It was slimy and damp, two things Azula physically couldn't stand and made her skin crawl. "Nice to meet you." It was a struggle for her to maintain her friendly persona. Gax shook her hand vigorously like a child who has had too much sugar and practically shook her entire torso in his grasp before retracting back to Sev's shoulder, her hand covered in a thin mucus substance that she discreetly rubbed off on the leg of her jumpsuit. "Sev." "Gax." Myrelle greeted them in an informal but friendly demeanor. "How goes the inspection?" "So far so good. We haven't found anything on any of the torpedoes in this room." "Heard the same from the other armament rooms." "Good. Once you are all done, get some rest and food. We're going to need you all to help make repairs." Both groaned at the thought of that. "Yes, ma'am. We'll try and get as much of that done before the sending." With that said, Myrelle let them get back to their work as she led Azula out and on to the next destination they would soon find themselves in. The cargo bay, the same one that housed the fabricator. When they entered, the crate that housed the target of their attackers was in the center of the room and opened. The fabricator was a large rectangular black and silver box-shaped device with each side of it having a window allowing for viewing inside its empty compartment, besides the device Lectro stood with his back to them as he typed away at a tablet connected to the built-in console. "Come on, just work for me." He grumbled to himself as the console screen flashes red. Lectro. Myrel greeted the lizard man, making him jump in surprise. He didn't seem to hear their approach. Don't sneak up on me like that. I've already almost had like 3 heart attacks today, and I don't need a 4th. My bad, Lectro. How goes Azula? He shouted in relief and joy, running past the captain up to the princess. Azula was reminded of his overbearing curiosity. You're not dead. That's great. I was so worried. I told you 0G was something you wouldn't be able to handle, but somehow you survived. Which is great. I also heard that you were capable of generating a blast of electricity. Which I have to know how you did that, and... He continued to bombard her with questions while speaking a mile per minute, giving himself little room to breath between words until Myrel pulled him out of his tirade with a firm hand on the shoulder. Lectro. The poor girl just barely made it out of death's grip and was locked up for 26 hours. I'm sure the last thing she wants is to be overwhelmed with questions. Lectro gave a sheepish grin, realizing this. Sorry, it's just we thought we lost you there for a little while. And there is still so much we can learn from you. So you're only concerned for me when you have something to gain? She asked condescendingly, his scaly expression turned to one of shock and nervousness. That came out wrong. That's not what I meant to say. A narrow smile crept up on her, a smile of mischief that was followed with a sinister glint in her eye. Oh no, your intentions were made clear. I'm just a slab of meat for you to poke around and experiment with. Wait, no. That's, sea captain. Help me out here? Myrel, picking up on what was going on, gave a devious smirk of her own. What is there to help Lectro? You made it clear that she's your lab experiment. Why lie to the poor girl? Perhaps you'd like to cut me open and harvest my organs for some immoral uses. Azula added. Or take out her brain and leave it suspended in a jar? Myrel teased, taking just as much pleasure in making him feel uncomfortable. Lectro, having no control of the situation, decided to change the subject. Hey. We unpacked the fabricator and almost got it online. Why don't I show you guys that? He practically sprinted back to the console, wanting to get out of this situation. As she approached to get a closer look at the device, she walked into an object that toppled over in a loud metal clang. Alert! Alert! A monotonous voice droned out of the object. I am under siege. I repeat. I am under siege. Lectro grabbed the cylindrical object, pulling it back up, quite being dramatic. B3, you're all right. The object in question was a short machine covered in faded green metal plating held up by 4 thick spider-like legs. The top of it rotated towards Azula, a single red eye staring up at her. You have a living trash can? She cocked her head, studying the strange being. Lectro let out an amused chuckle as he patted the machine's head. B3 isn't a trash can. He is my robotic assistant. B3, meet our newest recruit. Princess Azula. The lens of the machine's eye focused on her, surveying her up and down. Unidentified life form. Scanning. Analyzing data. Unidentified. Hypothesis, deformed Pandaren. Excuse me? She responded, somewhat offended by being referred to as deformed anything. She was a princess after all, no deformity would be tolerated by her. I am not deformed, I can assure you that. You lack several key features of a Pandaren, such as facial striping, pigmented sclera, cranial horns. Did it ever occur to you that I might not be a Pandaren? She interrupted, feeling B3 would list out too many things to warrant in conversation. The robots stayed silent for a moment, analyzing new data. Conclusion. Unregistered species. We could always pass you off as a deformed Pandaren. Myrel said, Clearly taking some amusement from this conversation, she rolled her eyes at such a thing. She was her father's perfect weapon. To accept being referred to as deformed would stain her pride. With B3 reoriented and still connected to the fabricator via cables, Electro went back to his work. We almost got everything ready and set. The raw material we collected from the planet is on standby. We just have to break through some of the security authorizations in order to get it to function. He explained as he typed away at his tablet. Needless to say, whoever was the last owner of this thing really didn't want anyone else using it but them. Myrel peered over his shoulder as he worked. How bad is it? Every time I think we've made progress, another firewall shows up. Firewall disabled, B3 stated. Great. Now we can dash firewall detected. Electro groaned in frustration. How many does that make? 6 firewalls in total. I don't need to remind you that this thing is the key to us leaving the system. Do I? Myrel stated. I understand that, Captain, but this is a very advanced piece of equipment that is almost completely alien to me. And B3 has never been connected to something like this. This caught Azula's attention and made her furrow her brow in confusion. How is this any more alien than everything else on the ship? That's because it was made by one of the most hyper-advanced civilizations to ever exist. They outpaced almost every other race in the galaxy with their tech. Electro explained as he coordinated with B3. Really? They must be quite the civilization if they are capable of creating such a device that everyone wants, she said in wonder as she looked into the fabricator's interior. They were, he corrected. Azula cocked an eyebrow. Were? Yes, they used their magical printers here to generate components for weapons of mass destruction, then nuked themselves into extinction. They didn't really venture outside their own solar system either, so they pretty much doomed themselves. He continued, then cursed in irritation when he couldn't get through the firewall. All that's left of their civilization is a few pieces of tech like this and some ruins. Myrel finished. This was a surprise to Azula. People who had access to such equipment and essentially unlimited resources ended up destroying themselves. How can beings with such power end up undoing everything they had achieved? I think the Empire has some mummified corpses in their museums. Electro added. She then remembered when she first met Electro, he had mentioned some sort of empire. Any information on this entity could prove valuable. Final firewall breached. Access to fabricator acquired. B3 interrupted before she could ask, retracting its cord from the machine. Finally! We've been at this for hours. Electro wasted no time accessing the console. He gestures to another crewman. Get the coal, let's do a little test run. The alien wheeled in a cart filled with coal to the back of the machine and began dumping shovelfuls of it in a funny-shaped opening. Where exactly did you get this coal? Azula asked. From the planet below. Electro answered. She rolled her eyes. Obviously, I meant where specifically. B3. Pull up the map. Electro said to the robot who projected a holographic display of the planet. We mined out almost all of this coal from this area here. He pointed to the northern portion of the main Fire Nation island. There was an old mine that looked to be abandoned. We sent a probe in and found a whole lot of coal still buried there, so we geared up and grabbed all this. The main reason we have data on your language is because we sent a few probes to gather info just in case we ran into any locals. If you were wondering about that. She was wondering about that, however, this curiosity was overshadowed by the obvious theft of her homeland. Why does it matter where we got it? Myrel inquired. No reason. Was simply curious. She lied. She felt great offense that they stole from her country, however, she was in no position or mood to argue against it. And besides, it was Zuko's fault for not noticing this theft in his own backyard. The alien crewman notified them that the coal was loaded up. Lectro hopped back to the console. Let's start with something simple. How about a wrench? After typing in his commands, the empty compartment of the machine came to life as a mechanical arm unfolded from the roof of the machine and began moving back and forth at great speed, leaving behind layers of molten metal that cooled quickly until it took the shape of a strange-looking wrench. Azula watched in amazement. A machine like this could generate just about anything the Fire Nation would need. If they had this machine alone, the Fire Nation would have dominated the Earth in no time. Once cooled, Lectro opened the compartment, climbing in and pulling the wrench free. Beautiful! Isn't it? It's remarkable. I can see why you were being attacked for it. Azula was genuinely impressed. How does it work? After climbing out of the machine, Lectro was more than happy to explain. I'm glad you asked. You see, this device is what is properly known as a matter converter. By putting matter in one end, the machine can manipulate said matter down to the molecular level and convert it into a different substance to fabricate whatever you need. She didn't quite understand some aspects of what he said, but understood the basic concept well. However, it can only do so with non-organic substances, and depending on the malleability of said substance, determines how long it takes to fabricate. It also takes a whole lot of power for it to work. So it will take a while if we solely rely on it for repairs. Myrelle said, taking the newly fabricated wrench, inspecting it. Yes. Which is why I suggest we only use it to repair and replace specific components needed to get us out of here and get further repairs back at base. Understood. I think I know where our next stop will be. Myrelle pockets the wrench and says her farewell to Lectro and B3 before making her leave and beckoning Azula to follow. Be sure to stop by my lab later. Lectro calls out to Azula before going back to his work and accidentally walking into B3, tipping him over. Alert! Alert! I am under siege. Always so dramatic. Aren't you, B3? It didn't take long for Myrelle to lead Azula to the engineering room at the rear of the ship. The thick metal blast doors covered in bright yellow markings opened with their presence, revealing a multi-leveled cavernous industrial room that would put the Fire Nation's most advanced steam engines and boiler rooms to shame, with its walls being covered in exposed piping, wires, and machinery, the humming sounds of the twin Titanic engines that hang overhead echoing loudly. Crewmen ran about working at their stations to maintain the health of the ship. Welcome to engineering, Myrelle said over the various sounds. This area of the Secor is dedicated to allowing us to traverse space along with providing power to all functions of the ship. I take it this is where the enemy disabled the ship? She had to raise her voice just as much to get through. Indeed. She turned to a large hunched-over creature that resembled a Komodo rhino dragging a large cable. Where's Cetro? The creature pointed to the reactor room across from the twin engines. They entered the equally large room, with most of its space being occupied by a massive spherical structure that was the reactor, and was being held behind a transparent wall of glass and metal to prevent radiation exposure. Are you stupid, or are you purposefully trying to incur my wrath? Because these cufflinks are the wrong size. An old gravelly voice shouted from one of the corners of the room. They turned to the source, where Azula saw the same multi-armed creature she had run into when she first arrived, standing over a shorter creature similar in appearance, but with a red mane of hair. Wait! No! Don't answer that. Whatever you say is only going to make me even angrier. Replace the cables on Generator 3 on the lower deck before I demolish you. The other creature scampered away as they approached. Cetro. The creature in question turned to her, a sour expression on his serpentine face. Captain. Come to tear me a new one for not getting the shield generator online again? His 4 blue eyes narrowed in on Azula. You He reached for his firearm, causing her to jump into a firebending stance. Myrelle jumped between them. Hold it. She's with us. Are you serious? He asked incredulously. She's the intruder that burned me. He raised a hand wrapped in a black brace. For all we know, she was a scout sent ahead by the damn Death's Head. Then why would a Death's Head spy shoot the bridge to her own ship? She recalled, standing over him with a commanding presence, and now what's left of the Death's Head is on board, helping us get the Succor up and running again. I expect you to play nice with her. Cetro only snarled at her as he eased back into a lax domnor. I suppose I should apologize for that. Along with kicking you in the head. As much as she hates the idea of apologizing, if she wanted to plant the seeds of her takeover, then maybe saying sorry to this crotchety creature would be wise. Cetro only scoffed. He and Angara seemed to have in common a distaste of her. At least Cetro seemed to have a valid reason to not like her. Azula, this is Cetro, the head of engineering, and he will be your mentor outside of combat. Myrelle introduced. When was this decided? Cetro asked. Right now, she stated with finality. As you know, everyone who serves on a starship needs to know basic engineering, and she knows nothing of it, which is why I need my best engineer to get her up to speed. Cetro's scaled brow furrowed as he looked back at Azula, but she's a primitive. Does she have any scientific knowledge at all? I dissected a squirrel toad once. She wasn't wrong. She did do this when she went to the Fire Nation Royal School for Girls, but she knew this isn't what he wanted to hear and took silent pleasure in his annoyance at her comment. The head engineer only scowled at her in silence for a long while before speaking. Captain, can I speak with you privately? The engineer and the captain took a few steps away out of earshot. I'm already standing up to my agnots and idiots here with a bunch of new idiots who tried to kill us on the way to repair this relic of a ship. I don't have time to play babysitter to some primitive that grew up in a mud hut. Myrelle sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Everybody pulls their weight here, Cetro. She needs to do the same. It doesn't have to be anything complicated. Just give her some simple tasks that will keep her busy and out of your way while also giving her some tips and tricks on how things work here. I don't like her attitude either. She's a smartass, and I don't like smartasses. Now you're just being childish. Cetro scoffed. Listen, she's smarter than you think. She'll adapt and hopefully learn quickly. Think of it this way, you'll get to boss around the girl who burned you and gave you a minor concussion. And if she becomes too much of a hindrance, I'll put her to work in the mess hall instead. Cetro still didn't seem convinced, but rolled his eyes and accepted it. Fine. But I'm not going easy on her just because she's a kid. Never said you needed to go easy on her. They turned back to the princess, who was observing the massive sphere above them, and called to her. All right, kid, what did you say your name was again? I am Princess Azula. She introduced. Private Azula. Myrelle corrected. Azula frowned at the mention of her new title and the emphasis the captain put on it. All right, kid. I'll teach you what you need to know. Just keep that fire trick of yours under wraps unless I need you to weld something. She narrowed her eyes in annoyance at him wanting to use her bending as some workplace tool. What's wrong with the shield generator this time? Myrelle asked. Cetro scoffed. What isn't wrong with it? The multi-armed alien led them to the upper levels and into the room that housed the shield generator that was a large cubicle machine. So far we've tried the basic fixes, but nothing has worked, so I think it's a more advanced issue inside. Cetro explained as they approached a panel. I've got Coppola in there inspecting all the components. Someone is inside that? Azula took another look at the shield generator, noting that the impressive machine was indeed large, but seems like it is filled to the brim with components that would make fitting inside it impossible. Yup. Let's see if he's made any progress. Cetro pounded on a panel door. Coppola. You find anything? After a few moments, a panel door swung open with a narrow-headed serpentine creature with 6 beady eyes slithered out arching up at them. 6 segmented limbs sprouting out of its underside just beneath its head. I did, it said in a strange high-pitched voice, the coolant pump is broken. It won't pump anything into the generator, thus causing it to overheat when in use. Azula looked at the small creature slack-jawed and spacing out to the technical talk between Cetro and the snake creature. She was perplexed at how something as small and weird as this was considered a person despite the fact that it looked like a mutated animal. Then again, it spoke clearly like an educated person and wore a dark blue sleeve over its long coiling body like clothing. So it's just the pump? Myrelle repeated, taking Azula out of her analytical trance at the sight of Coppola. That's the main problem, yes. But there's a bunch of smaller issues like wires beginning to rot away, rusting gaskets, and a slew of other issues that could turn into problems in the future. But that's to be expected from such an old ship. So we either replace all the broken-down components or buy a brand-new shield generator. What of the fabricator? Azula mentioned, catching all of their attention. Lectro has it working. Surely we can replace that old components with new ones. Exactly. The captain followed up, producing the fabricated wrench and handed it to Cetro. He made this wrench from coal converted into steel. Cetro inspected the tool, testing out its weight and tapping it against the generator. This could work. We could save a whole lot of units with this. Make a list of everything that needs to be replaced and we'll replace it back at base. Right now, talk to Lectro and get a new coolant pump made. After that, the pair left the engineers to their work, with Myrelle giving Azula a quick rundown of the reactor, showing her the gravity core on the opposite end of the room before leading her to various other locations such as the briefing room, the mess hall, living quarters and locker rooms, escape pods, various component rooms, and Dr. Bevel's cultivation room that was filled with strange alien plants used to create medicine. Their final stop was the bridge. They entered the command deck, where many of the officers in the room continued to scramble, monitoring the ship's health and other factors. A majority of the bridge crew being Pandaren. Here is the command deck. From here, we monitor the Sikor's health, chart courses, control weapon systems, and scan the space around us. Myrelle explained. You won't be on this deck very often, but I feel you should see it at least once. Captain. Commander Shaw called out with a tablet in hand. We've organized the new recruits into the stations where their expertise can be utilized. She took the tablet from him, looking over the reports. Good. Hopefully we can get everything up and running again. Shaw looked over the captain's shoulder at their new recruit. Is this her, Captain? Yes. Azula, this is my second in command, Commander Shaw. Commander Shaw, Azula. The commander bowed his head slightly in respect while extending a hand. Pleased to meet you. Handshakes were not something Azula was accustomed to. Living a life of royal luxury made her expect people to prostrate themselves at her presence, but even then handshaking wasn't very customary within the Fire Nation. Reluctantly she took his glove hand and gave him the most sincere smile she could fake in order to hide her discontent at the strange greeting. Likewise, Commander. I didn't expect you to be up and walking around so soon after your trip into space. You gave Dr. Lectro quite the scare when he heard what happened. Oh yes, I am aware. His bombardment of questions and worry came back to mind. He won't have too much time to worry about. I'll see to it that his attention stays on the fabricator for now. The captain added. I assume that means the device is online? The commander asked. The captain and commander continued their discussion, and Azula felt that her presence there was no longer needed and decided to wander about the cabin. Being sure to stay out of the way, the holodable was the first thing to catch her attention as a glowing hologram of the gunmetal gray ship with a bright red nose that she stood on floated in midair. The surface was covered in red highlights, likely damaged areas. She paced away towards the panoramic window again, gazing out into space at her homeworld to the left of the ship, the Earth Kingdom taking up a majority of the planet's surface. She wondered if she could see Ba Sing Se from up here. After all, it was the largest city in the world, and all of the Earth Kingdom maps proudly display its size on all of their maps. No matter how hard she squinted, she couldn't find the city in the sea of green and beige that made up the continent. Perhaps the Fire Nation wasn't the only one that exaggerated the scale in their maps. Satisfied with the view, she turned her attention back to the captain, still embroiled in conversation with important matters for the ship, but noticed a vacant seat on a raised platform in the center of the room. Undoubtedly the captain's chair, the throne of the ship, the most powerful position on this ship. Her throne, if she plays her cards right. She approached the chair, studying the various buttons that lined its armrest. Her observation reminded her that she's been standing all day and her legs were feeling a bit stiff, so she decided to have a seat. Might as well see the view from her future position and determine if it's satisfactory enough for her. The view was as splendid as she expected it to be. She had a clear elevated view of the whole vessel before her, dorsal cannons facing forward or her flanks, with the planet clear in her sights. She feels she has the power to level the whole world if she wanted to, like her plan for Sozin's Comet, but on a far larger scale. She could see it now, the crown hairpiece being placed in her topknot as the Sucor looms overhead, threatening to rain down destruction, the alien creatures following her every will, policing the populace and tearing down all that oppose her. It was glorious, the sound of someone clearing their throat, pulling Azula out of her daydream. Commander Shaw loomed behind her with a stern expression. It was then that she noticed the other bridge officers scowling at her, mainly the Pandorans. "Enjoying my seat, Private?" the captain asked with a sense of amusement, just like how her uncle laughed when she had sat on the Fire Lord's throne when she was younger. That chair is meant only for the captain's use or any she gives command to. Shaw reprimanded. It would seem the Pandorans take the chain of command very seriously, and violating it in any small way earned their scorn. My mistake, I felt a little light-headed. Must be a side effect of the vaccine, she said, fainting a dazed expression as she got back up. Hopefully this lie would placate them, along with her general ignorance of her environment. His expression softened. Be sure to see Dr. Bevel then. He turned back to the captain. I have some preliminary reports sent to your ready room for your convenience. She thanked him before making her way to a room at the back of the command deck. Azula followed behind. The ready room was a small office that was more spacious than some of the other rooms she had seen on board, with a desk near the back. A small window displaying the planet beyond, a rack filled with personal mementos, and a tank filled with alien fish swimming about. So, Private, what do you think of the tour? The captain asks as she sprinkles some flakes into the fish tank. It is impressive. Truly a marvel of science. At least to my primitive understanding of it. She began to despise that word. Thank you, despite the shape the Sucor is currently in and her age. She sat at her desk. Any lingering questions that weren't answered? A few. What is our destination once we leave? Kazima. She answered plainly. It's a backwater planet on the fringes of explored space. Outside the jurisdiction of just about every major galactic power. Such as this Pandaren Empire? Azula asks as she inspects some of the captain's personal items, many of which being military medals, trophies and model ships. One that caught her attention was a picture of a younger Myrelle dressed in a royal purple military uniform of some sort, her hair tied back into a neat bun. Bright red cape draped over her left shoulder and a decorative hat resting on her head, with one of her upward spiraling horns decorated with a gold ring. She wasn't surprised that the picture didn't seem to be painted and instead looked like a real image captured in time. She had seen so many spectacular things as of late that this seemed mundane in comparison. She then noticed a young girl that looked to be the age of 5 or 6 standing next to her. She had yellowish-orange skin and bright green eyes, lacked horns and dressed in a school uniform. Undoubtedly Myrel's daughter, as they shared similar faces. There was a third figure as well. They wore a similar uniform, only this one was white and the red cape was draped over the opposite shoulder, but the corner of the picture where their face would have been was burned. Oh yes. The Empire. There was a flatness in her voice, as if it was something she didn't care to talk about. Before you ask, yes, I was part of the Empire along with many of the Pandaren crew, and yes, the Sikor was also an Imperial warship. We no longer affiliate with the Empire or share in their ideals. So you're a defector? A traitor to your nation. The scorn laced in her voice was not lost to Myrel. After all, why wouldn't Azula despise traitors? Her brother betrayed her, her two best friends betrayed her, even her own mind betrayed her and led to the Fire Nation losing the war and losing her title of Fire Lord. Their eyes met. Azula's narrow gaze probing the captain, attempting to find any weakness to exploit. However, Myrel's steely gaze and calm expression gave a calm defiance, with no indication of giving her what she wanted. Let's just say that we don't agree with the direction the current regime was taking us on. With that said, Myrel brought the topic to an end. Why don't you tell me about yourself, Private? She gestured towards a small couch by the window. Just who is Princess Azula? Azula thought carefully of what she wanted to say. Taking the seat and sitting upright with her legs crossed, giving an image of authority, while the captain took a more laid-back and informal posture. That's easy enough to answer. I am the youngest child of Fire Lord Ozai. She paused, remembering who was the current leader of her nation, former Fire Lord. I am a firebending prodigy with years of experience fighting in our war against the other nations. I am the conqueror of Ba Sing Se, effectively winning the war, and was to be crowned the next Fire Lord. All at the age of 14. She stated proudly at all her achievements, being sure to leave some elements out, but overall speaking in nothing but truth for once. Her expression soured as she remembered how all her achievements crumbled away until my traitorous brother Zuko joined our enemy and effectively undid everything our nation had accomplished. Stole my crown along with imprisoning my father and I for 2 long grueling years. Her voice and anger rose with each word before she realized she was losing control and quickly regained her composure. I managed to escape and, well, here I am. Myrel took all this information while leaning back in her chair, an impassive expression still on her face. Impressive, very impressive. Assuming you're telling me the truth. Azula scowled. You think I'm lying? Not really lying, more like embellishing the truth. You have to admit, it is a little far-fetched that a teenager conquered an entire city by herself, and based on some of the observations some of our probes picked up, Ba Sing Se is quite a large city. Not only that, but a capital city as well. The brother betrayal sounds truthful and tracks well with the little information you've already given, and the crowning sounds plausible. A lot of societies that use monarchies tend to crown children as rulers. Azula's eye twitched. Ba Sing Se was my greatest achievement. I conquered the city when so many others had failed. Question it as much as you want, but the fact of the matter is I took the city all by myself without anyone's help. She left out the aid Ty Lee and Zuko provided, but she didn't care. They were all traitors anyway. The names of traitors don't deserve to be by hers in the history books. Myrel's lips curved into a subtle sly smile. I'm curious, just how did you take this city? Simple, really. Everyone else tried to brute force their way in, so I took a less direct approach. So, you snuck inside and caught them where they'd least expect you. Clever, but I can't imagine it was that easy. She scoffed. Persuade or fool the right people, and it is. Interesting. That was all Myrel said of the matter before looking over to her console. The way she said it though set off an alarm in Azula's mind. This whole conversation wasn't just some friendly attempt at banter. Myrelle was probing her for information just as she had been, and used her lapse in judgment when her conquering of Ba Sing Se was put into question. Had she given away her plan before she even began to put it into action? No, she could work with this, treating it like she was listing off her skills to further convince her that she would be a valuable asset. If the captain was as cunning as Azula believed, then she would have eventually found out her skills sooner or later. She just needed to maintain control, that's it. As long as she remains in control of her actions and mind, she will succeed. Her greatest worry now is that perhaps being trapped in a mental asylum for 2 years may have dulled her ability to stay calm and collected. I've got some reports to go over. Why don't you go down to the mess hall and grab something to eat? I'm sure you're tired of the nutrient bricks Dr. Bevel has been giving you. Glady, she said, feeling her stomach beginning to rumble. Food that didn't taste like bland chalk would be nice. One last thing before you go. Myrelle stopped her before she exited. In a few hours we are having a sending in Hangar 2. It's a funeral tradition for all those that had fallen in battle. I'd like for you to be there. Are you sure it would be appropriate? I've only just joined. Myrelle gave her a nonchalant gesture. Nonsense. You're a part of the storm now. It would also be best to get you familiar with some of the naval traditions that come with serving on a ship. Although I wish it didn't have to start with a funeral. Very well. I will attend. Just find me at the appropriate time, she said hastily, then turned to depart. Very well. Myrelle repeated, expecting a certain response. Azula gritted her teeth as she almost choked out the words. Very well, Captain. Myrelle gave a satisfied smile. I'll see you there, Private. She rolled her eyes in annoyance once she was certain the captain couldn't see her and went for the door. Almost running into Commander Shaw on her way out, the commander entered the office, closing the door behind him, leaving only him and the captain. I take it everything went well? You could say that, she replied, not looking up from her screen. Be honest with me, Shaw. What do you think of her? The commander looked away in thought, as if to find the right words. She's bold, I'll give her that. Not many would think to sit at the captain's chair on the first day, although I would chalk that up to cultural ignorance and the dizziness from whatever the doctor gave her. You really fell for that, Shaw? The captain gave a half-hearted chuckle. She was lying through her teeth. She knew exactly what she was doing. Well, then perhaps she is due for some lessons in proper naval etiquette. Shaw was annoyed that the captain seemed to be letting her off easy. What do you make of her, ma'am? Myrelle paused for a moment, really thinking about her opinion. She has potential. She's got the ego of a princess, there's no doubt there, very headstrong and confrontational. How confrontational? Shaw asked, not liking the sound of that. The captain let out a disgruntled breath. You should have seen her with Angara. That statement alone was all Shaw needed to understand. Although now his opinions on Azula may have softened, knowing that she was most likely being confrontational in self-defense. That bad? I can already tell that those two are going to be the best of friends. Her tone betrayed the optimism of that statement as she rubbed her head, as if already feeling all the future headaches they'll cause. But she's smarter than she lets on, she's cunning, her fighting skills alone say a lot, and she's ambitious. A little too ambitious, though. This caught the commander's attention. That won't blossom into a future problem, will it? Right now it's too early to say for certain, but I want to keep a close eye on her. Make sure she doesn't do anything stupid. Well, she is a teenager and teenagers tend to do stupid things. Shaw took a seat before her desk. Although I can't say I've ever seen a teenager shoot blasts of fire or electricity, so there's that to consider. This isn't just some normal teenage shenanigans I'm worried about. All throughout the tour, she was asking questions about the ship and to some of the crew. Probing questions I would ask my commanding officer if I was tasked with taking down a larger foe, and she was subtle about it too. Shawl took this in, his brow hardening as he stroked his beard. I'll keep tabs on her. If she's as cunning as you believe, then I want to be ready for anything. Please do. Was there anything else you needed? Yes, some of the other officers and I were wondering about the planet and its inhabitants. Will Azula be the only one we recruit? For now, yes. As much as we need new crewmen, I would rather not waste time grabbing a bunch of random primitive people and teaching them everything they need to know after they freak out at the existence of life outside their home. One is good enough. As for the planet, we'll mark it on the map. If we need to go into hiding for any reason or are in need of resources, this place will do. And if our new private ever changes her mind on her new career path, we'll put her on a shuttle and bring her back. Wise idea. I'll let you get to your reports then. With that said, Shawl let himself out and Myrelle went back to her work. Azula walks with purpose in search of the mess hall with her chin held up high and arms crossed behind her back. She needed to look like she had some kind of authority to the other crewmen despite her low rank. She still couldn't get her last exchange with the captain out of her head. How foolish she was for walking into that obvious trap. She would need to meditate and try to regain her cool collective persona back that could wait. For now she needed food that actually had flavor. The nutrition bricks, as they call them, she was given by the doctor were so bland it almost made her want to vomit. She just needed to remember the route. She managed to find it after several wrong turns and blocked off hallways. This ship was a maze without Myrelle's guidance. She managed to find the spacious room filled with tables and benches with a line already formed. Hey look, it's the fire spitter! Sev called out from his place near the front of the line after spotting her. The dozens of other alien creatures turned to her, and for a moment Azula felt a bit threatened by all the unfamiliar eyes on her until the room erupted in cheers and claps. Some of the closer creatures even gave her pats on the shoulders. She can't say she wasn't used to being cheered on when entering a room, but it was still a strange sight coming from people that didn't look remotely human. However, it seemed they were all appreciative of her actions during the battle, so she reveled in their praise. Why don't you come up to the front and cut in front of me? Sev said. And was met with a series of light-hearted complaints from those around him. Oh, shut it. She saved the ship, so she should get first pickings. She put on a self-satisfactory smile as she strode to the front, being showered with praise as she did so until she was before Sev. Thank you for your praise. I don't think I had the patience to wait in line for long. No problem. It's always good to get on your good side early so you don't shoot lightning at me for whenever I eventually piss you off. He laughed. Azula did not laugh. Instead, she grabbed a tray and observed the display of unfamiliar foods that ranged from things that looked normal like steaks that were purple instead of red, misshapen fruit and soup that seemed to glow, along with things that were much stranger such as what looked to her like a roasted pill bug, cereal-shaped vegetables that she wasn't sure were either food or set dressing, and some sort of floating red liquid inside a glass canister. She had no clue what would be considered edible to her. So she grabbed the closest thing to something she was used to, a bowl of cold blue noodles, some green bread and water. Damn. You got the last bowl of Zamnu. Sev commented over her shoulder as he grabbed over a dozen plates. She ignored his comment and whatever else he may have said as she examined around looking for a place to sit. Almost all the tables had at least one person occupying them, but she manages to spot a table by the window and decides a seat with a view would do her good. Once sat down, Azula decided to dismiss Sev's conversation with her own topic. I'm surprised your little friend isn't hanging off your shoulder right now. Oh, Gax. He's talking to his sister back at base right now. She worries. There was another one of him? Azula shudders at the thought of another slimy and damp handshake from a similar creature. Yeah, Chani. Don't worry, she's not a psychopath like him. The giant said nonchalantly as he began eating. She couldn't tell if he was joking or not. Right, the captain informed me of ascending later. Oh yeah. His demeanor seemed to simmer down. Not the first one I've been to, but it's never something I look forward to. Stick around here long enough and you'll see a few. I imagine all the crew will be there, but does that include our new Death's Head friends? No, that's a recipe for disaster. Pretty sure the captain has them making repairs while we're doing that. Gax and I weren't invited to our first sending when we joined. So you were absorbed into the crew as well? Yeah, I used to run with a crew of pirates for a while, boarding ships and making off with anything we could sell. Then one day we attempted to board the wrong ship and Myrel annihilated us. He took another bite of his food and spoke with his mouth full. She could have killed me and the other survivors, but instead she offered us a job, and I tell you what. This job is way better than being a pirate. She looked him over once more, looking at all the mechanical bits ingrained into his body. I assume piracy had something to do with the various pieces of metal sticking out of your body. Oh, you mean my improvements? He seemed to like that she pointed this out. You call those improvements? Meaning you did this to yourself? She said with a muddled expression. Not all of it. He stood up, showing off his mechanical legs. I got involved in a really bad shuttle crash when I was a little kid and lost my legs. He grabbed the knee to his right leg and with a quick twist his leg from just above his knee down detached. The stump was covered in a mechanical ring cap. He reattached the limb and sat back down. The doctor said I would never walk again unless I had cybernetics, and implementing cybernetics into the body is heavily frowned upon by my people's culture. Yet you have them? Yeah, I do. My race, the Dreda, are a deeply spiritual people that preach spiritual enlightenment and the rejection of material goods. He said with mockery present in the last portion. My parents and I were a part of that life for a while. Until the accident. A soft smile crept up as if in remembrance of something, and my parents sacrificed everything, their faith, their cultural standing, and their reputation just so I could walk again. Azula had never been sympathetic towards others, but she had to admit that sacrificing everything for a loved one in such a way sounded special. She wondered if her parents would ever do the same. Her father probably would have discarded her if she ever suffered an injury as severe as that. Her mother had thought she was a monster, so there was no doubt on her mind that she would do the same. Maybe for Zuko, but not for her. Not wanting to get bogged down thinking of her mother and run the risk of her apparition appearing, she continues the conversation. And what of your parents? If I may ask? Seth's expression turned into a scowl. They were excommunicated, me with them. We were shunned by every other Dreda we ever met. They called me the child of material sin. The rest of our family wouldn't even look at us. The utensil he used was crushed in his grip, no doubt from years of pent-up anger. My parents spent the rest of their lives continuing the practices until they died, mother to sickness and father to a robber, leaving me alone. So instead of following the practices of the people who shunned and exiled us, I decided I didn't want that life. My people call me the child of material sin, so that's what I'll be, a mechanical monster that spits in the eye of everything they stand for. So I cut out bits of myself and replaced them with cold hard steel until I became the beautiful mechanical mountain you see before you. Azula was captivated by his tale, more so than she'd like to admit. The idea of replacing useless parts of yourself with machinery was fascinating alone, but what really enthralled her was his reasoning for doing so. He is considered a monster to his people, just as she is to many of hers, and he wore it as a badge of honor. Perhaps she has more in common with him than she thought. And where does Gax play in all of this? Oh, him? Gax was a black market tech dealer when I first met him. He helped me create and install a lot of my tech, and eventually he went from being my go-to tech guy to my best friend. Not as fascinating as his first tale, but nonetheless interesting. That's all about me. What about you, Fire Spitter? What's your story? He asks before taking another bite of one of his many antares. Azula gave him a brief version of what she had told the captain, still leaving out some key details that could be incriminating for her. So how big is this Ba Sing Southeast place? He asks, finishing a bowl of mashed vegetables. Massive. She answers in a pleased manner, it's the largest city on Earth, and for 100 years it stood against us. My uncle led a 2-year-long campaign to take it and failed miserably. That must suck, he said flippantly before finishing his beverage. You should probably eat your bowl of Zamnu before they die on you. He gestured at her bowl of noodles. She was so hooked on her conversation with Sev that she forgot how hungry she was. Then she remembered what he had said. Wait, what do you mean by they'll die on me? He slurped up some noodles from one of his remaining dishes. Your Zamnu have been out of their tank for a while, they'll dry out and die. Zamnu tastes best when they're still alive. Her eyes widened at that statement and she looked down at the bowl, now noticing that the blue noodles were slowly writhing around. She poked at it with her utensil, inspecting it further, only to find a glossy black eye staring up at her. She sucked in a sharp breath in alarm once she realized that what she thought was a bowl of cold blue noodles was actually a series of tentacles attached to several live squid-like creatures. It almost made her lose her appetite. She pushed the bowl away. How about I trade you? Sweet. He eagerly took the bowl and offered her anything she wanted that was left from his tray. She settled for a bowl of soup that would glow amber when disturbed. What is, you know what, it's probably best if I don't know. After eating her fill, it was nearly time for the sending. Down in Hangar 2, she and many of the other surviving crewmen who could be spared gathered. In the center of the hangar lies caskets for each fallen crewmate lined in rows, a holographic image displaying their likeness along with a name written in a language she could not read. Everyone in attendance wore a spacesuit as per requirement. Azula was given another emergency shield suit. Many of the crewmates gathered around the caskets, grieving their fallen friends and saying their farewells, some even carving messages into the caskets with a knife. Azula observed from a distance. She didn't know anyone, so felt no need to grieve. Instead, she observed the holographic faces displayed on each casket and saw one for the insect man she ran into when first arriving. He must have been killed during the boarding, as she didn't remember seeing him with the assault group. Azula saw Angara standing far back as well, dressed in her full suit of armor, observing the mourners, but not being a part of them. It seemed she didn't have anyone special she knew amongst the dead and was content with hanging back like her. 7 Gax stood amongst the mourners, giving their respects to some of the casket. Commander Shawl called to attention when Myrel entered clad in her own shield suit. The crew all scattered away from the fallen in a small crowd. Myrel marched before the caskets and cleared her throat, being sure to speak clearly. Today is a solemn day. We have lost a great number of our own friends, family, and even lovers. As mercenaries, these losses are of no surprise, but that does not mean we should forsake the pain their absence leaves behind. For some of you, this is not the first sending you have attended, and for others it is. This will not be our last sending, but let us learn from this experience and make sure the next one is far in our future, and never forget those who we send to the stars. To the stars. The crew repeated. The speech was short, yet the captain said all she needed to, with the crowd clapping their various appendages at her words. Azula clapped with them, but not as moved by her words as they were. Masks on, she ordered, turning on her shield suit. The crowd put on their masks and helmets, with Azula turning on her own shield suit. Once everyone had donned their space gear, Commander Shawl signaled the hangar control room, who then began depressurizing the room and shutting off the shields on the bay door that separated them from the void of space. Various crewmen made their way to the caskets, gently lifting them up, 2 per casket depending on its size, and slowly marched towards the bay door until all members were lined up upon its length. To the stars. Myrel repeated, and with that the crew gently released the caskets to float out into the infinite night. All the caskets gently floated out like a fleet of small ships setting sail, ferrying the deceased into a sea of stars. With that the sending was complete. The crew said their final goodbyes as the shield came back online and the atmosphere returned. Everyone removed their space gear and began to depart back to their stations. Outside of the ship, many of the newly acquired recruits welded metal plates over holes with some of the Sikor engineers. The Sikor crew operated with specialized repair pods for the larger breaches and left the more tedious work to be done manually by the new recruits. Skeev grumbled to himself in his spacesuit as he held a panel in place while another welded it down. Of all the things he could have been assigned to do, space welding was the one thing he did not want. He already had an uneasy fear of being out in open space, hence why Duratix thought sending him out with the assault team was a fitting punishment. Thankfully, he managed to hide himself in one of the Sikor's crevices with a blast shield over him and wait out the battle. In either outcome, he would find his way to weasel himself to safety. "Hey you!" One of the Storm members, whose primary purpose there was to oversee them, pointed to Skeev. Skeev hid his disgruntled demeanor behind a passive smile. "Yes, sir, how can I help?" "Just got word from the bridge that something is blocking a thermal exhaust port." "Go check it out," he ordered, pointing at the ship's curvature. "Oh sure, yes. I'll have that taken care of in no time, boss. Just get it done quickly." As soon as the guard was out of sight, Skeev's submissive expression faltered and was replaced by a scowl as he made his way to the vent. No matter how many times he sucks up to those in charge, the sting of shame from their disrespect never goes away, and he always finds himself grasping the short end of the stick. Perhaps he's trying too hard, maybe tone down the submissiveness. His magnetic boots carried him past the ship's curvature separating the dorsal and starboard sides, and found the vent several feet away with something preventing it from closing fully. He made his way there, being sure to keep his eyes either on the object or his feet so he wouldn't feel nauseous from open space. On closer inspection, he saw that the object was a pair of legs. Great, a dead body. Just my luck, he grumbled as he grabbed the legs and pulled. Whoever it was, they were lodged good in the vent, as it took him several tries before they were finally dislodged. Still holding on to the ankle of the body, Skeev decided to have a look at who it was, and to his shock he saw that it was his former employer Duratax, his face frozen in a panicked gasp for air. His moist green skin now frozen and his uniform partially charred. When the bridge blew out, the sudden decompression must have shot him out at high speeds to where he found himself now. Well, Skeev said condescendingly as he mockingly brushed some frost off his shoulder. "Guess sending me out with the assault team was a good idea after all, wasn't it, boss?" He then peered into one of his pockets, pulling out 3 small golden bricks of units, the most common currency in galactic society, and pocketed them for himself. After all, Duratax wasn't going to be using them. He dug into his other pocket and pulled out Duratix's personal communicator. He thought about selling it for a decent price until it started to vibrate with a green light flashing from it. Someone was calling him. After peering around and making sure the others weren't looking, he pulled out his arm-mounted mini-computer and connected a cord to the device and switched his radio frequency before answering the device. "Duratax." An agitated voice came through with a deep voice filter disguising it. "I've been trying to contact you for the past few hours. What is the status of my fabricator? This must be the employer." Skeev weighed his options on whether or not to report this to the Storm and maybe fall under Myrel's good graces. However, perhaps this could be an opportunity for him. "Hello, this is Skeev, high-ranking member of the Death's Head." He lied while giving his best attempt at an authoritative tone. "Where is Duratax?" the voice demanded. "I am so sorry to tell you this, but unfortunately Duratax has been killed in the line of duty," he said solemnly while unceremoniously kicking his former employer's body out into the void. "I don't care about that. Have you been able to secure my fabricator or not? No. But I am currently thinking up a plan to we're done here. I knew I should have hired somebody else. Wait! 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 Hold on. Thankfully the line didn't go out yet. Death's Head may have lost, but what's left of us was absorbed by the Crimson Storm, meaning I have access to the fabricator. I'm listening. The voice no longer held any animosity. Skeeve looked over his shoulders again and was still clear. I can get you your fabricator, you've just got to give me time to plan and make it happen. And what do you want in exchange? I want all of the units for this job, not only that, but I want the bonus for taking out the Crimson Storm as well. The voice let out a shrill laugh. You're just one person, Mr. Skeeve. How do you plan to take out an entire mercenary group? Skeeve couldn't help but grin to himself as the gears turned in his head. The Crimson Storm has a lot of enemies. Just have to get one of them to do it for me. If you get me that fabricator and set up the storm's downfall, I'll be sure you can retire with peace of mind and more units than you know what to do with. He gave him his familiar subservient voice. Thank you, good sir. It will be a pleasure working with you, mister. None of your concern. Keep your head low and stay in contact. The voice cut out, leaving him alone. He disconnected the device from his suit and pocketed it. It would seem the universe has delivered him a boon in this dreadful situation he found himself in. It didn't matter to him that he would betray the new crew he swore loyalty to. He held no loyalty to the Death's Head either and was only ever there for the money. Now he has a chance to make even more money than he ever would have working for the Crimson Storm. A hard hand slammed down on his shoulder, pulling him out of his thoughts and making him momentarily panic as the Crimson Storm guard turned him around. The guard pointed to the ear of his helmet, telling him to switch to his frequency. What the hell are you doing? I've been shouting for you for 2 minutes. He said furiously. What's that you've got? He indicated to the hand still in his pocket. Skeeve fumbled around in his pocket, not wanting to let him see the communicator. The guard grabbed his wrist and pulled it out of his pocket, only to find the small bricks of units. These were lodged in the vents. He lied, hoping that it would be believable. The guard grabbed the unit bricks out of his hand, inspecting them before pocketing them for himself. Get back with the group and start welding. Oh, of course. Skeeve went ahead back to the group with the guard following behind. For now his plan is safe, he just needs to make sure he is careful if his plan is to come to fruition. Some time had passed since the sending, and with many of the major repairs done and the broken down components replaced, the Sakor was ready to disembark back to its place of origin, with Azula ready to leave everything she knew behind. She stood before a window overlooking the planet, the Fire Nation in all of its glory resting before her, the sun rising from its eastern shores. In a few moments the land she has visited, everyone she knows and the enemies she has made will be behind her, but only temporarily. She will return one day, but she will do so as a conqueror. She wonders what people will think of her sudden disappearance. She's sure many are jumping with joy. Zuko won't have to worry about her scheming against him. The Avatar and his companions are probably shocked about the Sakor, but will probably believe that it was better that she was carried off with it. Mai and Ty Lee are probably overjoyed that they no longer have to worry about her ever coming for them, and the last person who would be remotely affected by her disappearance being her mother would probably be happy that her little monster has disappeared for good, so she can be with her favorite child Zuko and the replacement daughter she had with her new peasant husband. As Azula was lost in thought, she glanced at her side, her eyes widening to see the apparition of her mother standing behind her in the reflection of the window in the same royal robes with the same somber expression that seemed to be a permanent fixture of her appearances. The one thing she could not leave behind was this illusion of the woman that haunts her mind. The sudden appearance of Lectro snapped her out of her vision. What? She asked, slightly panicked. The view. I asked if you were admiring the view, he asked. She looked back to the reflection in the window, seeing that her mother had vanished. Somewhat, she ran her fingers through her hair in an attempt to calm herself. Are we set to leave? Yup. Everything is good to go. Just waiting for the captain to give the order. He joined her in their view of the Earth. You think you'll miss it? You're home? Azula scoffed. There's nothing left for me here anymore. I understand that. There isn't much for me back at my home either, but one positive thing about the universe is that if you don't like one world, there's an infinite number of others to visit, he reassured with a smile across his narrow snout. Azula kept a blank expression, but somewhat appreciated his consolation, it would seem so. They stayed silent for a while, Azula keeping her gaze on the Fire Nation, while Electro seemed a little more awkward, trying to think of a way to fill the silence. So, I bet you're wondering how we are actually going to leave your home star system. In a way, yes. She admitted. Electro put on an excited expression. Well, in that case, but it can wait. I've had enough long-winded explanations for one day. Oh, he said with some disappointment. A voice came from the intercom. All hands be advised. Dimensional jump imminent. Maybe a visual will do better, he said. Angling himself to look at the ship's nose, she followed suit and saw the space before the Sucor beginning to distort and swirl into a spiral until it formed a bizarre swirling sphere where stars, or the reflection of stars, warped and rotated as light bent around it. It was another amazing sight for her to witness. Azula. The Sucor's engines charged up, and in an instant it darted into the distortion at blinding speeds and entered a tunnel of infinite color. Lights of all hues darted past as the Sucor hurtled towards its destination. Beautiful, isn't it? Electro asked. I've seen dimensional jumps countless times, but it always amazes me each time we do it. What do you think, Azula? She did not answer. As soon as the Sucor entered the distortion, Azula felt deep within her soul her fire extinguish as if she never had it to begin with. She clenched her chest and breathed heavily from the shock. She was certain now, she had lost her bending. Hey, we have a Patreon chock full of NSFW content. Audios, GIFs, sauces, captions and more in our Patreon. Most of the audios are free, however, everything else will cost you. I want to grow story into an actual brand business. An actual animation, publishing, movie studio. So if even you follow our Patreon for free, it'll really help out. Azula sat in an empty stall in the locker room, focusing all the energy she had into her hands, trying to generate a spark of fire, only for nothing to appear. She began to panic. Her bending was gone, just like the day of the eclipse. The entire reason the Crimson Storm took an interest in her was now gone, and with it her plan, and even her well-being, was in jeopardy. What's worse is Electro was very insistent on getting her in the lab to run some tests on her bending. She's been avoiding him since she felt her fire leave her, but it's only a matter of time until they find out. Private Azula. Please report to the science lab. The intercom bellowed. She couldn't hide anymore, now she had to face it and try to adapt from there. After leaving the stall, she marched through the corridors, having to take directions from a few crewmates, and found his lab. She took a deep breath to maintain control before entering into a decently sized room filled with all manner of outlandish-looking machinery, beakers, desks and other equipment. Electro stood working at a computer console before realizing her arrival. Finally. I was beginning to think you were avoiding me. I got turned around on my way here. Not entirely a lie, after all this ship is a maze without Myral to guide her. You're here now, and that's all that matters. So let's get started. B3 prep the scanner. Electro seemed to be excited to finally be able to study her bending, but it only made Azula more anxious. The robot emerged from a charging station, its legs folding out of its cylindrical body and roaming around on spherical wheels, and approached a large glass box with a computer console attached. A pair of metal tentacles like those in the surgical room slithered out of B3's body and began preparing the device. These tests of yours aren't going to be too invasive, I hope? She approached the glass box, scanning it up and down curiously. Nope, nothing like that today. Right now, I just want a basic scan. He pulled open one of the box's glass doors. Step inside, please. Reluctantly she did so with him closing it behind her. Try and stay as still as possible so we can get an accurate scan. She took a stance as a wall of blue light appeared above her head and traveled down, going over every inch of her body before retreating back up. Was that all? As a baseline, it was perfect. He gave her a clawed thumbs up. Now produce a flame and we'll do another one. Is that really necessary? Surely there's another method of doing so? She deflected as her anxiety grew. Not really. You're quite literally the only species that has an ability like this. The most accurate way we can scan for now is directly. She hid a grimace from him and held her hands out once more in one final attempt. So far, her luck was returning to her, so hopefully it will come once more, but alas, not even a flicker appeared. Whenever you're ready. Lectro said, watching intently. She tried once more. Her anger now starting to rear its head, but no flames would erupt. This went on for several minutes until Lectro tapped on the glass to get her attention. Is everything all right? Everything is fine. Just give me a moment. She shouted at him, causing the lizard man to jump back in fright. Oh, okay. Take as much time as you need. He looked to B3 for support, with the robot giving none. Another minute passed and no flames came. She threw her hands to her side and demanded to be let out. What's wrong? You run out of fuel or something? Everything is wrong. My firebending is. She growled in frustration and kicked a chair over. Subject has become violent. Permission to incapacitate? B3 asked as he produced a taser from his body. I'd like to see you try, trash can. She took on a firebending stance despite not having any. My designation is B3. Hang on! Lectra shouted, getting in between them. Let's just calm down and put away the metaphorical fangs and just calm down. Azula eased out of her aggressive stance, with B3 retracting his taser. Now. What is the issue here? Azula didn't want to answer him, but she had no choice. My bending. It's gone. He gave her a skeptical look. It's gone? I'm sorry, but how do you know? She rolled her eyes, then threw a jab at the corner of the lab. There should be a scorch mark on that wall, but there isn't. She throws a sweeping kick in the opposite direction. That table should be on fire. She then held a hand up to Lectro, her eyes like a rabid animal, hair beginning to fall out of place with her breath growing heavy and unsteady, and there should be a fireball in my hand. All right. He held up his hands to ease the tension. When did this start happening? She retracted her hand, taking a few steps back. It's been getting weaker ever since I got on the Sakor until it just disappeared. You call what you did in the cargo bay weak? If that's the case, I'd love to see what you consider strong. Lectro said in a more positive tone, hoping to bring some levity to Azula, who only grimaced at him. My strength returned to me in that instance, but don't ask me how because I don't know. Then let's just retrace our steps on some matters. Is there anything that could have had some kind of effect on you? Anything you may have come into contact with, like a chemical or something? He asked, setting his chair back up and taking a seat. Azula ran through all the events in her head, trying to recall anything until she remembered her time in the med bay. The vaccine, she declared. The doctor said that there could be side effects. That has to be it. He scratched his chin and thought, it could be possible. B3 contact Dr. Bevel and tell her to come here. Affirmative. The robot moved to a computer console. Don't worry, we'll get this sorted out in no time. She scoffs, easy for you to say. Your reason for being here hasn't disappeared. You'll also like. Skeeb struggled to lift one of the large heavy cables that were replaced into a bin for disposal. His skills were in finance and computer work, so why was he stationed in engineering doing heavy lifting? He stood there resting on his knees, heaving in tiredness and his scrawny arms burning. It took him a while, but he managed to collect all the old cables and damaged components from his sector. Now he just needs to dispose of them. Hey, new guy. Cetro called up from the catwalk above. I wanted all of that trash taken care of already. Why is it still here? Skeeb grimaced to himself before putting on his submissive persona. Sorry, the cables are just really heavy and then eat protein and build some muscle mass. Cetro shouted, causing him to wince in response. Skeeb has only known Cetro for a short amount of time, but he already has a great disliking for the overbearing head of engineering. It's bad enough that I'm stuck looking after you idiots. Now I've got a fire-breathing primitive to teach the basics too. Skeeb's pointed ear perked up at that last comment. They have a primitive on board? But why? The population Skyburner picked up on their initial scan of the planet showed that it had a population of primitive life forms, but they didn't seem like anything special, and the Crimson Storm didn't seem like the type of organization that would dabble in the slave trade either. This wasn't the first time he heard about this primitive, as the Sikor crew kept chatting about it, and the survivors of the Death's Head whispered in apprehension of this primitive. Skeeb saw one of his fellow former Death's Head members working a console, a 7-foot-tall woman with a dark green carapace, long limbs and a mop of long black hair obscuring her face, and approached her. Hey! What's the deal with this primitive I keep hearing about? You don't know? She responded with a dry two-tone voice. The primitive destroyed the bridge to Skyburner with some energy weapon. He did recall seeing a blast of electric energy being fired when he peeked out from his hiding place. He didn't think a primitive would know how to use such a weapon. He figured they must have offered her to join in appreciation. How'd a primitive get a hold of an energy weapon? I'm pretty sure that's a recipe for disaster. The taller woman scoffed at him. Figures you wouldn't know. You were probably hiding somewhere with your tail between your legs to see it. Ignoring the slight against him, he pushed for more info. See what? She is the weapon. The insect woman left her station with her work done, leaving Skeeb to process this information. There is someone on board that is able to naturally generate a blast of energy powerful enough to pierce the hull of a battleship. Skeeb had heard of races capable of generating natural electric energy, but never powerful enough to do that. Perhaps this individual can aid him in his plan for the fabricator. New guy. Cetro hallered from the catwalk, startling him again. Trash. Get rid of it. Now. Understood, sir. Dr. Bevel entered the science lab, medical tablet in hand, where she was met with a glare from Azula. Bevel. Good to see you. Lectro greeted, hoping to get rid of some of the tension Azula emitted. I hope this is important, Lectro. I have work that needs done in the cultivation room. Very important, actually. You see, whatever you injected into me took my bending away. She finished with an accusatory tone. Excuse me? The older woman's face contorted in confusion. Lectro proceeded to cut in, giving a quick explanation of their current predicament to the doctor before Azula could escalate things further. Are you certain that my vaccine is the cause of this? She asks. So far, it is the only thing we've got to go on. The problem is we don't have enough information on her fire bending in general. Perhaps comparing and contrasting medical data from Dr. Bevel's medical scans of Private Azula and our current scans may provide an answer. B3 added. Good idea, B3. Lectro dragged a large transparent board from one corner of the room covered in various scribbles that vanished with the press of a button before, displaying a 3D image of what Azula presumed to be herself. Dr. Bevel tapped away at her tablet with another image of Azula appearing next to it. The two scientists began discussing the issue using technical jargon Azula couldn't understand very well, with them asking her questions that ranged from mundane to invasive, along with taking several more scans. Saliva and blood samples. By a certain point she couldn't take being cooped up in this room and being the only person not able to fully contribute to the conversation, and decided to leave. Where are you going? Lectro asked as he examined a brain scan. It's clear that I am no longer needed here, so I'll be getting a jumpstart on my work in engineering. That's fine. We have gathered all the necessary data to try and figure this out for now. If we make any progress, we'll let you know, Dr. Bevel said, going over the scans on the board. Fine, but I ask that this not be spread throughout the ship. For a bender to lose their bending is distressing. All right, but we've got to tell the captain this. Lectro explained. She immediately turned to him. You will do no such thing. If she finds out, then I'm useless to her and I'll be tossed aside. The captain's not like that, Azula. If this turns out to be permanent, then she'll find a place for you here. The rest of us don't have firebending and we're all just fine. He continued to reassure her. She rolled her eyes. You wouldn't understand. A firebender is nothing without their bending. Memories of what happened to her father at the hands of the Avatar resurfaced. Lectro was going to continue, but a gentle hand from the doctor stopped him. This is a cultural issue, Lectro, one that I don't think either of us are ready to deal with. Let's focus our efforts on solving the issue that we can handle. All right, fine, we'll hold off on telling the captain for now. But if we can't figure anything out, we've got to tell her. It's not what Azula wanted to hear, but she accepted this. I will escort her to engineering. That way you and the doctor can continue your research, B3 said to his owner. Very well. Lead the way, trash can. My designation is B3. The robot corrected. Before taking the lead, she followed the robot through the corridors in silence. She focuses on watching the robot as it glides across the floor, trying to keep her mind off her bending. Perhaps conversing with this machine will help alleviate her misgivings along with getting some more useful information. So, machine. My designation is B3, the robot repeated, his head swiveling behind him to look at her. Right, she said with very little interest. What do you make of my predicament? Unknown. B3 stated in a toneless manner. I have insufficient data regarding your firebending ability. Therefore, I cannot make any assumptions regarding such a matter. He opened a bulkhead to a stairwell. His spherical wheels retracted as he scuttled down the steps like an insect. You can't just make an educated guess like the others? I repeat. I have insufficient data regarding yes. I get it. I figured with you being a scientist you would be able to make some sense of this. You are mistaken, Private Azula. I am not a scientist. Then what are you? I am a modified B3 service droid. So you're a servant? An appliance would be the correct term. B3 made no attempt to continue this discussion with a long string of silence following them. At least you're not a conversationalist. I've had enough of that. I am not programmed for prolonged conversation. Clearly. They exit the stairwell. I understand that you are upset. However, lashing out at others could be detrimental to forming friendly relationships with your fellow crew members. She rolled her eyes and spoke under her breath. I can't believe I'm taking advice from a talking trash can. My designation is B3. She rubbed her eyes and grumbled to herself, this feels like the damn eclipse all over again. Except I don't have my Daily or the upper hand in anything. The robot's head swivels back around to her. Eclipse? Please elaborate. Why the sudden interest? She asks as they approach the doors to engineering. Any more information you can provide regarding any other past events such as this can be useful. She sighed. Very well. 2 years ago there was a solar eclipse that took away the bending of all firebenders around the world for a short period of time, and then when it passed it returned. I will share this information with Doctors Lectro and Bevel. Please enjoy your first day working for the Crimson Storm. B3 turned and wheeled away. She sneered at the notion and entered engineering, where she was met with the same cacophony as before. About damn time! Cetra shouted, tossing a toolbox into the arms of another engineer, nearly making him fall over. I need you to hose out the gunk on the cooling fans to the auxiliary engines, and I need it done now. She didn't respond at first and instead only gave him a look of annoyance. Good day to you too, head engineer. I'm thrilled to work with you as well. He sneered at her sarcasm. Aren't I supposed to receive an education on what to do as a ship engineer before I start doing tasks? Yeah, it's called hands-on learning. You'll start by cleaning the crap off of the components first, and then once we are back at base, and not on life support, I'll give you a more detailed education. Now get the hell out of my face and do what I tell you. Her face tightened at his rudeness. Fine. Which way to the -HUI? He called out to someone else and pushed past her. Did you get that inspection done on Auxiliary Engine 5 like I asked an hour ago? Now she was alone with still no idea where her station was, and decided to ask where the auxiliary engines were, and was directed to them by another crewmate on the level below the twin main engines where the many lower auxiliary engines reside. All cut off while the main engines were at work. The auxiliary engines were much smaller than the main engines, but still much larger than a person of Azula's size. The engineer handed her a hose and some protective clothes before being left with her task. She wasn't even told how to properly do her job, and instead had to observe several others in the same position as her hosing down the fans of the engines. She observed the gun of the hose and mimicked them pulling the trigger, but was not expecting the recoil, causing it to slip out of her gloved hands and blasting herself in the face with a full jet of water. Angered and humiliated, she picks herself up, glaring at the centaur-like alien that snickered at her failure. 2 engines down. First time hosing down an engine? A nasally voice came from her left with an amused tone, where she found a blue-skinned rodent man in similar garb doing the same job. She wiped her face with her sleeve and gave him an icy stare, ignoring his comment as she grabbed the hose once more with a firmer grip and began firing. Skeeve studied how she did a haphazard job at spraying the dust off. The pressure for the water was too high, and it was causing her to fail at keeping a steady aim, causing a mess. Was this really the primitive that everyone was talking about? It made sense that she wouldn't know how to operate machinery, but seeing it was just sad. She didn't even look like the type of person who has ever done a labor-intensive job before. What stuck out to Skeeve most was just how young she was. He expected the powerful new member of the Storm would be a little older. This did not faze him in the slightest. Children and teens were always easier to manipulate, and hopefully he can get this apparent living weapon on his side. You know, if you twist the nozzle, you can lower the pressure and make things easier for yourself. She gave him another sulky look before turning the nozzle, finding that he spoke the truth. Thank you, she begrudgingly said. No problem. Always nice to help out a rookie, he said with a honeyed tone. You seem like you're new around here. She rolled her eyes and responded sarcastically, really? What gave that away? Well, most people who hose down the cooling fans usually check the water pressure first. She remained silent, hoping he would stop talking to her. Say, You're that primitive that got picked up from that planet we were just at, right? He suddenly asks, with her halting her work. She really started to hate that word. Call me primitive again and I'll waterboard you with your own hose. His candid expression shifted to nervousness when he saw just how real that threat was by the look in her eye. Sorry, didn't mean anything by it. It's just you're new and I didn't recognize you as one of the new recruits I know. So you're Death's Head then? Former Death's Head. Actually, Skeeve corrected. The same Death's Head that was trying to kill me not too long ago. A cold sweat fell on him as another glare was shot his way. Something about her sharp, piercing gaze and tone made him quiver. We were on a job. You all just happened to be in the way of it. She turned her attention back to the engine in an attempt to ignore him. He didn't seem like he could serve a purpose for her plan, so she shouldn't waste time on him. Doesn't matter now, though. Duratax is dead, and the whole group might fall apart without him, all because a weird energy weapon took him by surprise. Who? She asked, not recognizing the name. Duratax. Skeeve repeated, hoping that would be enough of an answer, but clearly wasn't. The leader of the Death's Head mercenary group. Humph, she shrugged in disinterest as she continued her work. Skeeve was beginning to grow more annoyed by her refusal to acknowledge him, but he was more patient than most. Word is that beam of lightning didn't come from a weapon, but a person with strange powers from the planet. Azula halted her work at the reminder of her bending. Or lack thereof. Let me guess, you want a demonstration? Oh no! I caught a glimpse of it outside during the battle, and I think once is enough. Just wanted to see the one responsible for my freedom from continuing to waste away with a failing mercenary group. He said with a flattering tone that hid the fact that he was very well paid, and the Death's Head was far from falling apart. Not only that, but I thought that someone who doesn't know anything about the galaxy at large could benefit from having a friend. One who is well informed on current events. Azula rolled her eyes. One of the drawbacks of being powerful were the parasites that hoped to benefit off her. She dealt with more than enough of them in the royal court, so she wasn't very surprised they would exist in the universe at large. But after being out of power for so long, she almost missed having weaklings try and leech their way into her good graces. Almost. I'm Skeeve, by the way. Fantastic. I didn't ask. His smile faltered. As for your friendship, I think I'll be fine without it. The captain can provide me with the necessary information I need to survive. Skeeve let out a shrill chuckle. You're gonna take her word? He looked over her shoulder, seeing the centaur alien move on to another engine further down out of earshot. She's a Pandaren. She raised an eyebrow to this, obvious racism aside. What does that have to do with anything? He scoffed. What has she told you about the Pandaren Empire? Did she give you the typical imperial propaganda? That, we're here to spread peace and order throughout the galaxy crap that they always go on about. She recalled what Myral had shared with her regarding the Empire, and it indeed wasn't much. Enough to know that she isn't a part of it anymore. That doesn't matter. As far as I'm concerned, you can take a Pandaren out of the Empire, but you can't take the Empire out of a Pandaren. Then what can you tell me of the Empire that I don't know? Well, they're the biggest, oldest and meanest intergalactic superpower in the known universe that most would rather not or can't go toe-to-toe with. They're the most entitled species I've ever had the displeasure of meeting. They think that just because they run the most successful society in the galaxy, they know what's best for the universe. And you know what the scariest thing about them is? What? She asked with genuine curiosity. They're spreading. Of course they are. They're an empire, and from what I hear, a powerful one at that. When you are powerful, you spread your influence to other places to accumulate more power and trample any you get in your way, and if you don't, you run the risk of being conquered yourself. It is only natural that weaker nations would fear them. She stated immaculately, repeating her father's teachings and reliving her own conquests herself. Skeev side-eyed her as he finished hosing down his engine, spoken like a true Pandaren. "You sure you aren't one?" he said with a sly smile. "Just pray that the Empire never shows up on your doorstep, or at least not in your lifetime." Speaking from personal experience? Me? No, nothing like that. I'm just a man who's trying to get by in life. Had some run-ins with Imperial Pandarans, all of which were not pleasant, and if you've lived as long as I have, you see and experience a lot of things, and you can't help impart some wisdom on the younger ones like you. How thoughtful. She said sarcastically. "What is the likelihood of us running into the Empire once we reach this place called Kazima?" Kazima? That's pretty far outside of Imperial territory, so unless we actively go looking for trouble with them, or unless they took over the place already, and everything in between, I'd say pretty low. Interesting. Now she has a new factor to accommodate for. The Pandaren Empire sounds like a formidable foe. One that the Crimson Storm seems ill-equipped to handle, and the knowledge that this faction is actively spreading its territory draws some concern. As powerful as Bending is, it probably wouldn't be enough to topple an empire that has conquered other worlds. Even the Avatar may have difficulty dealing with them. Perhaps once she has taken the Crimson Storm and conquered the Earth, her first decree as ruler will probably be to fortify just in case the Empire does turn their gaze in her direction. She then remembered Skeev doesn't necessarily seem like an unbiased source of information. He's already shown that he has a disliking towards Pandarans and may be feeding her misconstrued or false information. He is a parasite after all. What better way to keep someone as powerful as her under his control than to control the narrative? But then again, she is dangerously low on vital information. That she'll use Skeev for now, get all the necessary information from him she can, and toss him aside once he's outlived his usefulness. She'll even let him think he's in control. It'll be a wonderful sight to see once she decides to show how she outplayed him. She put on a honeyed smile of her own. "Thank you, this little session of ours was very informative." Skeev, was it? Indeed it was, Ms. Azula. Ms. Azula. Hope we can chat some more. Maybe later. I believe I should focus on my current task. It wouldn't be wise upsetting Cetro on my first day. She can hear the echoes of the head engineer shouting at another worker. I think his default setting is upset. Skeev gathered his hose and began moving on to a different engine. Skeev smirks to himself. He manages to draw Azula's attention and give her information on the universe at large. He gave her some necessary information, cherry-picked some details out that she didn't need to know, but he mostly told the truth. However, something he didn't account for was the intelligence he saw behind those piercing eyes. He never did associate intelligence with teenagers, yet this one showed a surprising amount of it. Manipulating her may be harder than he thought, but if manages it, he could not only get the fabricator to the client, but maybe get himself a useful tool. The rest of Azula's day was spent completing various tasks for Cetro, such as cleaning more components, scrubbing the floors of the gravity core room, standing by Cetro's side and handing him tools to fix something while also getting yelled at for handing him the wrong tool. She gritted her teeth through it all, as without her bending, she couldn't properly threaten anyone. By the time her break came, she was exhausted. This must be what peasants feel like all the time. But powered through it and marched back to Lectro's lab, where she found the scientist scribbling on the transparent board, B3 by his side and Dr. Bevel nowhere in sight. "Have you figured it out yet?" she demanded, suddenly appearing behind him and giving him a startled jump. "Don't do that." "Geez." She did not care for his fright and only demanded further, "Have you made any progress? And where did the doctor go?" Somewhat, and Bevel had to go back to the med bay. But I'm glad you are here. I want to ask you something about your bending. She crossed her arms, dissatisfied with his answer, but decided to go along. Hurry up and ask. Well, when we first bombarded you with questions, we neglected to ask about a very obvious source of power for your bending, the sun. B3 tells me that you lost your bending ability a little while ago due to a solar eclipse, am I correct? Yes. Then would you say that the sun gives your bending strength? Yes. Lectro clapped his hands in joy. Then we've solved our mystery. I don't see how that has anything to do with this, she said in confusion. It has everything to do with it. Let me give you a brief overview of how space travel works. Azula sighs at the thought of another long-term technical lecture. Is this really necessary? It relates to your bending, I promise. Lectro erased the scribbles on his board. So, space is really big, and in order for galactic society to function properly, ships need to be able to traverse vast distances in a short amount of time, which isn't possible without the use of hyper-dimensional space jumping. Azula was already lost. He draws a circle on one end of the board. In order to make those jumps, all ships are built with a dimensional drive that creates a distortion in space called a dimensional rift. Or rift, for short. He then draws two straight lines at the top and bottom of the circle. Once a vessel passes through a rift, it enters what is known as extra-dimensional space until it reaches its destination, where another rift is formed, and we exit into the physical world. He punctuated by drawing another circle at the end of the lines. That's fascinating and all. But I still fail to see the point of this explanation. She deadpanned it. He scrunched his scaled brow in what looked like annoyance, as if the answer was obvious. Okay. So, we are currently in extra-dimensional space. He drew a crude version of the secor in the center between the two lines. Extra-dimensional space is completely separate from our reality. We are pretty much taking shortcuts through another dimension, meaning no planets, no matter, no stars, and more importantly, no Sunday. She then quickly caught on. So as long as we are traveling through this tunnel, I will be without my bending? Precisely. Meaning for your bending to return, we simply just have to wait until we re-enter the physical world. She felt a wash of relief flood her body after hearing this. The loss of her bending isn't permanent. She couldn't be any more thankful for that than she already was. How long until we reach our destination then? Approximately 17 minutes and 14 seconds. B3 answered for Lectro. See, you'll get your bending back in no time. You are getting all worked up for nothing. She glared at him, a silent fury building within her at how aloof he was about all of this. Did he really not realize the gravity of this situation? What if my bending was gone forever? I would have been useless. I would have just been a burden. She inched closer to him, a look of fury growing on her face. The very little I would have achieved in my time here would come crumbling down. Lectro began to back away with unease as she invaded his personal space. I would be stuck out here in a place more alien to me than you are, stuck without the thing that makes me powerful. The thing that gives meaning to my life. Her voice was rising with each word as she backed him against a wall. Subject is showing signs of hostility. Permission to incapacitate. B3 said, producing his taser once more, only to be kicked over furiously by Azula, knocking over a stool and table. Without my bending, life would be meaningless. I would be powerless, and when you are powerless, you are locked up. Trampled on by those weaker than you. And have everything you've worked for stolen from you. She shouted in the lizard man's face, so tell me, how is that not worth getting worked up for? Lectro didn't say anything for a while. He only stared into her furious amber eyes with his fearful yellow ones, as if he was looking into the eyes of an enraged beast. I think you might be projecting a bit, but I think I see your point. He then gives her a sheepish smile, hoping it will de-escalate the situation, before putting his hand up to B3, who approached from behind, taser sparking. B3, wait! The robot stops inches away from her, with Azula finally noticing. I don't think that'll help the situation. Acknowledged. However, I advise caution to be taken from this moment forward. The machine retracted the taser and backed away. Azula quickly got out of his personal space, catching on to her behavior, and did her best to regain her composure. Lectro went back to his board, erased the diagram made, and pulled up his scans from earlier in an attempt to re-establish some normalcy. Sorry about that. I didn't realize just how important your bending was to you. Azula kept facing away from him and took a deep inhale to further calm herself. It doesn't matter. Are you certain it will return? He reoriented the stool. Well, there's only one way to find out. B3, how much longer until we reach Kazima? The robot placed some papers that were scattered back on a desk, approximately 1 minute and 15 seconds. With that said, they waited until the Sakor exited extra-dimensional space. The announcement over the intercom was the first indication, followed by the sudden turbulence. The effects were immediate to Azula. She felt her inner flame burning again, still weak like before, but feeling it at all was all she wanted. She brought her hands up once more, and with some effort a spark of fire appeared in between them. A genuine smile of joy and relief spread across her face. She had already lost so much, she couldn't lose this. See, I told you. Lectro said with joy and also relief, as he feared what would happen if her firebending was gone for good. She quickly extinguished the flame and pulled herself together. She cannot show any more weakness than she already has. Kazima. It is within view, I assume? Correct. Our exit point should have left us in a position to view the planet. B3 answered. Good. I will take my leave then. She left the lab quickly before the scientist could say anything. Make sure you stop by again so we can do another scan. Lectro called out, and once the door slid closed, he turned back to his robot with a look of fright. Oh my God. Did you see her? I thought she was gonna rip my snout off. I would advise against halting my hostile defense programming in the future. Azula wasted no time in finding the nearest window, and when she arrived at one, she saw their location, Kazima. A planet just like Earth, with several noticeable differences such as land masses covered in scarlet vegetation, a vast ocean between them, and the most peculiar aspect, a giant ring circling the center of the planet. This was it, her new home, and one day it will be the birthplace of her rise to power. Myrelle sat at the captain's chair as the bridge officers went about their tasks. Kazima, in full view, in all of its glory. She can't wait to dock and get off the Sakor. The week-long detour from the pirate clearing job had thrown everything off. Her prized ship was damaged, its crew dwindled, and the encounter with the Death's Head was less than favorable, although some good came out of it, such as their brand-new fabricator. The discovery of a new habitable planet, the termination of her biggest rival and her new subordinate, the former Princess Azula. However, Azula was a wild card in all of this. The ego on her was plain for all to see, and it came through with how she carried herself. She may have to be more assertive with her in the future. She had no doubt Azula was planning something, as Myrelle could tell a schemer from a mile away. Years working under the Empire helped her see that. She'll just have to keep a close eye on her for now. That didn't matter. Now she and her crew were home and were in need of some rest. Send word to the station commander of our arrival and have preparations for docking made. She ordered her communications officer, who complied. Commander Shaw stretched his arms from his station by the captain's side, letting out a pained grunt showing his age. It feels as though we've been gone for years. You're telling me I might actually take you up on that scheduled vacation. Shaw let out a jovial chuckle. We both know you won't take it, though. Of course I won't. This whole place would fall apart without me. She joked. Shawl put on an expression of mock offense. Captain, do you not have faith in my ability to take command? Of course I do, Commander. I have all the faith in the universe that you can keep the Crimson Storm together for a week. The two friends shared a laugh at the captain's jab, but it was soon interrupted by the communications officer. Message has been sent. Station Commander Suldan is preparing the main hangar for docking and repairs. Good. Helmsman, take us home. The thrusters of the Sikor burned brightly as the ship was propelled towards the asteroid ring of the planet. This is a size 4 wrench. I need a size 3 wrench. Cetra shouted at Azula, who gritted her teeth as she tried her best not to burn the 4-armed alien alive. They look identical. How am I supposed to tell the difference? She shouted back. Look closely, you 5-foot-tall waste of oxygen. He held up the wrench to her face. This is a size 4 wrench. His lower arm dug into the toolbox she held, pulling out another wrench. And this is a size 3 wrench. Azula looked at the two tools, seeing no difference between them other than they both had a different symbol etched into them. Please explain, because I don't see a difference. He rolled his 4 eyes and spoke in a patronizingly slow manner. The size 4 wrench has a bigger head meant for size 4 bolts, and the size 3 wrench has a smaller head for size 3 bolts. She looked at both heads of each wrench. Finding the size difference to be very minuscule, the difference is so small. How am I supposed to tell? Then memorize the numbers on them, you idiot. He points to the curved symbol etched in them. I cannot read that. And how dare you call me an idiot when you so clearly are terrible at explaining anything? Their argument continued for quite some time as they stood in one of the hangars where Cetra was called to repair a broken-down lift, with Azula brought to hold his toolbox with him attempting to give her a hands-on lesson on repairing mechanics. However, it quickly devolved into a shouting match. Their back and forth was stopped when a helmet collided with the wall near them, its visor shattering. Shut up! They turned to see Angara standing at the rear opening of the shockar. I can't sleep with you two screaming. I don't know who you think you are, throwing helmets around like that. Cetra shouted back and kicked the helmet back towards her. I'm the one who's about to take those wrenches and shove them down both of your throats if you two don't shut your damn mouths. Azula only rolled her eyes at the two arguing. She was already tired of hearing the engineer's angry rants, and now she has no more mental energy to spare for Angara coming into the mix. She didn't even bother to give the tattooed bounty hunter a retort, and instead watched the view of the red and blue planet come closer from outside the shielded hangar bay door. New girl! Cetra shouted, taking her out of her trance. Pick up the tools. We're done here. It seemed their argument ended while she was admiring the view. Reluctantly she complied, already annoyed with receiving orders instead of issuing them out herself. Is that all we have to do for today? She asked. It feels like I've been working non-stop. The engineer sneered. Fine. Yes. We're done. Since all you seem to do is complain. We're back home now anyway, so I don't need you anymore. So get lost. Glady. She shoved his toolbox into his chest and walked off. Before she could hear another remark from him, she found her way back into the mess hall, taking her seat by the window, watching as the ship approached the ring. The sight was remarkable, but she was already getting used to it. She could feel her inner flame growing as they approached the ring. It puzzled her how the strength of her bending fluctuates in space. Could it be her distance to the sun or something else? She didn't know, and it was slowly driving her up a wall. She can't afford any possible setbacks for her plan. Her introspection was interrupted when someone sat before her with a tray of food. It was the captain. She seemed to have gotten a break from her command duties to pay her a visit. Heard you had some complications with your powers while we were in transit, she said before taking a bite from an orange. Fruit resembling an apple. Everything all right now? She was far from fine regarding this, but lied anyway. I'm fine. It seems there is much about my own bending that I don't know about outside Earth. That won't be a problem, will it? Azula met the captain's gaze, expecting an honest answer. Truthfully, she wasn't entirely sure what to say. I don't know. I'll go to Lectro's lab later so he can do more tests and we can figure this out. She turned back to the window, watching as the Sakor entering the ring. Colossal asteroids drift past that made the already massive ship look like a pebble in comparison. Please do. Lectro keeps pestering me to get you in the lab again, she said jokingly as she looked out the window with her. I bet you've never seen an asteroid ring before. It's one of the many sights you'll see out in the galaxy. Beautiful, isn't it? It was beautiful in some strange way, watching the giant rocks fly past with the red and blue planet in the background. Why are we in this ring? I thought the planet would be your base of operations. Myrelle answered after taking a sip of her drink. Our home base is within Kazima's ring. It used to belong to a small-time syndicate that was extorting the local Kaziman government until they paid us to clear them out and even let us keep the hideout. Azula looked to her in confusion. A small criminal organization was able to have a stranglehold on an entire world? How is that possible? Kazima is a large planet, but it's only a recently settled frontier world with no indigenous sentient life and only 3 major cities. It doesn't take much to hold a planet like that hostage. Power dynamics were much different out here than she had thought, but that could work to her favor. You want to see it, don't you? Myrelle asked, gazing at the big red continent that covers the northern hemisphere. I will admit that the idea of stepping onto a brand new world is exciting. Good, I'm heading to the surface once the Sakor is docked and settled in. If you want, you can tag along. Going to give me a grand tour of the planet as well? No, I'm going to collect the payment for the pirate job we were on. What of the fabricator? It wasn't mentioned in our contract with the employer, therefore it's staying with us. The captain explained as she ate her meal. I can't imagine your employer will be happy about you keeping something as valuable as that for yourself. The job was to get rid of pirates, not to retrieve anything of note. They'll find out eventually, but they won't do anything about it. After all, when all else fails, they come to us, and it'll benefit everyone if we keep it. She didn't know enough about the relationship between the storm and the local government, so she decided to change the subject. Once we've settled down and I learn everything I need to know, what will be my place within the Crimson Storm? I imagine it will be some combat role. Myrelle finished her drink and wiped her face with a napkin. I'm thinking something small like bounty hunting. We'll pair you up with a seasoned bounty hunter and go from there. Azula supposed this was an appropriate start to her career as a mercenary, however she remembered the name of one particular seasoned bounty hunter. It isn't Angara, I hope. Myrelle let out a chuckle. Angara is one of our best. However, you two don't seem to get along too well, so you'll probably have to settle for second best. Second best? Azula sneered at the thought of this. I am a princess. I don't do second best. We're a princess. Myrelle reminded, the sharp look of her father present in the captain's black and cyan eyes. Azula bit back a response. She had to remember that she was still at the bottom of the totem pole. Is there no one else better than Angara, or just as good? Myrelle finished her meal. I can think about 2 who are at the same level, but they are currently indisposed. Hopefully they'll be back by the time you are up to speed. As they looked out the window, Azula saw an asteroid unlike the rest. The asteroid in question was the size of the Fire Nation capital, covered in artificial structures dotting its surface, with industrial towers extending out from various points like towers connecting to smaller asteroids, acting as bridges with further structures built into those. Well, we're here. Welcome to our home base. you'll also like. A set of massive doors attached to the main structure opened as the Sucor began descending towards it. Its opening was large enough to hold the cruiser with space to spare. The engines powered down as large legs extended from its ventral side, gracefully touching down on the metal surface, with the doors closing above it. Small docking collars extended out from the walls and connected to the ship. The weary crew begin their exit into the base, with Myrelle leaving the ship under Commander Shell's care as she goes to meet the station commander, Azula following in tow. Meeting them at the corridor was Commander Suldan. Azula was expecting yet another Pandaren, but instead the commander was a bizarre Triclops octopus creature within a pill-shaped fish tank with a pair of mechanical arms and legs attached to it. The creature's 6 tentacles manipulating what looked to be controls at the base of its tank. The fish tank approached the captain with stiff mechanical motions. Its mechanical arms outstretched in a friendly gesture and spoke in a charismatic digital voice, "Captain, I'm glad you're finally back. We were getting worried when we didn't hear back from you for a while." Myrelle gave him a friendly smile, placing a hand on his shoulder. "It's good to be back. It's been one hectic week. I heard. Got to discover a new planet and took out the Death's Head, finally got those bastards out of our hair." "Yes, but at great cost." Her smile faded, the cephalopod's 3 eyes softened as well. "Yeah. Another reason why we can sleep easier knowing Duratax is part of a floating wreck. Not only that, but they were hired to take us out." "By who?" "Don't know. We've asked just about every one of the Death's Head crew members we took in, and the most consistent thing we've heard is that Duratax and his inner circle are the ones who would know, and they're all dead now." She then gestured to Azula at her side. "Thanks to our brand new recruit here." The creature within the tank shifted to look at her, with Azula again masking bewilderment at yet another strange creature with an aloof disposition. "This is Private Azula, former princess of the planet we discovered." She couldn't help but grimace at the constant reminder of her rank that Myrelle insisted on. The creature within the tank let out a string of bubbles as the suit spoke for it. "Oh, we're recruiting royalty now?" He then bowed the top of his tank to her in some respectable fashion. Azula couldn't tell if it was in mockery or genuine respect, as his body movements were too unnaturally stiff. "It's my honor to welcome you to our humble station." "Thank you, Commander. I look forward to serving here." She gave the creature a cordial smile as she put her hands together and bowed her head in typical Fire Nation custom. "She'll be starting off as a bounty hunter, so I'd like to get in contact with either Bavix or Saren at some point to discuss an apprenticeship," Myrelle said. "Oh." Suldan's robotic voice had a hint of worry. She raised a brow. "What's wrong?" Suldan gestured that he and the captain speak in private with Myrelle, excusing herself as the station commander led her to the corner of the long room. Azula accepted this and made her way to exit the area. However, she hid behind the corner of a corridor to listen in on the captain and commander's private conversation. "About Bavix, he quit." Myrelle was visibly upset with this news, and with a tempered voice that restrained the fury she was feeling, she asked, "What do you mean he quit?" "He said that he was tired of having to go after big shot bounties constantly just to keep us afloat, and complained that we take too big of a cut." Myrelle pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling a headache coming. "What about Saren? Is he still with us?" "He is, but he's going after some big shot syndicate leader that went into hiding. Says he won't be back for at least a month or 2. Myrelle let out a cursed sigh at that information. "You could always pair her up with Angara." "Absolutely not." "Why not?" "Angara is better than Bavix and just as good as Saren, if not better." Suldan crossed his mechanical arms. "Angara doesn't like her. Angara doesn't like anybody." "This is different, Suldan. Those two come close to murdering each other every time they speak." "Wait, that little thing has the stones to talk back to Angara like that and walk away with all her teeth intact?" Damn, she must really be something. She is, and I was hoping to pair her up with one of our best, but it looks like she'll have to settle for one of our lower-level hunters. Azula's eyebrows scrunched in annoyance from hearing this. She is a prodigy. She will settle for nothing less than the best, but her only option is someone she can't stand. Everything about Angara made her angry. She always seems to have a retort for each one of Azula's comments, openly challenges her and looks down on her. However, she is considered the best for a reason. She was after all just as deadly as Azula was in a fight despite not being a bender, so much so that she could become a major roadblock in the future. She held her own quite well during the battle in the cargo hold, and many of the other crewmen seemed to be afraid of her. The two of them were very different, however they shared just as many similarities, and being able to learn from someone just like her would be ideal. It pains her to admit it, but perhaps it's time to play nice with that woman. After all, it would be better to have her as an ally than a potentially deadly enemy. She turned back to eavesdropping only to find that they have concluded their business, with both of them going their separate ways. With them gone, she had no reason to stay, so she decided now would be a good time to wander and familiarize herself with the base. Skeeve wandered about in the hangar once it was pressurized, looking up at the mighty Zuko, its hull battle-worn and sporting the scars of battles in the far past with the emblem of the Crimson Storm painted proudly on its side. A bright red swirling cyclone with a haunting demonic face incorporated within it. He had seen Pandaren battleships before, but from a distance, but the Zuko was not one he'd ever seen in operation, as it was the last of an obsolete model. Before the Empire's aggressive expansion, when it was created with the cooperation of other species. Now the Empire relies solely on itself, retiring anything of the old regime and advancing with only Pandaren interests in mind. Others like it were either retired and placed in museums or broken down into scrap metal. Skeeve admired the ship but didn't much care for its fate. All he knows is he will find a way to scrap it himself if it means getting the money he wants. He stopped marveling at the ship and went back to his original goal, find the fabricator, and he did not need to wait long to find it as two cargo loaders, compact crab-shaped vehicles held up by four-wheeled legs with two grasping arms, carried the large machine down one of the hangar ramps slowly as to not cause any damage. Skeeve approached one of the hangar bay workers as he logged in information on a tablet. Hey, where are they taking that thing? The worker acknowledged him, looking at the fabricator. The captain ordered that the fabricator be moved in a storage room. Why? Just curious. We went through hell getting that thing, and I just wanted to know it was safe. He lied as easily as he breathed. The worker went back to his work, leaving Skeeve to himself. He thought of taking a tour of the station, find the best possible exit routes just in case things go wrong, but a buzzing vibration within his pocket stopped him. It was the client. He looked around for a covert spot to answer the call and ran behind a large fuel tanker, pulling out Duratix's communicator. Hey, picked one hell of a time to call, he said in an annoyed, hushed tone. Where are you now? The distorted voice asked, ignoring him. Currently in the main hangar of the Storm's base, somewhere in Kazima's ring. And the fabricator? Being moved to a storage room. What do the station's defenses look like? The voice asked impatiently. Skeeve looked over his shoulders again before answering. Listen. We just docked. I haven't even had a chance to find the nearest bathroom. If this is gonna work out, I need time. The voice growled. How much time? A week at least. Any sooner than that, and they'll catch on. Fine, you have 1 week. Be ready to coordinate with the rest of the Death's Head to extract the fabricator. Skeeve scrunched his brow in confusion. But Duratax is dead? Without him, there's no one to hold the group together. No one except his son. The voice stated. Skeeve's eyes widened as he remembered Duratax's ruthless and bloodthirsty only child, Cortex. That guy's a psychopath. There's no way he can lead the Death's Head. Sure, he's a good meathead soldier that can smash his way through anything, but he's no businessman like his dad. He can lead them long enough to get this job done. Whatever happens to him and the group after is irrelevant. I'm sure you won't care either, as you'll be so rich you will never have to work for a group like the Death's Head ever again, if you get me my fabricator. Skeev remembered his end goal. It would be nice to never have to pick up a blaster for work again. I'm not splitting the payment with Cortex and the rest of the Death's Head, am I? Cortex is only interested in avenging his father and agreed to a lower payment. The majority will go to you along with your bonus. That's all he needed to hear. I'll get you everything you need to know in a week. Good. Once it's done, you'll coordinate with Cortex for the attack and extraction. Wait, what? His eyes widened in horror at the thought of interacting with that brute. Why me? You two are high-ranking members of the Death's Head. Shouldn't it be obvious that you two coordinate with each other? Skeev remembered the lie he had fed them, and also that he had only ever interacted with Cortex once, and he threatened to skin him alive with his machete. Right. That's exactly right. We are both on good terms with each other and will definitely get this job done. Be sure you do. I will contact you within a week. Have all the necessary information by then. He hung up before Skeev could respond. Welp, better get a lay of the land then. He began to wonder about the base. Azula had spent the majority of the day wondering about the facility, getting a better understanding of her surroundings. The Sucor may have been a maze to her, however, the home base was an even denser labyrinth of corridors and tunnels that led to various places such as crew quarters, smaller hangars, warehouses, component rooms, generators, and many other rooms that the Sucor had, but on a much larger scale. It reminded her somewhat of the bunker beneath the Fire Nation capital, with its tunnels of bare rock only without the magma. Occasionally, she would find a path that would take her to one of the artificial structures on the asteroid's surface overlooking its barren crater-filled landscape. She was unable to access various areas due to her low rank, such as the command tower that overlooked the main hangar. Just like the Sucor, it was fascinating and a sturdy sign of strength. One that she would be proud to own. However, she found herself lost in its tunnels. She soon found herself walking in circles, passing corridors she swore she had already seen, and her pride did not allow her to ask for directions. She grew frustrated with not finding a place that looked familiar to her and rushed to find something, as she does not wish to miss out on leaving to visit the planet's surface. As she storms down yet another corridor, she rounded a corner and bumped into someone hard enough to knock them over while she was only staggered. "I am in no mood to deal with this situation," she growled and lashed out. "Watch where you are going." The person she ran into apologized as they stood back up. At first, Azula thought they were a human girl, however on closer inspection she wasn't. Her skin was pink like cotton candy with plum-purple striping and a glossy shine. Her eyes were large and blue. What Azula thought was hair was actually long dorsal fins that draped down past her shoulders, and dressed in loose flowing robes that left her arms and midsection exposed. She almost looked like she was one of the depictions of airbender nuns she had seen in old history books. "I'm sorry. I should be more mindful of my surroundings." She spoke in a peppy, optimistic voice, with an accent Azula didn't recognize. "Are you lost? I haven't seen you here before." She might as well ask for directions now. "Yes to both of your inquiries. I have no idea where I am, and I'll be traveling to the planet soon, so I don't wish to miss that." "I see. I'm returning to my brother with this trinket he asked for." She held out a mechanical tool she was holding. "He is getting ready to go to the planet's surface as well. I can lead you to the area you need to be." "Very well. Lead the way." The stranger continued down the corridor with Azula in tow. "My name is Chani, by the way," she turned back to say with a warm smile on her face. "Azula," she responded with disinterest. "Azula?" she repeated. "Oh. My brother was telling me about you. He says you have strange fire powers. Is that true?" She figured news about her would spread, so she decided to revel in it just a little, might as well control the narrative. Oh yes. That's all true. Did he also tell you that I destroyed the bridge to the enemy ship and effectively killed the leader of the Death's Head? Her voice was filled with self-admiration at her feats, and producing a small orange flame to show off, her already wide eyes grew wider in awe. That is amazing. He also told me it was like a storm had shot lightning. Although I can't help but feel sad for the loss of life. Azula's brow furrowed as she extinguished the flame. What does it matter? If I hadn't, no one on the Sakor would be alive. That is true. I understand that in order to save lives some must be taken, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. You do know that this is a mercenary organization, do you, and what that entails? Azula asked, wondering if this person was in the right place. I do. It's hypocritical of me to preach peace and kindness while working for an organization that requires violence to function, but that's why I chose to be a financial worker instead of a fighter. I'm mainly here to make sure my brother doesn't get himself killed, she said as they reached an elevator that took them upward. Azula wanted to puke at that statement, for her siblings were only just another source of her ire. Zuko would never join an organization he opposed to look after her, and her youngest sibling Ki was nothing but a replacement for her. They can both rot, for all she cared. Chani seemed to notice her inner turmoil as they stood beside each other. Are you all right? Your inner thumb is radiating waves of crimson. This was enough to snap her out of thoughts in confusion. My what? Your inner thumb. It radiates such negative rays of crimson. I apologize if I said something to offend you. What does that even mean? Chani took on an apologetic yet bubbled demeanor. Oh, I'm sorry. That does sound confusing. In my culture, someone's inner thumb is the energy of their spirit, and judging by the colors they emit, I can guess at someone's mood. So, auras then? Is that what your people call it? Her features brightened in excitement. I'm so glad that there are others who share in such a practice. Azula gritted her teeth and rolled her eyes. Great. Another Tai Li. She grumbled to herself under her breath. The last thing she wants is a reminder of her former best friend, whose betrayal is still fresh in her mind. Was this the universe playing some sick joke on her? The elevator stopped at the level they needed to be on, and Azula followed the amphibious girl, ignoring her attempts at spiritual conversation until they reached what looked to be a renovated storage room filled with tools, computer monitors, and the most unsettling thing being the mechanical limbs hanging from the walls, with some type of loud rambunctious music playing in the background. Within it they found Sevwith, his back turned to them, sitting in a chair, his armored vest off and hanging nearby, with his exposed back housing small bits of metal that ran along his spine, metal plates covering his shoulder blades and scar tissue surrounding them. Gak stood close by on his completely metal right shoulder, working on one of the shoulder blades with a tool that emitted sparks when in use.as. Amazing is Sev's augmentation, where there were aspects of it that made Azula's stomach churn. There were just so many scars. Chani knocked on the wall, alerting them of their presence. Brother, I have your tool, she shouted over the loud music. Hey Chani. Azula. Come to witness the freak show? Sev greeted as jolly as ever. Azula winced at the wrangled chorus of whatever it was they were listening to. What is that infernal noise? What? You don't like Thrasher? It's the best music in the galaxy. He lowered the volume. The vile and crude lyrics said otherwise to Azula. She walked up to Gax, holding it out with the toad-like creature raising his goggles to acknowledge her with a wide grin. Charcutney, he said happily while taking the tool. Azula looked at Chani and Gax with a look of befuddlement. Wait, this is your brother? She pointed to Gax. Yes, she answered simply. Adopted then, right? No, we're blood-related. This only added to her confusion and to Sev's amusement. The two individuals before her were apparently brother and sister, however they looked nothing alike. Sure, they shared superficial details such as moist amphibious skin, webbed hands and feet, gills behind the jaws and dorsal fins that were styled in a way to look like hair, but Chani's proportions were slimmer and more in line with her own compared to her supposed brother, whose head was larger, more angular, had a prominent snout, eyes that rested at the top of his head, larger hands and feet, and stood somewhat hunched over 2 feet under her. Doshi Kara Kina. Gak said to his sister while pointing to Azula. Oh, I see. Chani said in an almost dumb manner that reminded Azula too much of Tai Li. It's been such a long time since I've had to explain this to someone that I nearly forgot. Sev turned around in his swivel chair. Hang on. I want to get comfortable when I see how she reacts to this. He put his metal feet up on a crate. I'm tired of being left in the dark, explain. She demanded, not liking being toyed with. Chani stepped forward and began explaining. You see, Azula, my brother and I's people have very extreme physical differences between men and women. Men typically take on a more rugged and exaggerated body plan that helps with climbing and physical challenges. She gestured to Gax, who in response licked one of his bulging eyes with his tongue like some grotesque gecko. And women are better adapted for more spiritual challenges and other matters that require the mind. Azula didn't know how to respond to this information and only gave them an expression, contorted in various states of confusion at how such a thing could exist, with Sev laughing at her expense. So, men are dumb brutes while women are delicate geniuses? Gax gave a thumbs up and a crooked grin in affirmation. I mean, that's not entirely true. Gax is quite smart when it comes to mechanics and such. Chani quickly scrambled to say as to not make it sound as though she is talking down to her brother. But in essence, they all look like that. No offense, Gax. The shorter creature made a dismissive gesture, completely unfazed by the comment. More or less, with some variation. This is a typical reaction to most people who are unfamiliar with our species. They often think my brother and I are of different races. The universe truly is a strange place. Strangeness aside, which one of you is the oldest? Gax raised his hand. Gush Carrie. Stop lying to her. We're the same age. She lightly slapped his shoulder. We came from the same clutch of eggs. Her eyes widened. Eggs? As in breaking out of a hard shell? They didn't have a shell, so it was quite easy for our little tadpole forms to wiggle out. Tadpole? Her eyes widened further, with Sev laughing harder. Azula held a hand out for her to stop talking. I think that's enough strangeness for one day. My only question now being, why is it that you speak the common language, yet Gax does not? That's because Gax is just lazy. He learned to understand primary, but he doesn't feel he needs to put in the legwork to speak it, she said with an accusatory tone, with her hands on her hips in disapproval. Gax only waved her statement off and mimicked her words with a mocking tone as he went back to work on Sev's mechanical arm. This was followed up with the two siblings bickering back and forth in the same untranslatable language. She rolled her eyes at them, but it brought a nostalgic smile to her lips of all the time she and Zuko would quarrel like that. She was always the instigator, but Zuko always made it too easy that she couldn't help herself. You've convinced me, only siblings could bicker like that. Chani gave a warm smile. Indeed. Do you have any siblings, Azula? Her smile quickly faded. I have an older brother, and she cut herself off before she could mention the half-sibling she just found out she had a year ago. Just a brother. No one else. She refused to acknowledge that replacement daughter her cowardly mother had with that worthless peasant shared her blood. Chani took notice of this, but did not press the matter. Already tired of this conversation, Azula decided to change the subject. Not to be rude, but when are we going to the planet's surface? As soon as the captain's ready. Sev answered as Gax finished what he was doing on Sev's arm, who flexed it. Gax and I are tagging along to grab some stuff. It shouldn't be long. You can just hang here with us until then." He raised the volume to his thrasher music. Indeed, it didn't take long, as after several minutes being with these individuals, the captain had contacted Sev and let him know she was ready to depart. Sev and Gax led Azula to a smaller hangar filled with shuttles. Chani didn't accompany them, as she had several tasks of her own to take care of, leaving Azula with the two. Once they arrived, they found Myrelle by a long rectangular shuttle speaking to the pilot. Once she had finished conversing with him, Azula approached her, eager to be on her way. "Are we set to depart?" "Captain? Everything is set to go. Just hop in and we'll be off." "Excellent. I'm eager to see this Kazima and how much it differs from Earth. A little warning before we depart. Kazima is a little larger than your world, so the gravity will be a bit higher than what you're used to," Myrelle said as she entered the shuttle's open compartment and took a seat on the bench that went horizontal to the craft center. Azula took a seat near her. "I'll adapt." "I always do." Sev crouched his way in, his head practically scraping the compartment ceiling, and took a seat behind them, nearly taking up the whole bench with Gax by his side. "Try not to light anything on fire while we're on the surface," Sev said over his shoulder. "Yes, keep your fire bending to yourself. We don't know how the people will react to it, and we don't need any more trouble," Myrelle added. "As long as trouble doesn't come my way." Azula folded her arms. The last passenger was Angara, who sat in the far corner of the bench, her damaged red helmet in her lap. With everyone on board, Myrelle gave the order to leave, with the side compartment doors sliding closed, sealing shut. The twin engines rotated, allowing the ship to hover before propelling it out of the hangar bay. The smaller ship soared through the asteroid ring, some turbulence rocking the cabin. And as they exited the ring, Azula could feel her inner flame growing again as they inched closer towards the planet, until they finally broke the atmosphere and began soaring through the clouds, and she could feel her fire-bending strength return to her at full power, like it had never left. "We're finally here. Congratulations, Azula, you're officially on a new world," Myrelle said to her with a chipper attitude. Azula stared at the bare metal wall as turbulence shook them. "I was expecting more of a view, but I guess I can wait until we've landed." "I'll take care of that." She turned to the pilot and co-pilot sitting in their upper platform. "Let's get these doors open." With that said, the doors that made up the sides of the ship retracted once they were at a safe altitude, exposing them to a view of red forests that quickly gave way to an open savanna of rose-colored grass beneath a vast sunset orange sky that gave the water of a nearby lake a purple hue. Thousands of large six-limbed rhino-like beasts grazed about in the fields, while flocks of four-winged birds with rodent faces glided alongside the ship and resting above the sky. Azula could see Kazima's ring shimmering gold like it was painted on by a divine brush in a single stroke. It was like a dream world came to life, so familiar yet so different. She could imagine that this is what the spirit world looked like. It was so magnificent that she couldn't hide her awe, with her eyes wide as dinner plates and her mouth hanging slightly open. Myrelle couldn't help but smile at the wonder struck the former princess displayed, like a parent watching their child see the world for the first time. "Quite the sight, isn't it?" "Aye, it's beautiful." Azula stuttered out. "It's more than that, it's amazing. It's... She caught herself once she saw the smug smile on Myrelle's face, then took on a more rigid posture and putting back the mask of indifference. "It's nothing special. I've seen better vistas outside my bedroom at the royal palace." Angara snorted from her position. "Sure you have, princess." Azula ignored the comment as she was too busy chastising herself for letting her guard down. "Don't look away now. The city's coming up," the captain said. Azula's attention was brought back to the view where she saw their shuttle was flying over a bridge with smaller vehicles following its length. She trailed it until she saw before them a city as large as Ba Sing Se's inner ring with towers of glass. Steel and concrete, each styled strangely, with some having smooth organic shapes, while others held a rigid and sturdy appearance with hard edges and angles with geometric shapes, while others were completely abstract in their architecture. Streets filled with speeding vehicles darted back and forth between the buildings, were lit by neon lights and holograms of screens and icons, with other flying vehicles accompanying them in the sky. It was truly a sight far more beautiful than the natural environment Azula had seen before, and one that put into perspective just how insignificant she and her fire nation was. She then noticed below them were a vast horde of rundown slums and ghettos that circled the fringes of the city, separating the pristine metropolis with the wilds of the planet. Some things truly are universal. The shuttle veered away from the central city towards an open area where dozens of other ships were docked or taking off, with the shuttle gently touching down on a small landing pad. Azula was one of the first to step off after Myrelle, and as soon as her foot touched down she felt the higher gravity the captain warned her of. It wasn't overwhelming, and felt more like she was draped in her heavy royal robes that were thoroughly soaked in water. It almost tipped her off balance, but she recovered before anyone could notice. It's good to be back on a planet. Being stuck on a spaceship and space stations really takes a toll on my muscles. Myrelle stretched out her arms, breathing in Kazima's fresh air. So, Azula, how does it feel to be on a new planet? Azula looked out into the sky at the shimmering ring. Fascinating. She couldn't hide it in her voice, but maintained her stoic expression.